Too late.
Oh,
Hi, everyone. Hello. Hey, sorry for the late stream today. I forgot I have to do this while Jesse's out. Oops. My bad.
Hello.
Tyler gets a belt today. Hey, congratulations, Tyler. What's up, Johnny G? What's up, Chris? Hi, Marcus. What's up, Germs?
It's our bad.
Everyone is probably not here because I messed up on putting the stream up today. And by messed up, I mean didn't do it. Over here. Hi, guys. Hello. Yeah, we do have Kings today. Curtis, hello. Jim, Miguel, my man, appreciate you. I think it is too. You might have gotten one early when we first started doing the bit. But I wouldn't be shocked if it wasn't your first one. Warren, we are up in here. Let's go. What's up, Steven? Ayo, I also didn't do a tweet, but that's fine.
Hello, everyone. That's your first belt? It's a win-aided belt.
They all count. Banner goes up. What up, Jude? What's up, Jose? What's up, TJ?
All belts were created equal.
Today. Yeah, I got calls open. Ayo. Hey, it's such a good thing. I literally yesterday, because Jesse typically sets up the stream, and he sends me, when he's going to be out, he sends me an email with all the how to set up the stream stuff, because there are certain settings and stuff we need. And I decided to put that all in a Google Doc and trim out some of the old outdated stuff and rewrote some of the stuff. And I had that on a Google Doc, so it was like ready to go copy paste. Good job by me. What
Good
up,
work.
What's up, Securin? What's up, Russ Dog? Wheezy. Sean, hello. All right, it's showtime. Good morning. He's James. I'm Kyle. It's Wednesday. The Sacramento Kings played basketball today, everybody. We did it. We made it.
It's back.
There's actual basketball today.
Yes.
That's so much fun. I'm so excited that there's going to be a basketball game on tonight. No, it doesn't count. It's just preseason.
Well,
we'll still get to talk about the bouncing of the basketball and the shooting of the basketball and the passing of the basketball and the defensing of the basketball.
I think you have to watch it. If you're not going to the game tonight, you have to watch it on kings.com.
Obviously.
So it's not going to be televised from what I know. But still, like, you will be able to watch the game if you want.
I don't think I will be able to.
You probably
I'm gonna have to finagle a way to watch this program.
You have one of those
No, I don't. I don't have the Kenny Caraway
VPN
Superstation.
server.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know. Figure it out.
All right.
Always do.
Yeah.
He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That is not the list of things we're going to talk about today. That is how to set up the live stream, which I did at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. That live stream is typically up much earlier than it was today. But Jesse Tapia is out, and that means all responsibility has left the building.
Yeah.
And so it's fine. I just got to log that as a thing I have to do every day.
It didn't register in my head until I turned on the computer. I'm like,
literally, we did not have a stream to get into.
Why is there no stream?
Fine, we got it done. I was brilliant. I think I knew subconsciously because I created a special Google Doc that streamlined the process of setting up the live stream.
Yeah.
And I set that up on Monday. And I think it's because subconsciously I knew I'm going to forget to do this one day. And I did it yesterday because Jesse was here Monday.
Yeah.
So Tuesday, I did it yesterday. And I think subconsciously I knew I was going to forget and I would need like expedience would be of the utmost importance.
Oh no, it was quick.
Yeah, no, we
you had it up and ready.
Yeah, that was big time by me. Well done. The biggest thing about making a mistake, because nobody is going to be perfect, you're going to make mistakes. The key is to not compound on that mistake. And instead of being like, oh my gosh, we don't have a video stream set up, and all of a sudden I'm panicking and I'm going through and we don't have a video for the first part of the program. I just cursed loudly a bunch of times while getting the work done, needing to get a stream up. So salute to everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you so very much. And we hope you hang out with us each and every day from 10 a.m. to noon right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento's sports leader. And then, of course, hanging out with D'Lo and Casey, who are coming up at noon. All right, so Kings Raptors preseason tonight. We'll dive into that. I feel like Keegan Murray's extension has not been a big enough story, because the deadline for him to sign his rookie extension is 12 days.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because like in the past, I believe that it was October 31st.
Mm-hmm.
Like you had to, so the season would actually start.
Right.
So it feels like they're trying to bump it up to make it
day before regular season begins.
Yeah, day before regular season. So it's not a distraction. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's also, is that the day that they also, you have to pick up player options for rookie scale contracts? I'll look that up while we're going
that. I'm not
this.
totally sure.
Yeah. So,
but the deadline for Keegan specifically.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
It's 12 days.
It's a big deal.
And I feel like it just hasn't, and I get it through the off season while there's all the Jonathan Kuminga stuff going on. RIP.
Kuminga watch.
RIP. We had the Jonathan Kuminga stuff going on. We had the Dennis Schroeder signed and traded. Is it involving Malik Monk? With all this, there was so much other stuff going on. With the Keon Ellis situation, that I think the Keegan Murray extension, I have been going through the offseason as though, oh, that's just a thing that'll get done. And now we're starting the preseason. We're 12 days out from this deadline. And nothing.
Okay, so
nothing?
I actually think it's a good thing that we haven't heard anything.
Oh.
Okay, and I don't mean that it's a good thing as in the deal's getting done.
Okay.
It's a good thing because whoever was leaking information is no longer leaking information.
Well,
right. Because I will tell you, I have checked in multiple times.
Shout out to the University of Utah.
I have also, I have gone I have checked in with different sources to try to get what is the parameters on an extension.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been it is super quiet. There's nothing going out from either the agent side or the team side. Mm-hmm. And I think, to be honest with you, there are teams waiting behind the Kings in that draft that are looking at their players and waiting to see what Keegan gets. So then that way they can plan what they're going to give their player, or at least have something to compare it to outside of a top 3 pick. Mm-hmm. The 4th pick, the 5th pick is Jaden Ivey. The 6th pick was Benedict Mathurin. 7th pick is Dyson Daniels, I think. Mm-hmm. So there are players that are also potentially signing rookie scale extensions, but they're waiting to see who it is that gets paid or how much Keegan gets paid in order to start basing off that. And it's just the Kings are the bottleneck here. And
that's so interesting to me, because that made, so we had a little bit of a similar situation in the NFL with second round picks, because the top 2 picks of the second round both received fully guaranteed contracts, which is atypical for a second round pick.
Uh-huh.
And so that led to this, to use your phrasing, bottleneck, where every other second round pick was kind of looking at everybody else going, hey, how much guaranteed money do we get?
Yeah.
And eventually Alfred Collins of the 49ers eventually broke that seal. He got a 90% guarantee, a really high percentage of guarantee for where he was picked. And that set in motion the rest of the second round picks. This is a little different though, because this isn't, oh, we've never seen these guys play before and we're trying to structure their contracts.
Yeah.
The Hawks, I think, know what they've got with Dyson Daniels for the most part. The Pistons, I get it. because Jaden Ivey is coming off an injury, so that might be a little complicated. But that Keegan Murray or any player, that any player would change the way you're going to pay a player because of where they were drafted 3 years ago, that's odd to me.
I think it's still like, I think every player is different, right? Again, Keegan Murray has been a starter for 3 straight years. He's a starter going into this season, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Dyson Daniels, it's still slightly speculative, right? You had a bunch of injuries that cost you major playing time for a couple of your players.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jalen Johnson was out. They did a whole roster overhaul in the middle of the season, and then again this offseason. Clint Capella's gone. Bogdan Bogdanovic are gone. Now they've got Kristaps Porzingis in there. So if I look at Dyson Daniels' career stats, where he goes from 3.8 points to 5.8 points to 14 points, wins most improved player, gets a second team all defensive nod. Oh no, second in the league and defensive player of the year.
Yeah, that's
and
crazy.
A first team all defensive team.
And appears to be the perfect fit alongside their no defense point guard.
Yes, of course. But I also think when you look at some of his stats are like, okay, is he going to average 3 steals a game? Because that's where his true value is as like this defensive juggernaut. And if teams are like, okay, we're now going to game plan against Dyson Daniels, then that number could drop. And the shooting percentage, he shot 34% from 3. That's up from 31% his first 2 years. So you're like, okay, there was a bump there, but is it a legitimate bump? So you're still in, like, it's not that you don't want to extend a guy like Dyson Daniels. It's not that you don't want him part of your program. It's more that you're looking at him and saying, can he repeat what he did? And are we going to pay $25 million a year? Or are we going to pay $18 million? What is the actual finished product going to be as far as like value?
Do you think that has anything to do with Keegan though?
Well, no, maybe a little bit, because if everyone is getting the 5-year, $122 million deal, then it pushes Dyson Daniels' price up a little bit more. If Keegan Murray all of a sudden gets a 4-year, $80 million deal, and it's now 20, and it's like, okay, like who's a better player, Dyson Daniels, Keegan Murray? And the instant reaction from people in Atlanta are going to be Dyson Daniels is way better. The people in Sacramento are going to be, oh no, you're missing the boat on Keegan Murray. You just don't understand.
Sure.
Right. So I still think that there's some sort of middle ground. I don't know that Dyson Daniels is going to get the same dollar amount that Keegan is, but a lot of what Dyson Daniels is speculative.
Huh. Interesting.
It's intriguing to me because
Jalen Williams, the 12th pick, has nothing to do with how much the players elsewhere in the draft are going to get.
No, because he's an outlier. He's a guy that.
So to me, so I guess I'm getting hung up on the wrong thing here. It's not about where they got picked. It's about how their level of certainty in the commodity.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Well, that, and we've talked about these other like value propositions that teams are looking at, when it comes to players, and how much value are they going to have? Are you upside down on your value, and I think that for both of them are, for both the Hawks and a team like the Kings, they're both looking at this as like a bit of a sketchy situation. Like nothing is for sure here.
Yeah, it's kind of, and if you want to hop in on the conversation, please do. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Want to remind you, we don't have a call screener, so if you call and it keeps ringing, hang in there. If you call and you hear like a click and then you hear us talking, it means that we've got you on hold. I can only hold one person at a time though. Pause. So I can't have multiple people sitting on hold. I can have one person, and if it keeps ringing, that means I have someone on hold, and it's not you.
Yeah.
So hang in there. 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. I guess my question for the Kings is, I guess question number one would be, do you believe in Keegan Murray as a player?
Okay.
And I think the answer would be as a 3-and-D wing, yes. But then my question would be, why aren't you just doing the Jabari Smith Jr. contract? Why when that contract got done, 5 years, $122 million, why are you not dropping that on the table?
because we don't know if that's already been dropped on the table, and if Keegan Murray's people are like, that's not enough.
That would be crazy.
Well, I mean,
that'd be kind of nuts.
Yeah, but we're coming out of an era where you rubber stamp. If a guy can play, if a guy's a good basketball player, you rubber stamp his rookie scale extension. And we're now in an era where that's not going to be the case. You're going to now actually look at true value. You're going to look at all of this sort of technical jargon that we keep hearing about, whether or not you're going to have like some value built into it, or whether you're going to be upside down on a player the second you sign him. And hey, like, look, don't forget the NBA salary cap was supposed to go up 10% next year. It's going up 7%. And so when you're looking at the Kings salary structure, like they're going to drop to like $161 million for next season, right? Because you'll have a cap hold for Keegan Murray and stuff like that. But that's before Keegan Murray's salary. So if you're paying him, let's just say $24 million a year, now you're at $185 million. You're over the salary cap. You're going to be under the luxury tax, but by a couple of $1 million, not by much more. Like you're going to be in a little bit of a tough spot. So you've got to, it's not just about like, how much do I want to pay Keegan Murray? Like in a perfect world, everyone wants to pay everybody what they want and like the maximum you can give them, but that's not the reality of the NBA at this point, especially with all the aprons and all that stuff having such a dramatic impact on salary structure.
That's crazy to me.
It's crazy. That
is insane. If Keegan Murray is a player you were building around, get his contract done and figure out everything else.
No, I'm with you.
What?
But what you, again, like this idea of like surplus value versus lost value, you don't want to pay a guy, X amount of dollars. So
they don't believe in Keegan Murray.
Well, no, you can still believe in a player, but still need to sign him to a contract that is commensurate with the value that he provides. Right? You're not just going to go upside down on every single contract.
No doubt.
Just because.
Sure.
And it's the difference between being able to go out and buy a $5 million player or a $7 million player in the offseason. Like that's like sometimes that does actually matter. So I'm intrigued to see what happens here because I
guess for me, if Keegan Murray is a player that the Kings go, man, we need to get him to the 3. We need to figure out a way to have him play the 3. We think he's part of our foundation. If you believe all those things, then it seems to me like you would have that contract hammered out. And he is one of your players that you're paying big money to in 2027 and beyond.
Yep.
To me, this signals, and maybe I am just missing the point here, but to me, this signals, and what you're saying signals, you know what? Either the Kings don't think he's worth Jabari Smith Jr.'s contract, or Keegan thinks he's worth way more than that, and the Kings don't. But when you're 12 days out and you don't have this rookie extension done yet, that's at least a minor red flag to me. That there's some sort of disconnect where Keegan's a restricted free agent next year.
Well, that and like, look, each team has like their own like mathematical equation for what they think that this and this is worth on the court.
Sure.
And how much value that puts into it. And then, they have their own, like, again, like spreadsheets with all of these value propositions, right? You just had a changeover in front office. So the new guy is going to have a different system of calculating worth than the previous guy.
Yeah.
Plus the previous guy pins his hopes to Keegan Murray as a guy that he took with the 4th overall pick. And you're hoping that you're right. And the next guy, he doesn't have that same exact have mentality.
That attachment. Yeah.
He has no attachment to Keegan. So what he's looking at is strictly from a X's and O's basketball, versus, basketball like value charts to come up with an equation. And like, you can really like Keegan Murray as a player, but you can also say, I really like Keegan Murray at $18 million a year. I really don't like him at $28 million a year. And that's tough, but that's kind of the world the NBA is built here.
Well, this is interesting. I see you on hold, Don. I see you on hold. Hang in there. We will get to your calls on the Elk Grove Kia talk line next at 916-909-1320. We'll keep talking about this Keegan Murray situation. But Kings Raptors tonight. What's the number one thing you're watching for? We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Hang on, timeout.
Okay. What's happening, everybody?
I don't know who that is.
Jason Siebenthal. I don't know what this means. Just saying. Like I don't have a stake in this race at all with Keegan Murray. And the only thing I've been trying to do is figure out what exactly is going to happen. And 3 months ago, everyone and their dog had this information that the Kings were trading for Jonathan Kuminga. And now the Kings like that was like it got out. Now we're in a different situation where no information is being let loose, which is interesting to me.
What's up, Norm? Good morning. What's up, John Post?
Hello, everyone.
Lazy's here. Hi, Lazy.
Hi, Jess. Hi,
Hi,
Katrina.
Jess. Hi, everyone. All right, here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
That guy over there is James. I'm Kyle. And you're on the phone, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. You're talking about the Keegan Murray extension, which the deadline is 12 days, the day before the regular season starts.
Keegan watch.
Oh, dude, should I get that produced? I wonder if I can just hang on. Let me see the timing on this.
Kaminga Watch.
Okay. This one, okay. Keegan Murray.
Watch.
Come on.
Keegan Murray.
First try.
Watch.
First try. All right, the Kings play the Raptors tonight. We'll get to that in a second, but we're talking about that Keegan Murray extension. I want to get to Dawn on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. Dawn, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
Hey, this is TJ calling from Des Moines, Iowa.
Oh, shout out.
And I was thinking about Keegan. Well, of course, a lot.
Who among us doesn't?
What I'm kind of curious about, it seems like it's flown under the radar a little bit, but I'm surprised nobody's asked him about what it's like to work with Mike Woodson now. Mike being the opposing head coach for Indiana while he was at Iowa. And I kind of been thinking too about if we're wanting Keegan, like, where did college Keegan go, right? The guy that was so aggressive and assertive and could get a bucket, all that kind of stuff. Where did he go? If there's somebody that knows that kid on the team, it would be him. And so I'm kind of curious how that relationship is going. And if Mike Woodson might be somebody that could kind of help,
TJ, that's a dynamite question. Real quick before we discuss that, are you a Kings fan that lives in Iowa, or are you an Iowa fan who followed Keegan to Sacramento?
I'm an Iowa fan that followed Keegan to Sacramento.
Shout out. Hell yeah. Go Hawkeyes.
I'm the Tory Taylor fan that has been interacting with you online sometimes.
Awesome. Very good.
Okay.
Hey, appreciate you so much, TJ. Thank you.
You bet. All
appreciate
right.
the call. 916-909-1320, the Elk Grove Kia talk line. That's kind of interesting.
That's a first right there. That's the first female caller we've ever had.
Is that right?
Yes.
No.
Yes. On this show, guarantee.
Salute. Hell yeah. Shout out to TJ. Appreciate you calling.
Yeah.
And shout out to Iowa. So I used to have family in Iowa. Salute to everybody out there in Guernsey. Salute to the 22 people in Guernsey. So I don't know that's been explored yet. The Mike Woodson college connection.
And like, to be honest with you, I think part of the reason that I look at Keegan Murray in a different light than people who just watch him as a pro is because I wrote like NBA draft, like mock drafts for a living for years, right? So I studied the draft, and Keegan Murray was a player that I had heard before they got to the tournament, before they got to the Big 12 tournament, whatever it was. And it was like, okay, so I started tuning in to watch him. And I mean, the thing is, when you're watching Keegan in college, you're so drawn to the screen because there's two of them. Like at all times, there's the Murray brothers are on the court together the entire time. And you're sitting here like, oh man, I can't tell the difference. And then the more you watch him, you're like, okay, some subtle differences here and there. And then, of course, Keegan is just a better pro prospect and goes a year before in the draft. But when you're watching him, like I've talked about this so many times, he was in 98th percentile in like post scoring in college basketball. Like there was so much game that he had that has not been allowed or has not translated to the NBA, which to me is totally intriguing. So when I'm watching him as a player, there are certain things that never, ever translate. Like I said it day one, Keegan Murray's not going to average 1.6 or 1.8 blocks per game. He's not, because when I watched him in college, it was a bunch of weak side shot blocking. And at the NBA level, that's just, if you have your weak side guy flying in to block a shot, the guy in the corner is hitting a three,
correct,
like 80% of the time because he's wide open. So it's just not going to happen at the pro level.
Right.
The rebounding is something that I also didn't think would translate. And so far, he's starting to get back to the rebounder he was in college, but it's because he's closer and closer and closer to the basket. And so he's defending all kinds of different people, but he's ending up closer to the basket and getting more rebounds. I think he can be a really good rebounder, but I also think like the 3-point shooting is something like he should be a phenomenal. He said he wants to get back to 40% 3-point shooter and all that stuff.
That'd be
So
ideal.
I still have like this vision of Keegan Murray as a player coming out of college that has
Mhm.
all of these tools
Mhm.
that have been underutilized completely at the pro level.
Mhm.
And sometimes that's by design, sometimes because, Mike Brown brings him in. He's like, hey, I'm going to start you. You're going to play 30 something minutes a night. I need you to play really good defense. I need you to hit the corner
Mhm.
three. We'll advance your game as you get deeper and deeper into your career.
Mhm.
And then in year 2, you go out and you bring in a guy who is not really conducive to having Keegan Murray grow as a player.
Yeah.
And that's not, again, it's not a knock on DeMar DeRozan. The Kings knew exactly what they were getting when they went out and signed DeMar DeRozan, but the impact has been felt greatly. Like there is a ripple effect to bringing in somebody.
Let me ask this. So that was last year was year 3 for Keegan?
Oh, yeah. So that's year 3. And year 2, he had taken the big step, although his shooting numbers struggled.
That's what I get caught up with, because this is not an anti Keegan Murray house, but this is I have questions about Keegan Murray's ceiling house, and I guess Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox drafted Keegan Murray, and Mike Brown was Keegan Murray's only coach, and maybe this is a problem that goes above that group of decision makers.
Yeah.
But if Keegan took that step in year 2 and they thought there was more to his game in year 3, why would they go out and get DeMar DeRozan?
Well, I mean, you went out and got DeMar because you had 2 injuries at the end of the previous season to Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter, and all of a sudden you realized very quickly you didn't have enough playmaking. Still, by design, it was a poor decision in my opinion. It was a poor decision at the time, and it hasn't really worked out either. And again, it's not a knock or a shot at DeMar DeRozan. I thought DeMar DeRozan was excellent last year.
DeMar DeRozan did what you brought DeMar DeRozan in to do.
Exactly.
But my point is that was my concern last year.
Yeah.
Was, hey, is this going to stunt Keegan Murray's growth? And there was this idea like, no, because DeMar DeRozan's not going to be quite as good, so it'll start out. Yeah,
you're waiting for this.
And that torch never got passed.
No. The slide scale, it never happened.
Yeah, and
yeah.
I don't. If you thought, okay, we need more playmaking and scoring, why would you not push some of that onus to Keegan if you believed he could do it?
Well, I mean, that was a question at the time. I think they aren't sure because
right, and I think they're still not, which gets us back to the extension thing.
Well, and I think it also gets us back to the player was in college. Like the player was in college was not a distributor. It was not a guy who averaged 4 or 5 assists per game. That's why, again, when you look at the player comp to Chris Middleton, you think, okay, it's sort of like sort of body mechanics. You see a lot of Chris Middleton in him. You see a lot of like the 3-point shooting, the little bit of mid-range game, the moves to the basket. It looks a little bit like Chris Middleton. What people forget is Chris Middleton averages over 5 assists per game. Like Chris Middleton has turned into an exceptional secondary distributor for that team. Now it helps that he has Giannis Antetokounmpo, and it helps that he has in the past he had guys like a crazy 3-point shooting center and Brook Lopez. So these things actually aid your ability to get those passes. But like if you want Keegan Murray to be a better passer, like his usage has to go up. Like that's the key. It's not because we're already wondering why he can't get enough shots.
Yeah.
You can't then say, hey, I also need you to be a passer. It's like, wait, do you need me to be a passer or do you need me to be a scorer more? And then on top of that, it's like, well, how much are you going to run the ball through the guy because you're asking him to do so much on the defensive end. And so now it becomes like, okay, well, do we want to put another thing on your plate? So at the end of the day, I think the Kings haven't exactly developed him the right way.
I agree.
I do think that what they have, they've allowed him to become a phenomenal defender. They've helped work on his body. They've helped, put him in positions to succeed on the defensive end. But we're still waiting for this moment where he gets put in a position to succeed on the offensive end consistently.
I think I think at some point though, we have to come to grips with, this is what he is in the NBA.
Yep.
I do this all the time with NFL guys where I'll watch a player leading up to the draft and I'm like, man, I'm so sure that guy's going to be a good NFL player. And then we get 3-4 years in and he's just not that good of an NFL player. And I'm like, yeah, but in college, like, man, it's such a massive leap.
Yeah.
From college to pro, in regardless of the professional league you're playing. And so I think at some point, and I guess it's this year, at some point, like, he just is who he is as a player. And I think that the fact, if Keegan had averaged 18 a game last year, was the defender that he is, averaged 18 a game, shot 40% from three, I think his extension is done a long time ago.
Yeah.
But the fact that he took a step back in year 3 means the Kings have questions that go beyond DeMar DeRozan. Because if it was strictly DeMar DeRozan related, then you would pay him, because, man, DeMar DeRozan is not part of the future of this program.
No.
They have, to at least it seems to me, they have very real questions about what Keegan Murray's ceiling is. Still. After 3 years in the league.
Well, yeah, but I also think you can have a question about somebody's ceiling, but you can also see ways in which you have, like, tampered down his value. You know, and a lot of times this is intentional. Like, you reduce a player's value by changing who they are on the court, right? And
that's weird.
Well, no, but I mean, it happens all the time where you see guys, you know, like at the summer league level, where teams will, like, hey, how come that guy's not? He's played one game in summer league and he looks really good, and then we didn't see him anymore. It's like, well, maybe it's because the team is trying to keep his value down and they have an easier time signing him in the offseason. You know, you get to the final 30 games of a season, sometimes you tamper down a guy's value, and like.
So we think the Kings did this on purpose?
Well, no, I mean, I don't think that they've intentionally totally stunted his growth, but the fact is that, like, the Kings aren't the only ones wondering how much Keegan Murray is worth.
Sure.
Like, every team in the league should be wondering. Like, we saw this report today that Dalton Connect has negative value around the league. Like, if the Lakers need to get rid of a $4 million Dalton Connect salary, they're going to have to add something to him. Like, they're going to have to give up a second-round pick or something.
Right.
I mean, that to me is crazy that after 1 year, someone could have a negative value. But then again, that's kind of the way it works sometimes. Like, I think the Kings are in a very similar situation with Devin Carter, where you're looking at negative value. But I don't know what Keegan's true value is. And as if you're somebody who's working on these contracts, you're really hoping that you get the best deal possible for the team, because eventually you're going to have this salary cap situation. You're already facing it right now, but it just keeps getting worse and worse. And while you want him to be a part of that, you still want to pay a player a price that, if you do down the road decide that you need to trade him or that you want to trade him, that he's not such a negative value that you all of a sudden have to give up a whole bunch to move off from his contract. So you're trying to find a balancing point. And I think it's, you know, again, I don't have any stake in this. Like, I can look and see what Keegan Murray is as a player, and I can look and see what I think the Kings value him as a player. But, like, they're the ones who are in the room that are throwing out numbers. There's a number I would pay Keegan and a number that I wouldn't pay him. I'm not paying him 28. I'm not paying him 30 million.
Would you do the Jabari Smith contract?
I would do the Jabari Smith contract, but I also value Keegan more than other people. Like, clearly more than, like, when we get into discussions with Kenny Caraway, I value Keegan more than Kenny does. And that's not, Kenny doesn't hate Keegan.
Yeah.
He just has a lower value on him than I do.
Yeah. Different role in mind.
Yeah, totally. And he sees limitations where I see lack of opportunity.
And you, right.
Which
I think is the crux of the discussion.
Yeah, that's always the crux of the discussion.
But okay, so is there a chance then, as we sit here 12 days away from this deadline, that Keegan goes into the season without an extension and is a restricted free agent next year?
I'm gonna say probably not, because I do think they're far enough down this road. Like, there has been negotiations in the past, but, like, again, it's going to be like, how far is the void between these two entities? Like, if it's a 5-125 and you're offering a 5-115, that $10 million difference can be made up.
That's $2 million a year.
Yeah, but if his representation is saying, hey, you guys have limited him and we think he's a 5-150, and so $30 million a year,
that's too much.
Well, But if you're his agent, you're going to be looking for that. I mean, it's
Totally.
exactly like Josh Giddey has been asking for that and didn't get it. But like all of these other players, I mean, like that's exactly what Kuminga's people wanted. It's exactly what Cam Thomas's people, they wanted $30 to $40 million a year. So, but there's going to be like a realistic number that's out there that you can kind of pin your hopes to. And the other thing is like he has really, really good representation. Like Mark Bartelstein is his agent. Like he's very well represented in this situation. And I'm again intrigued to see what the final number is. I do think it will get done by the deadline, but I don't know what that number is going to be. And I think that there is a major like slide scale, like what that number could be. Because we say Jabari Smith, the Kings could be saying, no, we'll do 100, or we'll do 480 or 100, but we're not going 122.
If you're Keegan, are you taking 5 and 100?
You have to.
Do you?
You know what, you say do you, but then you look at what happened this offseason with the restricted free agents, and it's just the money's not there. So what are you supposed to do?
Is that still the case next year? I thought there were going to be more teams with space next year.
There's a few more teams with space, but like those teams they go away very quickly, and the Kings can match a restricted free agent. You know, and Keegan, if he's going to play for the, like, let's say he just plays for the qualifying offer and then becomes an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year, like following next season, yeah, like all of a sudden he's a 27-year-old, right?
Yeah.
And not only that, but you played for 12 or 13, maybe 14 million versus what you could be making. Like
if I'm Keegan, you're telling me that I believe, or I'm saying, you know what? I think my growth has been stunted here by the decisions that this tumultuous franchise has. That doesn't really work as a descriptor, but the tumult in this franchise has limited me as a player. I believe I'm better than this. I should be getting paid 5 and 125. Let's just say. And the Kings go, actually, no, we're at like 4 and 100 or 4 and 80.
Yeah, 4 and 80.
4 and 80. And if I'm Keegan, I'm like, go to hell. Yeah. This is your fault. This is your fault that you're putting my value here instead of Jabari Smith Jr.
Yeah,
you can't even crack the starting lineup for the Rockets.
Yeah, but at the same time, like they can have the same approach that Kenny has. They can say, yeah, but look, you haven't developed as a facilitator. You haven't developed as an on-ball creator for yourself or others.
And he's going to go, yeah, and that's your fault.
Yeah, but they can
listened to James Ham on the Insiders Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to noon, and he says it's your fault.
Yeah, but then at the same time, like I don't know if it's King's fault or if it's his fault that he went from a 41% to a 36% to a 34% three-point shooter.
Shot 34% last year.
Yeah, 34% last year. So again, it's not as cut and dry as, like, again, this feels, you know what this feels like? It feels like baseball arbitration.
Big time.
It does. It feels like baseball arbitration. Although it feels like baseball arbitration the way we're talking about it, the way the Kings and his agent are talking about it, might not be that way at all. It might just be like, look, we have like massive contract issues coming up. And not only that, but we want to make sure that Keegan's part of the core for long term, because we are 2 years away from resetting this whole thing. And Keegan's probably going to be a focal point. And we need to make sure that like we're in line with contracts that aren't going to be crazy and bloated. And, you know, if he doesn't want to be here and we've got to find a new home, we don't have to give up assets to get rid of him down the road. Like there are other things that are going to go into this thought process.
We'll keep talking about this with you on the Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. If you're on hold, hang in there. We will get to you, I promise. Something else we got to get to. I might be out on Harrison Barnes. We'll talk about why on the Insiders. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports. Hello.
How much time?
Hey, yeah, sorry. 1, 2, 3, about 4.
Oh, I'm gonna go grab coffee.
Hey, Dolly Parton's sister.
Yeah. Getting a little crazy.
Yeah, asking for everybody. Oh my God, prayers are needed. Da, 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 da. And then she's like, "Oh, she's just a little bit under the weather. She's fine." Like what? Good God! Scaring the hell out of me over here. What's up, Jess? Ayo. Ayo. Dawn still is on hold. So what happened? Hey, it's Joe Brazil. Yeah. Everybody say hi to Joe. You can just sit there.
Hi.
Actually, never mind. Those aren't on yet.
Is this working? I don't ever
Yeah,
press
no,
this
you're
button.
on.
I normally
yeah,
do
no, the light is on. The light is on.
Hi, everybody.
I have not watched this yet.
I'm filling
cool,
in.
Kat.
I think James is getting some coffee.
That's exactly what's happening. Everybody's saying
Awesome.
hello.
I want everyone to know I'm still here.
He is working his
I'm
ass
still
off.
here.
He's the
I'm,
culture coder, baby.
I'm the culture coder of the month.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Did you
miss
get your
you
little
guys.
plaque thing?
Not yet. I think
Oh,
I'm getting it on
that's
Tuesday.
So sick.
I'm getting
It
it
is
on
like
Tuesday.
solid glass. It's
I'm actually
crazy.
really excited for that thing. I'm not gonna lie.
It's tight.
Last year,
Good question. Rick.
2 years ago, when I got Employee of the Month, it was a picture on a slideshow, and that was it. Which I don't really
No,
care.
it's tight. Yeah,
It was
the
dope, but
boss
this
giving
is-
you a salute is nice, but
Yeah,
new boss
no,
goes all
a
out.
plaque is really cool.
Yeah.
for sure.
Bigger question here from Steven, though.
Hey,
Did you have a good time at Aftershock?
I had
is
a
better
great
question.
time at
Okay.
Aftershock.
Love
I
that
had
for
a
you.
great time.
Love that for you.
All right.
Oh shoot, James is here.
Okay.
Run,
all right.
run.
I'll be right back.
Thanks, Joe. Who? What? Oh, it's a no-go for me.
You don't know that song? I had to have a smart ass comment to Andy Fox in our work chat.
Indy Hawk?
Andy Hawk. I'm sorry, Andy Hawk. I feel like he's trying to lure us into his office with cookies.
Well, I'm thinking really hard about making a giant purchase
Oh,
for Prime Day. But it's expensive, and I don't know that I can justify the expense.
uh-oh.
Yeah.
Are we not talking about it because it's like a co-purchase?
What do you mean?
Like someone might be listening that would tell you not to buy or to buy or...
My wife is 100% not listening to this program. Oh, hang on.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
And my wife's not listening to this.
All right.
I do the Saturday comeback on 106.5 The End, Saturdays at 8 a.m. Excuse me, 9 a.m. Jeez. And so our routine is we get up because through the magic of radio, we are able to listen to it together. And we get up and we get in the car and then we go pick up our coffee and we listen while we're driving around. And I have been doing this show, this program for almost 2 years when I started the Saturday comeback. We started that at the end of July. We've been doing this show since September of 23. So this September was 2 years for us. So almost 2 years. Not to mention all the shows I did at 95.7 The Game, whether it was 49ers postgame, fill-in hosting, doing hosting on the weekends. Not to mention all of the shows I did at another radio station in this market, where I was a de facto co-host of a morning show. We've known each other for 9 years.
Yeah.
And the first time we do this show, she's like, wow, it's so cool listening to you on the radio. Yeah, I do it a lot.
My wife doesn't drive around listening to the Insiders on.
No, yeah, no. That's why you asked. So I was talking. The reason we're talking about this, and Don, I see on hold will get to you on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320, talking a lot about Keegan Murray today and his extension or lack thereof. And but we were talking at the break about Amazon Prime Day, and there's a thing I want to buy there. So there's the Kindle Scribe is what it's called. And so it's a Kindle, but there's also a function where you can write on it.
Oh, okay.
And you know this, whether you're watching a game at home or at a game or you're doing a podcast. I used to do it here with the rundown where you'll say something that'll trigger a thought in my head and I'll just jot down a word.
Yep.
So all of my note sheets are like 3 words that I then have to section off because I'm on to a new thing. And they're just useless. They're things I don't need anymore. So being able to write something down and then just immediately erase it or save it if I need it would be a really big deal for me. I would like that a lot, but it's a little bit pricey. And so I was talking at the break about like, God, I'm hemming and hawing on whether I want to get this and da-da-da-da-da. And you asked if there was somebody listening.
Oh, yeah.
Who I would not want to know. And it's like, definitely not. Plus, we've already talked about it.
All right. So my friend Brendan Nunez, when he sits at a game, he color codes his notes. Have you seen this?
Oh, it's insane.
He has a stack of pens and he color codes all of his notes, and his notes are in perfect handwriting, as opposed to Matt George, who I think Matt George
handwriting is the Matt George of handwritings.
Yes. Yeah. Matt George has a small child. Yeah. I'm not sure which one is writing his notes.
Damn. Okay.
I'm just saying.
That's tough.
But Brendan just got an iPad, and the iPad he can now take notes on, and he can color code his notes, and they're just like these beautiful notes on an iPad. So maybe that I'm just saying, like, there are other options out there for you, Kyle.
Yeah, no, there definitely are, and that's why I'm exploring. There's just a little bit of urgency because this one is X amount of % off because it is Prime Day.
Oh yeah,
and so that's why it's like, all right, am I going to just do this now, or do I want to go a different route with a different tablet or an iPad or whatever?
We should just sit here for an entire segment and shop on Amazon Prime Day and just not really.
All right, I'm down. What do you want to look at first? Do you know how many baseball gloves I've looked at?
Oh, really?
I have not. The baseball glove I have is sick. I love it so much. Heart of the Hides. Shout out to Rawlings. And I bought that for softball several years ago. It's a very nice glove. And Heart of the Hide's what I used all through high school.
Yeah.
And they have them. I got served an ad on Instagram that Heart of the Hide gloves were going to be on sale on Amazon for Prime Day. In all the different webs, all these different colors. It's so sick. I don't need that. I don't need to spend $200 on a baseball glove at this point in my life. I don't need it. I'm going to play softball again at some point. I have gloves for that. I have 2 different gloves that I use for softball.
I don't
need it. But yeah, bro, the amount of times I've been sitting there at home, just like watching TV and like, I'm just going to open up the app and see if this come down a little bit. I'm not going to buy it, but I'm going to look. Act like I'm in high school.
All right.
Let's get to the Oak Grove Kia talk line. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Don, you were on the Insiders. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Kyle. Hi, James.
Hey, what's going on?
I had 2 quick questions on the Kings. The first one is with Keon Ellis. Can the Kings do a contract? Can they extend him before he becomes an unrestricted free agent next summer?
Okay.
Yes.
Second question.
So they can lock it. The second question is this. If the Kings were to make a trade, like the Kuminga trade they were talking about, but if they were to make a trade where they find themselves in the luxury tax or over an apron, could they do something like use a stretch provision on Zach to get under the salary cap Because my other question is like, would the Kings even consider doing something like that? Because then with DeRozan coming off next summer, and then if you make that move, all of a sudden you have 50, 60 million in cap space next summer. You don't have to wait until 2027 to like kind of re-kick the rebuild here. So yeah, those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. Appreciate you.
Okay, so the stretch provision
Well,
is
three questions.
Yeah, the stretch provision deadline is already come and gone.
Okay.
So they could not do that with him this season. They also could not do that with Dario Saric. The reason why you're not going to do it right now, so the stretch provision, so people understand, is if you waive a player, you have the option, if you do it during a certain time period of the season, of stretching the contract over. If it's a 1-year contract, it's twice the years of the contract plus 1 year. So a 1-year deal you can stretch over 3 seasons.
Okay.
If you have 2 years left, it's double the
5
years of the
seasons.
contract plus 1. So it'd be 5 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Locking up $20 million in cap space for 5 years to not have a guy who shoots 51% from the field
That's it.
and 46.6% from 3, it doesn't make any sense. There's a higher likelihood that next summer, if you're not a Zach LaVine fan, if he doesn't have like a great season, or even if he has a great season, but you're like, hey man, we're just not interested in locking you up to a deal that extends the $49 million you're going to make next year, right? I do believe that Zach will be very tradable next offseason as a $49 million player coming off the books.
You'd hope so.
Yeah.
That's what the Kings are banking on.
Yeah. I fully think that there's a possibility for him to be moved, but there's also a possibility that, he's really good and, he's at like age 32 and you're like, hey, can we do like a 2-year 60 and give him $30 million a year to stick around for 2 more? There's always opportunities there.
Sure.
It's just going to be like, what are the other players that you're trying to build around? And then the other question, the Keon Ellis, that from what I know, the Kings can extend Keon Ellis at any time.
Can I jump in on the Zach LaVine thing real quick?
Yeah.
Before we go to the Keon part. I just on the stretch provision thing, that's not a get out of jail free card.
No.
The Suns did that with Brad Beal because Brad Beal hated being there. They hated having Brad Beal there.
Yes.
They couldn't trade him. And so they believed that as a last resort, that was the best option for their team moving forward. The Bucks did that with Dame Lillard because they said, we need some kind of reset. He has an Achilles tear.
He's not going to play at all this season.
Right. So we're just going to get this off our books and we'll move forward. The Zach LaVine situation is just not that dire.
No, it's not.
So
like, I mean, there's a difference between not being able to trade a guy and him just not being a good basketball player or like useless to your system. Like,
yeah, that's not the case.
Yeah. Like there was a time when, and like, this isn't like shots fired. It just is what it is. Like the Kings traded Chris Webber and broke his contract up into thirds, right? They got Brian Skinner, they got Corliss Williamson, and they got Kenny Thomas. The idea was they were going to break this thing up and so they could move the pieces easier, as opposed to having a $24 million salary. You had 3 $8 million salaries. Brian Skinner, I think his contract expired. Corliss Williamson, they were able to trade. Kenny Thomas, they were not able to ever trade. Like he played out like a 4-year deal. And in the last 2 years, he barely played at all. He stopped being a serviceable basketball player for whatever reason. And whether it was opportunity or just coaching changes or whatever, like he was never able to get back on the court. And you always thought, oh, well, they'll be able to trade. It's an expiring contract. Couldn't even trade the expiring contract of Kenny Thomas. So like it's tough. It's tough, but sometimes you get stuck in that situation. Zach LaVine is not that situation. Now, is he blocking the potential rise and starting job of Keon Ellis? Okay, maybe. But you also don't know if, again, 2 years from now, when Zach LaVine's not under contract anymore, Keon Ellis is going to be like 27.
It's just, man, with Keon and now Keegan, the two guys that going into the offseason were like, all right, looking at this roster, these guys are definitely key parts of 2027.
Yeah.
And no extension for Keegan.
Yeah,
for Keon, and we're 12 days away from Keegan being able to not even sign one.
Yeah, it'd be tough.
Really brutal. All right. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We talked this offseason so much about possible Kings trades.
Kaminga Watch.
But just because the offseason is winding down and the Kings preseason game begins, or preseason schedule begins tonight, doesn't mean that the trade talks are done.
No.
We'll talk Kings preseason, and we've got some more Kings trade ideas for you next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. All right, I've got to zone out for a second.
Yep. What's happening, everybody? It is game day, Scooter. That's why I'm dressed this way. Yeah. What's the ceiling of this team if everything goes right, Lazy? I don't know.
Going right mean?
Like if everything is perfect, 50 wins. I don't know. Which is funny because there are a lot of seasons where I could say, you know, what's the best case scenario? The best case scenario is like 36 wins. I don't think like the best case, like this team does have a ton of talent. Russ, that's kind of an odd personal question. Do I take any medication for my back problems? I don't. I'm anti Oxycontin and all that stuff because opioids. I've seen people that I know get addicted, so I don't take. There are times where I take ibuprofen. There are also times where I go to get a Toradol shot, something like that. But I typically try to avoid heavy pills. I mean, there are times where there's nothing you can do, but like anti-inflammatories and that kind of stuff. But I don't want it damaging my liver and kidneys.
2 minutes.
What is this? Could they play Eubanks at the 4 with Max at the 5 off the bench?
No.
I don't think so. I mean, Eubanks is like he's pretty centered around the basket. I don't know. We'll have to see how it works. I'm not going to say never, especially in preseason. They might give that a look. I don't know what Isaac Jones, where he fits into this whole puzzle. Actually, I think you said something earlier. Oh, Jim. We'll get to this in the next segment. Well, we'll get to this when we talk Kings again. Eric, I walk so much it's crazy. I walk 3.5 to 4 miles between 5 and 7 days a week. I also do that with a weighted vest most of the time. So I've had a strong to quite strong off season. I've lost, I don't know, about 20 pounds and done a lot of core work. What's up, Cool Cat? Weezy, you're in a bad situation here because once you extend him until that contract starts, he's like a base year compensation player because he's going to make a certain dollar amount this year and then a certain dollar amount next year. So his contract is going to be kind of tied up in that. I probably won't be on the concourse tonight. So, and I think I'm the only one going from the station tonight.
Here we go. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. And then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. And those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock on Sacramento Sports Leader. Appreciate you hanging out with us on the radio, on the various apps we are on. Odyssey, iHeart, TuneIn. There's really no excuse to not listen to this program. Or maybe you're on YouTube and Twitch. Hello, everybody. We're simulcasting on the video stream at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. It is game day. The Kings host the Raptors tonight in their preseason opener. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I want to dive into that, but I want to get to trade stuff just real quick.
Yeah.
And then we'll do a bunch of stuff on the Kings preseason opener tonight. So Sports Illustrated, Chris Mannix wrote a big offseason / preseason thing, and he mentions Lauri Markkanen.
Mm-hmm.
The name that was very popular in trade rumors last year, and then because of when he signed his extension, he couldn't be traded last year. But his name now back in the trade rumor mill again. Chris Mannix said, wrote, "There's a belief that the Jazz are very open to trading Markkanen." This is one of those ones where I think logically everything lines up for why the Kings would want to go get Lauri Markkanen.
Mm-hmm.
They have the contracts to go get him. He is, I think, from a basketball perspective, a good fit. I think I'm out on giving up assets for a guy I'm not totally sure is going to be on the court for 65 games every year.
Yeah. Okay. So I really like Lauri Markkanen as like a perfect fit player next to Domas. He stretches the floor. He's 7 foot tall. He can move off the, he can take players off the dribble. Mid-range is great.
Allows Keegan to play the 3.
Yeah, he allows Keegan to play the 3. I think that there's so much positive, but here's the problem. Number one, like it comes back to like the Princess Bride, never get into a land war in Asia, never get into a battle of wits with a Sicilian when death is on the line.
Totally.
Never get into a trade with
Danny
Ainge unless you are 100% ready to make the move.
Yep.
Unless you're like, okay, I don't care what it's going to cost. Go, let's get the deal done.
Lauri Markkanen is the piece that's going to make us a title contender.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to change everything. Right. Well, look, there's a possibility that Lauri Markkanen could change everything in Sacramento. I don't know that that's going to be the case or not, but he is good enough that you put him next to other players that are really good, you might be able to take some gigantic leap. The problem is, number one, the injuries. Number two, the contract is robust, which means you're going to have to give up multiple players to get him. And then number three is that you're dealing with Danny Ainge. And if I'm the Kings, if I'm Scott Perry, what I don't want to do is get stuck in this perpetual cycle of doing the exact same thing that Monty McNair did, which is get a trade that's out in public and that is a possibility and is always a possibility, and then it falls through and he goes somewhere else and you end up looking like Monty McNair. And again, that's just the way it worked out. There are too many trades that didn't happen, and that's what Monty is known for. He's not known for so much the Domantas Sabonis trade. And even on the way out the door, I don't even think he's really all that much known for the De'Aaron Fox trade. What he is known is for the trade of Cam Johnson that didn't happen, the Kyle Kuzma trade that didn't happen, the OG Anunoby, the Pascal Siakam. Just keep going down the list. Ben Simmons when he was in Philadelphia, all of these trades that never happened. And so if I'm going to get into a trade here with Danny Ainge, I worry about that. And I don't want to sit here and spin my tires and tie up my assets and make half of my team feel like they're about to get traded when I'm dealing with somebody who typically doesn't take things serious.
I would like to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Aside from all that, because you bring up a fair case of why you're not going to try and trade for Lauri Markkanen. Don't have his basketball reference page up. Don't look at it. Okay?
I don't have it up.
Okay, great. How many times has Lauri Markkanen in his 8-year career played more than 65 games?
I think the answer is either 1 or 0.
The answer is 2.
Okay.
He played 68 as a rookie and then 66 when he made the All-Star team in 22-23.
Okay, but the last
He
2
has-
years, what's he played?
102 games total, 55 and then 47.
But see, here's the problem that I have. Did he play 102 games total because he was hurt, or did he play 102 games total because he plays for a Utah Jazz team that was literally quitting on the season before it started and trying to get Cooper Flag?
Sure.
So, I mean, that's a tough thing. Like, it's possible.
Okay, so let's go before that. 66, 61, 51, 50,
Yeah.
52, 68.
Yeah. It's
This
tough.
is not a last 2 years problem.
Well-
and he's 28. Now, he's currently 28.
Well, that, and I told you last year, the way he moved, I was like, oh, I don't think I would touch him, like, at all. Like, oof. Like, he was moving like I move out on a volleyball court,
Oh, man.
which is not good.
Then I'm way out.
Yeah, because he had back problems, and you're watching him like, oh man,
Yeah.
Like didn't he play a game in Sacramento where he played like 5 minutes and then had to leave the game? It was
maybe you would know better than
it was
than I
very
would.
short lived. Like he played, and I was watching him move on the court, and it was like, oh no, that's not good
Mhm.
for a 7-footer
Yeah.
to have go through that, and all of a sudden he's moving yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, don't like it. The other name, and there's not anything tying Sacramento to Utah. I just saw Lauri Markkanen is the name we've talked about, so I wanted to drag him back into the conversation. We also touched on this yesterday, but I didn't really wrap my head around it in the moment until I read the thing later.
Mm-hmm.
And this is from a roundtable of NBA executives, and this is the Dunk Central aggregated this. Quote, I think the Cavaliers need to trade Darius Garland. That backcourt is too small with him and Donovan Mitchell. I love the Lonzo Ball trade. If I were Kenny Atkinson, I would start Lonzo, Donovan, and DeAndre Hunter with Evan Mobley and Jared Allen and trade Darius Garland. Sacramento was interested in him before getting Dennis Schroeder from Detroit. Maybe call them up and see if they want Darius Miller for like Malik Monk and salary filler.
Darius Garland.
What did I say?
Miller.
No, not Darius Miller. Darius Garland. I want to go I want to get away from the Kings of this for a second. I don't understand the front office thinking where you go, man, our backcourt's too small. What we need is Malik Monk. That doesn't track to me. Logically, that doesn't make sense to me.
No, but I think what they are thinking is that Lonzo Ball at 6'6" would slide into the starting lineup, and Malik Monk would be your bench igniter.
Darius Garland can't do that?
Well, yeah, but you're spending $40 million a year on Darius Garland. I'd rather, if you're going to go that route, I'd rather cut back to an $18 million player. Like, it's kind of like the Kings looking at Russell Westbrook versus Malik Monk.
Sure.
It's like, can I get Russell Westbrook for like $15 million less a season?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is, yeah, probably. So, yeah, that's going to be the problem. I also, I've tried a couple of different things. There's no way to work out a Malik Monk for Darius Garland trade, because the problem is that they're over the second apron. So the only trade that Cleveland can do is a negative value, a dollar for dollar or negative value contract. It has to be
putting out more than they're bringing back.
Yeah. So they have to send out more than they're putting in. And the other problem they have is that because of the rules, they can't aggregate his salary with another player. So again, this is just hypothetical because we're talking trades.
Yeah.
If you were to put DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk into a contract, into a package, that's roughly $43 million in contract.
Mm-hmm.
Darius Garland makes 39. They can't do that deal, right? They can't, Cleveland cannot do that deal because they're over the second apron.
Right.
They can't
That's
take back
plus
any
$4
extra
million.
money.
Right.
If they were to add a $5 million player, it would work like under standard NBA trade rules.
Right.
But it will not work in this situation.
Got it.
Because they can't aggregate a salary with Darius Garland. So what the Kings would have to do is they'd have to come up with basically $38 million, $39 million to the dollar or less than what Darius Garland is making. They'd have to come up with that much in contract and make a move that way. And as of right now, they don't have an avenue to do that. So, again, Malik Monk, Dario Saric, and Devin Carter doesn't work. It doesn't work as far as the amount of players going out. And it also, not only does it work within the 125% of Darius Garland's salary, which is a rule, it also doesn't work. It would push the Kings over the first apron, which they're hard capped at the first apron. It's complicated. So I don't see a way in which they can actually trade for Darius Garland without maybe using their mid-level exception, trading that for a different player that goes to Cleveland, package that player with Devin Carter and Malik Monk, and get to...
Is Darius Garland worth all of that maneuvering?
Maybe, because I do think he's a very good young point guard. And like, look, I think if you had that situation, it would allow you not only to have like someone you can build around who's young, but also it would you still have Dennis Schroeder, and Dennis Schroeder can be there to share duties, but also to, that's, I think, the beauty of Dennis Schroeder is that he has played for like every team in the league, but he's also been a starter and come off the bench. So if you do find a way to upgrade your point guard position at some point, it's okay. Like Dennis Schroeder, like, might not be super happy that he would lose his job or be, pushed to the bench. But at the same time, he's a player that has happened to multiple times throughout his career. He's had starter roles. He's had bench roles. He can play just about anything for you. But that's like way off in the distance, because I don't think Cleveland's going to do anything right now. They're going to wait and see if they're the same great team.
I agree.
And then with the East being wide open, with the Bucks, with the Celtics, with all of these teams, with the Pacers, all being, at a disadvantage due to injury, it's realistically them and the Knicks, like, who's going to come out on top.
Yeah.
At least in most people's eyes coming into the season. That could change during the season, and we could have a Indianapolis Colts situation where some team is just way better than you thought.
Yeah.
But going into the season, you're banking on the 60+ win team that was Cleveland, and you're banking on the Knicks being there. And then anyone else is just kind of like a coin flip.
Yeah, I was in on the Garland idea during the offseason as like a put him on the map as a potential acquisition.
Yeah,
where you're establishing him as a foundational piece of what you're doing. I think he's that talented. I think he's that good. He also has some injury stuff for sure. He has the toe injury that's going to cause him to miss the first part of this year. He missed a bunch of playoff time last year. In 2023-24, he only played 57 games. In 20 that's the 2021 season. He played 54 of the 71 games.
Yeah.
And then 59 the year before that. But yeah, man, I'm not at this point where the Kings are. I'm not like, yeah, you need to bend over backwards to figure out how to go get Darius Garland. I have too many question marks about him as a player.
Yeah.
If it was a direct swap, Malik Monk, Dario Saric, Devin Carter, and a couple of picks, and that was on the table, then great. But I'm not going out and trading guys to bring in these contracts to make sure that I can try and get Darius Garland, who may not even be available, like you said. It may be one of those things where the Cavs go, yeah, if you want to give us the sun, the moon, and the stars for him, fine.
Yeah.
And I just don't think he's that level player. I think he's good.
Well, I think that's going to be the problem.
I'm out on it because of what you said. I don't think they're interested in dealing him.
Yeah, you're getting a top 15 point guard, but you're not getting a top 10 point guard. You're getting someone who's probably between like 12 and 15. And that's still a really good player. But that, I mean, you're going to have to do a lot of work to get to that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they just don't seem, I don't think the Kings realistically, with where they're at right now, are necessarily interested in doing all that.
No, I don't think so either. So, yeah.
Shout out to Darius Garland. Good player. Not for the Kings. At least not in the current situation. Not in reality.
Yeah.
All right. The Kings play a game tonight.
They do.
We're going to talk about who we're looking forward to watching and what exactly we're watching for in this preseason matchup, because there's a lot more to it than wins and losses in these preseason games. We'll also get to your calls on the Oak Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. We're back in a second on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
What's going on, everybody?
Oh, geez.
I mean, it does, but I don't know how much better. I mean, it does make you better. I don't know. Yeah, they cannot take back Levine. They could not do that swap. Yeah. Like their salary situation is very precarious. Although I could see them looking to move off of that salary. And again, if the Kings could find a player out there with an expiring contract that can be shipped to Cleveland using the mid-level exception, and to make the money work, that might actually, again, because again, if you can find a $14 million player plus $18 million from Malik, that's 32. You can throw in Devin Carter, that's 37, 38-ish. You could make that move. I also don't think any team looking at Lonzo Ball is
Yeah.
We have a ton of people in the stream. If you guys don't mind, hit that thumbs up for us, please.
Yeah, push the thumbs up. And if you don't want to hit the thumbs up, then you can get out. I'm joking. Please don't go. I still can't believe the Bengals traded for Joe Flacco on purpose.
That's a crazy one.
It's the Kings and the Raptors, and they're playing tonight. Game doesn't count, but it should be a fight. Talk about what we're watching for. Everybody get serious. There's a radio program on.
Back to the Insiders with James
God.
Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Hi, everyone. He's James. I'm Kyle. Kings preseason begins tonight. Kings, Raptors. I can't wait to talk about it. We have actual
Kings.com.
basketball stuff to talk about. Yeah, you can watch on the Kings website, apparently.
Don't we have a
Depending on where you live.
NFL game tonight as well?
No, it's Wednesday.
Oh, it is Wednesday. I was thinking it was Thursday. My
Oh,
bad.
that's a bummer.
My bad.
Yeah, it's fine. Week 6 of the NFL beginning tomorrow. We've been talking a lot about Keegan Murray's contract and the Lauri Markkanen, Darius Garland trade possibilities, potential. Thumbs up, thumbs down. We've been talking about that. Our guy Mitch in New Jersey wants to weigh in. Go ahead, Mitch.
Hey, how are you, 5-0? James,
What's going on?
I recommend you walking and swimming laps in the pool. That'll help you with your back.
Shout out to swimming.
Stay away from corners and shots. All right, enough with Dr. Mitch here. Kind of keep Keegan. I mean, he's not a star, though. So if you get $500 million, you better take it and run. And what's with the Kings having overpaid plays and short plays? I mean, Garland's okay, but Monk, what you do don't seem to be getting any better. It's one step forward, one step back.
All right. Thanks for the call, Mitch. Appreciate you. Shorten overpaid. It's the new working title of my autobiography. Yeah, I just to put a bow on the Keegan Murray thing before we get into Kings Raptors. to me, you have to keep him in the building.
Oh yeah,
And I'm nitpicking over $1 million here or $1 million there is, I think, counterproductive.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that like Scott Perry says things like prudent and responsible and things like that. You do have to have some responsibility in what you're doing here. Like it can't just be okay, like $30 million, here it is a year, like let's go. It can't be that because
Totally.
you're going to run into, like, again, we talked about what their contract situation will look like next year. And if you sign Keegan to this amount of money, we didn't even mention in that specific conversation, well, what about Keon? What about your draft pick? Like, okay, you're in the luxury tax right there. And I know you can figure that stuff out, and there are going to be ways to figure that out, but you still have to be responsible, and you have to look at, like, you can't look at 2027 as like the year that you're going to be able to do a whole bunch of like turning of the roster and then lock up all the money for 2027 today on players that are already here on a team that's not going to be, that doesn't
not all
look
the money.
like a 50. No, it's not. But you have to balance it all out. And, it's not Keegan's fault that Zach LaVine makes $47 million this year, that Domas makes $43 million. It's not Keegan's fault. But also, like, Keegan should get whatever he can get. That's the game. And I hope that he does. But I also, like, for the Kings' sake, like, I hope it's reasonable and you get to the same general outcome. I just don't think in today's market, after watching this offseason and how bad it was for players, I don't think that any player is going to look at like $100 million and say no.
Sure.
Yeah, you want 125, you want 130, whatever. You might take, like, just give me the 122. That might be something. But at the same time, you as a player, you got to be looking around and going, what I don't want to do is get stuck in that situation that Kuminga got stuck in, where he signed a 2-year $45 or $48 million deal,
right?
And the second year is not even guaranteed, and there's no guarantee that.
But I think
he'll ever make that money back.
But I think on the other side of that, because dollar amounts matter to people, specifically athletes.
Yeah,
like that is you may be like focused on the games. They are. They work very hard to do what they do, but also, if I'm Keegan Murray and I see that Jabari Smith Jr., who production-wise is very similar to me, getting 5 and 122, I think it would be unreasonable if the Kings say, no, that's too much.
Yeah.
I think that would be an unreasonable thing for the Kings to do. At the same time, I also think it would be unreasonable if Keegan's like, well, I want 5 and 1, what did we say, 5 and 130?
Yeah, or 150.
150, 5 and 150.
Yeah, 30 million a year. I mean, like, look, at a certain point, they should be asking for whatever.
Do we think this is going to be a distraction?
No.
Like, is there a chance that this becomes a problem and all of a sudden we're sitting here mid-season, Keegan has plateaued as a player, and we're like, whoa, man, the contract stuff?
I don't think so. I don't think it's going to become a distraction. I mean, that's not who he is as a player. And, like, for him, like, he has a lot riding on this season, not just financially, but also as a player who wants to improve and like who wants to be like an all-star level player and one of those great two-way players, that kind of stuff. He has a lot riding on this season. I mean, you're 25 years old. It's like, do it now, or is it ever going to happen for you? And I don't know the answer to that. I mean, it's possible down the road he gets another like situation where he's a main option, but I don't know when that's going to be.
I'm giving him this year. I was, like I said, I'll buy the DeMar DeRozan aspect, but to me, if you're going into year 4 and you're still like, no, I just can't do it because of all these players around me. Like, yeah, man, it's the NBA.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome. This is what you got to do.
Yeah.
If you're waiting for a situation where your whole team is ass so you can take over, you can go be Jordan Poole.
Yeah, there you go.
Enjoy that. Go be Kyle Kuzma. You can have fun. So he gets this year. If you can't figure it out this year, then this is just who he is as a player.
Yeah, I agree.
So, anyways, Kings Raptors tonight He's James Ham, Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We'll keep talking Kings Raptors with D'Lo and Casey during the handoff coming up in about 20 minutes, 18 minutes. Coming up in about 18 minutes of handoff. So what are we watching for tonight? I mean, there's a bunch of stuff, but obviously the wins and losses matter less than the process in the preseason. Let me start here.
Yeah.
How much do you think the starters play?
I think they're going to play more than you would think. Again, the NBA has carved their preseason schedule all the way down to 4 games. I mean, even like a couple of years ago, it was 5. I think last year it might have been 5. The year before that, like now it's 4 games, and 4 games means that you're basically sprinting into the regular season, right? You've got to get your players on the court. You've got to figure things out like very quickly. I would not be surprised if we see starters and second teamers play into the third quarter, and then younger guys in the fourth. Like
20 minutes?
Yeah,
18 minutes?
I would say 18 to 20. That's kind of where I'm at. And the possibility for a couple of guys to play a little bit more than that. But like, you need to see the combinations of players. You need to see what your team looks like against players who are not sitting in the same gym listening to the same offensive scheme.
Right.
That's going to be the problem. And not only that, but I said this before earlier in the week. I think playing Toronto in game 1 is absolutely spectacular because they have the length and athleticism that the Kings need to see. Right? The Kings are going up against a team in practice that does not have the length and athleticism that a lot of teams around the league have. Sure. It's because the Kings are void of that, right? So you're going to go into a game against a team that, I don't know if Scotty Barnes is playing. I haven't looked it up. I'm going to guess he's not because he tweaked his wrist or something last week. But this team has a bunch of physical athletes, and like this should be a fun game for the Kings to kind of test what their offense, what their defense looks like. I'm not looking for perfection on offense.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for like perfection on defense, but I want to see how the whole 94 feet thing works. And if it's going to be something that's every single play or half the plays or what, if it's going to be interchangeable, if there's going to be multiple players doing that, I want to see that. I want to see if there's some fluidity to the offense, how they're moving Domantas Sabonis around. That's something that's been a big talk at camp, that Domas is going to be able to attack from a bunch of different angles. Okay, what does that look like?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So I want to see how that looks.
Theory.
But I'm not going to be like super crazy harsh if they go out there and turn the ball over 23 times because they're trying to do a read and react offense and guys read and then react the wrong way.
Totally. Like
this is going to be a process to build, sort of the chemistry of the team, and you can only do so much in 7 days of camp.
Yeah, and especially if and just to that point, that's not to say that, oh yeah, hey, if they go and turn it over 25 times tonight, that's going to be great. Like that's not good necessarily. It's just it more tells you where the bar is right now and how far they have to go. But also to that point, it's also not only are they learning a new offense that is read and react and trying to play young players like Nick Clifford, like Devin Carter, like Maxime Reynaud, and trying to fit those players in. It's probably going to be rotations and players that haven't played a lot together. Yeah, and combinations that haven't been on the floor a lot together.
Well,
which additionally could lead to some problems.
In game 1, I think you're going to play a lot of combinations that you've played in camp a bunch, right? Game 2 is where, like, after we get done with tonight's game, the Kings are probably going to have like a walkthrough or something tomorrow where they start mixing it up a little bit. I want to see this combo with this combo and see if that works a little better or like there's more fluidity to it. But at the same time, like, you can't abandon things like after one game.
Yeah.
It could just be a bad shooting night. It could be a bad, somebody just isn't having a good like play night.
I think what matters to me more than the production, whether it's turnovers, points, 3-pointers, whatever it is. One, I'm looking for 3-point volume, just flat out. How big of a piece of the offense is that? But 2, I think what I'm more looking for is it's more intangible. It's like the intensity that they approach the game with.
Yeah.
Because I think if you're talking about this culture that Doug Christie and Scott Perry want to have, they're going to approach every game like, hey, this is game 7 of the finals. And I know that that's going to be tough for a guy like Zach LaVine. I'm not expecting Zach LaVine to go bonkers. I'm not expecting DeMar DeRozan to go bonkers. But are they picking up 94 feet defensively?
Mm-hmm.
Are the guards doing that? Are they jumping passing lanes? Does somebody get on the floor for a loose ball?
Yeah.
And maybe you don't want Domantas Sabonis diving for a loose ball in the preseason, but is Nick Clifford doing that?
Is Isaac Jones doing it?
Is Isaac Jones doing it? Are these players that you're looking to bring that intensity, to bring that intangible quality, to be that hustle guy? And I guess hustle stats are now kept, so that's not an intangible thing. But to be that player that they've just kind of been missing, and to bring that intensity, that's what I'm going to have eyeballs on tonight, is more how they approach the game. And if they turn it over 20 times because, man, the chemistry's not quite there yet, so be it. But did they play the style of play that I am anticipating them playing?
Yeah. Are we going to see the physicality? Are we going to see the activity on the defensive end? Are we going to see a difference in the way that they defend the three-point shot? Because that's something that Doug Christie definitely said they're going to do. The league, one of the points of emphasis is to take away the high five. The Kings were not going to do the high five one way or another, but that is something that I think people are going to look for.
And just for people who don't, that's where the defender can hit the shooter's hand
on a
ostensibly
shot.
High five them on a 3-point shot.
Yeah, so the league, it's one of the points of emphasis for this season. They're trying to get away from that.
Yeah.
Because I do think that they had a couple of players who just took it to a different level and were
just hacking,
clubbing the hand. And like, you don't want to see a shooter get an injury because somebody's able to run through and just smack their hand as they're flying by.
Right.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see like some structural changes, but overall, I think you're right, Kyle. It's just about, like, do they come out and do they feel like a team that can punch somebody in the face?
Yeah.
And stay in a game by being physical?
Yeah.
Because that's going to be like one of the bigger questions this year. You're asking the same group of players to come in and be different. You know, it's one thing, like,
it's a tall ask.
Yeah, like Dylan Cardwell. There was a discussion yesterday with a couple of the players and with Doug about Dylan Cardwell. And it's like, that's fine. Dylan Cardwell like is playing with that physicality and that aggressiveness and all that stuff that you're hoping, to see from the team. But there's a good chance he won't play. And there's a good chance he won't even see a minute in preseason.
Right.
Because they've got 2 or 3 other centers that they want to figure out if they're going to be part of the rotation. That doesn't mean that he's done anything wrong. It just means he's a player on a 2-way contract that's going to spend the year in Stockton getting better. And, like, do the Kings need a guy like Dylan? Yeah, they need one of those guys. Look at the Dallas Mavericks, have like a whole bunch of these rim running, physical, defensive minded centers.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you need one of those guys, but I'm not going to put a 2-way player in that category. So what you're hoping for is that the guys that are on the court that are actually going to see action can bring that physicality that we're talking about, that Doug Christie is demanding, asking for every single practice. And we won't know that until we actually get into the game and say, okay, who are they? What are they doing? And are they going to take this serious? Whatever training camp is, will it translate? And like, we'll see.
The other thing I'm looking for is, what are they doing with Nate Clifford? Not necessarily, like, obviously how Nate Clifford plays matters, but what position is he playing? Is he exclusively playing the 3? Do they have him playing the 2 at all? Do they have him playing the 4 at all?
Or the 1?
Or the 1? Yeah. Does he run the point at any portion or through any portion of tonight's game? I think if I'm circling one thing, if somebody said, Kyle, you can only focus on one aspect of that I think matters a lot to me. I think that's the one thing I'm gonna watch for the closest.
Okay.
Yeah. What are they doing with Neek?
Yeah, I think, we talked to Doug yesterday about Neek, and he said he's been one of the standouts in practice in training camp. It's, he said they, watching him in summer league and everything else, he knew he's a good player and he gets it, right? But there's a whole different level when you get into, a true training camp with professionals. And Doug was very clear that he thought Neek is held up really, really well, and he has a very advanced understanding of the game. Like, his read on the pick and roll, they said, is immaculate. Like, he has a very, very good feel for being a passer in the pick and roll, but like every aspect of it, they're like, wow, like, this is very surprising to see a young player who just gets it. He also played 5 years in college.
Yeah.
So like at some point he probably played for a coach that really, really focuses on pick and roll and understands that and really tries to teach. And that's good because I think a lot of players get into the league and just don't have the overall understanding of the game.
Well, and that's the hope, right? Is that because he played for 5 years, he does have these certain things that guys check off during their rookie year, during their second year. Yeah, just very, very basics that would allow him to be part of the rotation early.
Yeah.
And that's why I want to see, is he the first or second guy off the bench? Or is he the fourth or fifth guy off the bench?
I certainly think like there's a group of 3 that I think we know are probably going to play off the bench, and that is Malik, that's Keon, and that's Neek. After that, like I think they're like Drew Eubanks is probably going to start as the backup center, and then we'll see where he gets to during the season. I think we'll see a little bit of Dario Saric. I think we'll see a little bit of Isaac Jones at the backup 4, maybe a little bit more tonight than what you would expect. But we also could see like, oh, well, he's not going to play at all. Yeah. Like one of these guys might be totally out of the rotation. You're like, oh, wow, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, that's almost it's a little bit like summer league in that way. I'm less concerned about if a guy goes for 15 points in 12 minutes and more just, I need to make sure that guy looks like he belongs on the court. That's a bigger deal to me. Like that registers more to me.
Yeah.
And wow, that guy had a really nice preseason game versus, hey, that guy looked like he didn't belong on the floor in a preseason game. You know what I'm saying?
We saw it in summer league where it's like, oh boy, that guy looks like he does not belong at all. Like what is happening?
This is just a little step up from that. It's just a little jump up from that.
Well, it is. And again, can Devin Carter carve out a role for himself? Can he be a guy that like steps up and actually gets to play a bunch of minutes? Or is he going to be a fringe rotational player, or maybe not even that? Maybe like the 11th, 12th, 13th guy on the roster.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah.
You know?
Let's keep talking about this with D'Lo and Casey. It's the handoff next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader.
Damn it, Kyle. I made a purchase. You made me make a purchase.
Whoops.
I'm not blaming you.
I have been running that all show. Whoopsie. I've been running the wrong outro all show.
Oh. All right. Yeah, Doug McDermott, he's making, okay, so I'll just make sure people understand this. Drew Eubanks and Doug McDermott both got fully guaranteed deals for the year. So that literally means that the Kings have no need to waive them, at least not now. Terrence Davis, on the other hand, does not have that guarantee. So I don't know what's going to happen with TD. I would say it's interesting. Terrence hasn't talked to the media at all. I don't even know that he talked during media day because he was one of a small group of players that like were taking forever and weren't going to be there anytime soon, late in the day. So I haven't seen any footage of him. I did hear him on the court. He has such a distinguishable voice. Like when you hear the tone of his voice, it like stands out. Yeah, it's Damian Barley. But that's the question. The 15th player on this roster, who's that going to be? And will the Kings go into the season with 14? Because that's also a very high likelihood. Michael, we're going to have to see what they do with Maxine. He really, like, everything you hear is like he's just highly competent. And they really, really like him. And just so he's a big dude. Like, he's a legit 7-footer. On a team that I don't think has another legit 7-footer. I don't think there's...
Not according to their roster.
No.
Kenny Caraway.
Yo.
We're down to a minute 20. There's like a 0% chance that Chad Power show is funny, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm still probably gonna tap in, but
I don't know.
yeah. Hulu, Disney Plus.
Yeah.
It feels like they're trying to do the Ted Lasso thing. I'm just not sure. It's
Yeah. Oh, I'm a huge Ted Lasso fan. Michael, you
it's also Maxime with an M.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Like the question is, can he develop as a second center?
Coming back.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. He's Damian Barling, and that is Kenny Caraway. Hi guys, it's the Handoff.
What's
Welcome
good,
in.
man? What's good? What's good?
I really need to get some production done for the Handoff intro.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something that needs to go on my to-do list. It hasn't gone.
Okay. You got a long to-do list, pal.
I know I did. Well, yeah, I'm trying.
Well, we're all trying.
You know.
Question is, are we doing?
I heard that you had a house guest late last night.
I do not know the rules about speaking on the teenagers, so I'm gonna leave that alone.
Somebody in your home was asked to homecoming last night.
That's correct. Yes. Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Guys, 9 p.m. is too late to do that at somebody's house.
Well, I mean, not for the kids, and it's fine. There's cameras everywhere. Like it's perfectly fine.
Sure.
All I said to her was, if he doesn't show up with flowers, I'm going to come talk to him.
Smart.
We're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, plus the dance is Saturday.
Yeah,
it's always been like, it's always been
this
understood.
has been like a TikTok.
See, again, I don't know what's okay to talk. This is like, I'll talk about the 4-year-old all day. Like, her crew's not listening. My man is a basketball player. Like, him and his crew could be listening. So look, I'll just say this.
You know what?
I'll just say this. Brother showed up with flowers.
Green flag.
She was happy.
Great.
So I'm happy.
Great.
All right.
Love that. Kenny, thoughts?
Well, cool.
You're still a few years away.
This is a nightmare for you down the road.
Yeah.
No, it's a nightmare for that boy who asked her to homecoming. That's who it is.
These kids, man. I tell you, boy.
Totally.
I tell you.
Am I right?
These kids they got a lot of work to do.
All right.
Yeah.
They got a lot of work to do.
You know
Yeah,
who else has a lot of work?
Kids
to
in
do?
general.
My man did a good job.
That's good.
He
Good
did a
for
good
him.
job.
My son did too this year. He did the whole like flowers and
And
sign.
to be fair to the young man, you say 9:00 is too late. I don't know when you say he played basketball. I'm assuming he played sports.
Mhm.
I don't know when his practice ended. You don't want to come over there stinky after practice. You go take a shower.
Not
Get
basketball
everything
season.
Hey,
together.
but also that's one thing. But maybe he plays AAU or something.
Yeah.
From what I understand, the dance is Saturday.
The dance is Saturday.
That means he's had time.
That's kind of a little close.
He's had time.
Well,
He's
so
had
she works. She works a lot. He's a ball player.
Mhm.
Because I asked her that yesterday. I was like, look, I know this has been a thing, but why is he taking so long? And she's like, well, job and this and that. And I'm like, okay, like it's I'll let you, like, it's fine, but
Also,
he needs to show up with flowers. I
Also,
guess
we're
this
going
is
to
just really hung up on.
Also, Reese gets done with practice at 8:00.
No.
So that's
Yeah, he's playing
that's
hardcore
crazy.
ball.
this kid might be too. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, he's in high school. Like he's hooping.
All right,
He's hooping.
shout out. I just got told to ask you about that today.
You got to pay. You got to pay attention to everything, though. He did a good job. He brought a like a 6-pack of Pep. He brought a sign, and I think the sign said it was a clever sign.
Okay,
but he brought like a 6-pack of Pepsi.
Adorable.
Because Abby loves Pepsi, but they were in bottles. And so she shows me, she was like, isn't this cute? I was like, yeah. But don't you only drink Pepsi out of cans? And she looks at me and she goes,
hang on, watch it.
Yeah.
Is that a shoot?
No, that very good.
Yeah,
That's very good.
air horns
No,
for me.
that's we've had regular conversations about that. She says cans are colder and she just likes them better. She does not like drinking Pepsi out of a bottle.
I'm 100% on board. Like
really?
Mountain Dew out of a can?
Mountain Dew,
Mountain
period.
Dew.
What?
Well,
What are you?
guys,
What are you?
sound-
7?
Hard
Don't
left
sound
turn.
like that. Don't sound like that.
Ice
What are you
cold?
two,
I
7
can't
years old?
remember. I can't remember the last time I had a Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
It's probably been a few years, but don't talk like that.
Oh, no, Mountain Dew
is perfectly
No,
fine.
no,
Mountain
figuratively,
Dew's
soda
been
eats your
disgusting.
insides. Mountain Dew literally eats your insides.
Well,
Dr. Pepper, same thing. Like
it was a rumor in high school.
Well, yeah, there was. I'm not sure that rumor's completely gone.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know.
Google it.
On a work computer?
Not a work
Absolutely not.
computer. Not a work
Absolutely
computer.
not.
Yeah.
I'm gonna text you because you need
great.
to know this. If you don't,
Text
Is it about what it does to a certain system of your body?
Procreating.
Yes.
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
so you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That was what I thought.
Yeah.
I also heard that about hot tubs.
Oh dear.
I did hear about that too.
Yeah.
Is that a
That's
shoot?
a shoot. I think that's a
I
shoot.
need to.
Google it. hey, people listening on the radio and on the stream, talk amongst
Well,
yourselves.
you know
We've
what?
got some things to
You know
figure
what?
out.
It doesn't matter. That'll save me a surgery. I don't care. That's fine with me.
It's like we got to get a hot tub.
Wait, can I call the doctor back and say, hey, it's cool, man. I got a hot tub. Don't worry about
Did
it.
insurance pay for
Like,
this?
how long for the hot tub to take effect? Like, how daily? 10 minutes a day, 15 minutes a day? Because whatever, like, oh, yeah, so I don't know why I panicked. I don't need, shoot, go ahead.
Go
you're
to
going
Damien's
full
house.
Michael Scott over here.
How can I turn this up?
Damien's house is sitting in a hot tub, 2-liter of Mountain Dew.
Big long straw.
Yeah.
Putting the cell phone in my front pocket just to play into everything.
Wow.
What, baby? I don't know. Baby, it's just
crazy.
I tried.
look. You want a baby or a hot tub? I don't know what to tell you.
Oh,
Wow.
man.
Poor little Gunner.
We lost our way here.
Never call that.
kinda
Hey,
close.
Doc,
Not
Doc,
far.
I'm good. You can call that whole thing off. I'm fine. It's good. I got it taken care of.
Connor.
Hot tub. It's fine.
Oh, boy. All right.
Shout out,
Anyways,
Gunner.
Kings Raptors, am I right?
Let's go.
Preseason, we are
Let's
here.
go.
Basketball is
I know it's like we're the last team that played. I think the Warriors have played 7 games or something already.
4.
Whoops, no, because I wanted to ask you what I wanted to ask you.
Oh, God. I
It's
hate
not
when you point at
basketball,
me
though.
like that.
It's not basketball.
I don't like when you point at me like that.
Well, it was more like this.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't here.
Well,
Well, it was.
It was like a
kinda-
aha.
hey, I don't need to know what direction it was.
What is
pointing.
happening?
It's
We've lost our way again.
Get in the hot tub.
But no, he can wait till after we talk about Kings basketball. I actually want to run something past James
Great.
and both
Uh-oh.
of you guys.
Kings basketball
Both of you guys
on ESPN 1320.
that we talked about yesterday
Mhm.
on D-Long Casey.
Yeah, yeah.
If I shouldn't assume, let me ask you a question. If the Kings acquired Cam Johnson, how would you guys feel about that?
Now or if they had acquired him?
Context.
Yeah, please.
Cam instead of.
Cam instead of Dennis Schroeder.
Who did they trade for?
Whoever you feel is convenient. Like whatever, just Cam is on the roster. You could say they traded him for Mason Jones. Cam is on the roster because they didn't trade anybody for Dennis Schroeder either. They signed him. So
I would. Well, no, they.
But
they,
it- so-
did end up being a sign and trade.
Well, but they, in my version of this, they traded they got off of Zach LaVine's contract to Brooklyn.
You're
And
doing
got-
too much.
yeah, no,
You're doing
just
too much.
talking about the
You're
player.
doing too much.
Just talking about the player.
Just
I'd
answer
feel,
the
I'd feel a
goddamn
lot
question.
better.
They got
I'd feel better about the Kings.
Okay.
I too would feel much better, and I also feel like we would not have wasted 87 days on Kaminga watch.
Kaminga watch.
It wasn't a waste. That was content, baby.
That was 83 days of content. What are you talking about?
The point being, the point I'm getting at is Cam Johnson is a mid-level NBA player.
Yeah.
But you guys would feel better about him than the mid-level NBA player that they got in Dennis Schroeder. Like, when listening to you guys, not both of you guys, not all the time, but it's like, man, that's crazy to think Dennis Schroeder is going to change everything. And like you said the other day, we're acting like Dennis Schroeder is Chris Paul. Like, no. But Cam Johnson also isn't Kevin Durant.
He plays a different position, though.
True. But if he would bring something that would help this team.
Mhm.
Dennis Schroeder will bring something that will help this team.
Sure.
Well, yeah. I mean,
they're not worse because
we're not
Dennis Schroeder.
Anti-Dennis Schroeder. We're just like, hey, like set your expectations correctly.
I think you should do this. Not like if Cam Johnson was here. Cam Johnson would not take this team from 36 to 56 wins.
No.
No.
He would be the same as about Dennis Schroeder, in my opinion.
Their roster would make more sense if they had Cam Thomas to me.
Cam Johnson.
Cam Johnson. Well, Cam Thomas too.
Cam Thomas would create a problem.
Shout out to Cam Thomas.
Cam Thomas,
my favorite player in the
but
sport.
They're the same. I think they're the same level of potentially same level of impact on this team.
And the thing that, like, you talk about balance, right? The balance, that's perfectly fine. You still wouldn't have a point guard.
No, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, there is a way in which, like, it's just like an even Steven switch. The problem is, like, the Kings need more. Like, you guys have heard me, like, they didn't need less Harrison Barnes. They needed more players that are to the level of Harrison Barnes. And then when you did it, when you went out and got Kevin Huerter, you got Malik Monk, you got Keegan Murray, all of those guys are in year one of the Beam team, are all the same caliber, the same, sort of, if we're looking at the top 200, they're the same lot. They might even be in the same 10 or 15, 20 player grouping. That's the Kings just need more of that. And so I don't disagree with you that, like adding Dennis Schroeder, like, it can help stabilize a lot of things. And I don't think it's a horrible move, but it's also not a move that, like, puts you over the top. And,
but I want to ask you guys, do you think the feeling if they were to add Cam Johnson would be different than Dennis Schroeder with you guys and just around the Kings, like Kings fan base?
No.
You don't think so? In the chat, let's say in the chatty house, if they were like, oh, we got Cam Johnson, say you traded Cam Johnson for Dennis Schroeder right now, you think people would be happy?
No,
like,
because
then
because then it would be like, what are they going to do at the point? Like, that's so it's not a one-to-one thing. Well, okay, yeah. If you had Russell Westbrook and Cam Johnson instead of Dennis Schroeder, I would feel better about the Kings.
But that wasn't the question, though.
Right.
To be fair to what Kenny's question was, that wasn't the question.
It's for me. I don't think there was anything the Kings were going to do with their present roster that was going to take them to 56 wins. Anything realistic, anyway, unless Nick Clifford is Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
But
that would be great.
That would be amazing.
That'd be really great.
It would make my summer league takes all look phenomenal. So,
and that's really what this is.
That's
about.
all I care about.
Yeah.
So, Cam Johnson would better confirm my priors. No, I think it's but they needed a point guard. Not mad about Dennis Schroeder. This is not a Dennis Schroeder thing. We talk about athleticism, versatility on the wings, being able to play Keegan at the 3. Dennis Schroeder doesn't help with any of that. You could have gone and gotten Trey and Tyus Jones and have Cam Johnson, and I would feel, I guess, marginally better about the Kings. But every single thing we're talking about here, my win total is in the 40 range.
That's fair.
Well, yeah, because even like the Kuminga situation we talked about so many times, I don't think adding Kuminga would change the win total. And actually, if it does, I think it might change the win total down. Like, if you're going to swap him out for Malik Monk. But that's because, number one, I think highly of Malik Monk. But number two, I don't know what Kuminga is as far as like a winning player, whether he's a winning player or not.
Sure.
Like, I know Cam Johnson can be a winning player. He's played on winning teams before, like in Phoenix. And if you would have gone out and got him, I think, my response would be, it doesn't have to be either Dennis Schroeder or Cam Johnson. You could have done both. You could have gone out and got both of those trades done, or maybe you could have. Like, I don't know that, again, the Michael Porter Jr. thing to Brooklyn, whether Brooklyn really wants Michael Porter Jr. or not, I don't know. They just feel like they're trying to prove up an asset so they can trade him again. But for me, like, if we would have come out of this offseason and you would have had Dennis Schroeder and Malik Monk still, and you would have had Cam Johnson, and even if it's like at the expense of a Debo or something, I would have felt more confident in this team going in, because if you're going to run a like defensive-minded head coach and all of a sudden you have switchable forwards, that's a big difference between what they have right now. Like, the Kings don't have switchable forwards.
That particular player, Cam Johnson, can play defense, though.
He can play.
He's not a good defender.
I think it's also worth noting in that trade, Michael Porter Jr. has 2 years left, and then he is off their books, and they got an unprotected first.
Yeah,
to acquire him.
I was just curious, not necessarily to you guys in general, but we had this conversation about the perception of the Kings and the player that's brought in, like a Dennis Schroeder, where it's like, oh man, he's a journeyman and all this other stuff. But no, he helps this team.
Yeah. They need a point guard, and he's no doubt a point guard.
The reason why I brought up Cam Johnson is, like, I think if they would have brought in Cam Johnson, people are like, oh, athletic 3-and-D wing, that's what we needed. Yeah, Cam helps this team. Cam isn't a game changer, just like Dennis Schroeder isn't a game changer.
Yeah.
But Cam helps the team, just like Dennis Schroeder can help this team.
And to that end, to bring this back to make it a little more complicated than you were trying to make it, if you said, okay, the Kings can get Dennis Schroeder in a sign and trade for what they got Dennis Schroeder for, or they can attach an unprotected first to
Brooklyn
to pick a player, Zach LaVine or Domas or DeMar DeRozan. You can attach an unprotected first and you can get Cam Johnson. No, that doesn't help. And you're giving away a first round pick to not get better.
Right.
I'm not doing all that. That made sense for Denver because, man, you see where Cam Johnson plugs in and makes Denver better.
And you see their window.
Yes.
I don't think anyone can see the Kings' window.
Cam Johnson was a big deal when we still thought there was this, like, runway for the Kings that is, to me, clearly not there.
Yeah. You are listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Always free on the Odyssey app.
That was smooth. He's really working on drawing the safety.
A lot of just little shoulder pump fake.
Yeah. I think, like, the Cam Johnson idea, again, if you're, I don't want to be like totally mean with the Kings, say I don't like see a window at all. I just, like, right now it's hazy. Like, if there's going to be a window, somebody's going to have to create a window. And I don't know how you create that window. They could get on the court tonight and we're like, oh, I get it. And that team is going to be way better than we thought. Then they could play another team. And you're like, all right, well, I'm not sure. But, like, I think for me right now, like, anything that we're speculating on their season is going to be that. Like, I know Damian thinks they're going to win in the mid 40s, right? Like, my prediction was like around 36.
Man.
Like, but, like, it can go up from there. Like, I want to see what they look like on the court. And I feel like, like, is the joy in Sacramento about this team there? And I don't think it is.
Oh, it's definitely not.
It's not.
It's definitely not. Yeah, it's definitely not. But
I don't even want to know what their ticket sales are like.
But if they
winning changes that.
But if they go beat the brakes off the Suns night one, the home opener at Golden One's going to be crazy.
They're going to have to win. I mean, if they can get off to a decent start, I think that'll go a really long way.
Agree.
If you don't get run out of the building by the Lakers, like, that'll go along. And I'm not. Let me rephrase that. If you don't get run out of the building by Laker fans, like, yeah, you'll be in a far better position going into the second week of the season, and kind of moving on from there. But yeah, those first 3 games, it's Phoenix, Utah, and LA. Those are really important.
Yeah, I also the first 19 of the season, if you come out of that like 12-7.
Oh my God.
like,
They're cooking.
this is a 48 win team. That's like right away. You're like, oh, I can see like the vision. You're going to have some luck, and you're going to have to, continue to play at the same level. But still, that first 19 games is so brutal that if, what you don't want to see is like a 4-15.
Detroit used all of their cap space last year to sign players that most like NBA fans laughed at. Oh, Tobias, that was hilarious. They went and got money from Detroit, and Detroit was everybody's darling by the time this was all over. Like it's not like Detroit is a stunningly young basketball team. Like I understand they have the young player over there, but it's not like they're not Oklahoma City.
Sure.
They put their team together in a different way. Now, what they look like this year, that remains to be seen. But the point being is they had some things come together for them, and it worked. That's what the Sacramento Kings need to do. They had some things come together for them this offseason. Fans can debate whether it's good or bad, but now it has to work. Doug Christie, clearly, you talk about Dennis Schroeder. They wanted a player who could play a specific way. Dennis Schroeder can play that. The reason Russell Westbrook's name keeps coming up is because Russell Westbrook can play exactly the way that both Doug Christie and Scott Perry want. That's why his name keeps coming up. I don't know if Malik can play that way, but that's why his name keeps coming up. They just need a couple of things to fall into place for him. That's it.
Okay. To get to 40, what?
44, 45.
Yeah.
46.
I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility.
No, it's definitely not.
Yeah, and I mean,
for sure not.
We walk into the season and you're looking at the West in a certain way, but there's nothing. I mean, we already saw John Morant get hurt. Like the Golden State Warriors are one major injury away from a complete catastrophe. The Clippers, I'd say the same thing. They've got all kinds. It's a house of cards, right? You're dealing with a bunch of 35-year-olds.
No, the Clippers very literally is a house of cards.
Yeah.
It says a lot though about where the Kings are at, that their chances in the West rely on all these bad things happening to others.
No, I don't think their chances in the West rely on that. I don't think they rely on that at all. I think you can move higher up in the rankings if some of those things happen. And the fact is they are. Those things are going to happen. We lost Dame Lillard, Jason Tatum, and Tyrese Halliburton with the same exact injury in a matter of weeks. Stuff happens. Players get hurt. We've seen Steph miss the bulk of a season. LeBron James is 41 years old. No one is buying, I mean, a handful of people, no one is buying the new and improved Luka Doncic. Who's buying the Zion Williamson? Like the Pelicans, I guarantee you the Pelicans don't think they suck. The Pelicans are like, yo, we got a new version of Zion Williamson. We're different. Everything's going to be better for us. Like it, that much. Wemby's not even coming back from an injury. I'm watching Wemby like, okay, like he didn't get hurt. So he's fine. He's just okay.
That an injury?
No, he had a blood clot or something.
Yeah, a blood clot in his arm.
And they were like, well, we're not really going anywhere. So, I mean, De'Aaron's already hurt.
I was about to say, we don't even know when they 2 point guards is going to show up.
Right. Dylan Harper's hurt. So that stuff happens. They never figured out what was wrong with Joel Embiid. Paul George already got hurt. Giannis, this article from Shams might have torpedoed the Bucks' entire season.
Crazy.
Just there is no way Shams Connect wasn't the Knicks. The Knicks were like, we're going to make sure we eliminate everybody before this season starts. And so, like, how many years ago was it Gordon Hayward opening night, his debut with the Boston Celtics? Like, stuff happens. Hopefully it doesn't happen to us, but stuff happens.
I'm looking at the standings, though, and there's this huge group at 48 and plus wins. And then there's the Kings at 40, and then it goes downhill from there very quickly. Like that 8-game gap is so much to make.
No, for sure.
And, again, they gave up 6 games from the previous season. So you got to figure out how do you get those 6 games back.
But this is so that's great. But this is what I harp on, that the Chatty House is tired of hearing, that KC is tired of hearing. They underachieved last year. They were not a 40-win basketball team last year.
I agree.
They absolutely underachieved. Now, maybe we overestimated, but still with 50 wins or 52 or whatever floor was, but 40, that was not a 40-win basketball team. So many things went into play for that to be a 40-win basketball team. That was an embarrassing season from that group last year. And I don't believe that they're that. That's why 36, I can't fathom 36. That is
You
that
can't
is just
fathom the Sacramento Kings winning 36 games?
No, I can't. Absolutely not.
36,
Absolutely not.
36 with that roster.
You
I don't
can't
see that.
Absolutely
fathom
not.
it?
No.
If you-
Absolutely not.
This is
You
the
tell me-
Sacramento Kings.
It doesn't matter.
If you tell me there's a situation where they start selling off players, sure,
Uh-huh.
you can get to 36. But if you tell me this group stays together all year long, I don't see 36 at all.
And if they're selling off players, then something went wrong. And they like if they're getting to the point where it's like, all right, we're out.
Once again,
Something went.
Sure.
I was just wrong, and
Yeah,
something
yeah.
went terribly wrong.
once again, those I told when James was on here last week, those sorry ass DeMarcus Cousins Kings won 33 games.
Mhm.
Well, that's going to be my point. I know I'm slightly jaded by covering the team for as long as I have, but in the last 14 years before Beam Team 1, the 14 years before that, from 2000 and what are we looking at? The 08-09 season to we get all the way to the 21-22 season. They won more than 36 games one time in 14 years. They won 39 with Dave Yeager running the ball. Like outside of that, they didn't win more than 33. 33 with George Karl. That's the height.
Mhm.
So, like, yeah, coming back down to earth, like the trend is 48, 46, 40. Where do you go from there? And is Dennis Schroeder an answer, or is he death by mid-level? Is he just a Band-Aid solution that is just going to hold on for a year or two so you don't go all the way to 28 wins?
Even without Dennis Schroeder,
Mhm.
this team, if they stay together all year, once again, is 3 games better than Pooh Jeter, Jason Thompson, and Carl Landry.
Yeah, but different
Carl Landry
NBA
was a
season.
baller.
Well,
No,
man.
and just so you know, that was
In
my
Purdue?
first season covering the team, and they won 24 games that year. 24. Yeah,
I
so
don't- like I said,
that team that you talk about, that like 7 players were out of the NBA within a year.
his Cousins? One of his best teams was like Marcus Thornton, Caspi, Rondo, Isaiah
Rudy?
Thomas, Rudy.
It's the 15-16 season where they actually had a shot, and that was Rondo, that was Cousins, Rudy Gay, Darren Collison, Omri Caspi, Marco Bellinelli. Why Douye Dukin makes this? He played one game.
Hey, shout out! I
Willie.
sat at a table with Douye Dukin at Jack Cooley's wedding. Shout out to Douye.
He's a super nice guy.
Really nice guy.
Yeah. But that's Ben McLemore, Kosta Koufis, Seth Curry, Quincy Acey,
Come on.
Karan Butler.
He said he played in the NBA. I said, "Oh, where'd you play?" He said, "Sacramento." I was like, "I
bad,
don't
yo.
remember, dog."
So yeah, I'd be shocked once again if this team stayed together and they were a 36 win team. I'd be pretty shocked about that.
I would hope not. And I really like I think everybody is pulling for Doug Christie to have a good, like, true rookie season here as a head coach, and for Scott Perry to get this thing on the right path. I just don't know that there was enough change in the roster from last year to today. And not only that, but the changes that did happen, I'm not sure that they were all that. Like, the Dennis Schroeder addition is one thing, but I would rather have Jonas than Drew Eubanks. I would rather have a guy like Jake LaRavia on the roster, another 6'8", 6'9" guy that can mix it up.
That's a great example. Jake LaRavia, who's a decent player,
He's fine.
came here and we were like, oh my gosh, like he changed things. Dennis Schroeder can't change stuff. If Jake LaRavia, I know it's a different position, but Jake LaRavia, and rightfully so, we were like, that looks different. Like if we would have had him earlier, this would have made a difference. I'm not even making fun of Jake LaRavia. I'm just saying that caliber of player was able to come in and kind of right the ship just a little bit.
Mhm.
I think Dennis Schroeder can too.
Okay.
Sure. I didn't think that Jake LaRavia righted the ship or anything else. He's just another piece that you don't have.
The Jake LaRavia thing, the excitement about Jake LaRavia was like, oh my God, they recognize that they need this type of player and they need like 6 more of them.
Yeah.
But hey, that's a step in the right direction. Nice.
Plus, if
it
Jake
wasn't like they're going to go, it's title time. They
No,
got Jake.
But nobody's saying that about Dennis Schroeder. All
Sure.
we're saying about Dennis Schroeder is like, yo, this guy, he can be the difference between 38 wins and 42 wins. And Jake LaRavia last, like if they had him all year, they won 40. That might be like
41, 42.
Yeah,
at
one
the
or two
most.
games.
It's just the same. Yeah, it's
No,
about,
two games. That's what I said about Schroeder. I said 4 games. I said difference between 38 and 42.
Four's a lot of wins.
4 is a lot. And I would say this too. I think Jake LaRavia, his first 45 seconds as a King, where he had 8 points, it changed everyone's perspective on him. And he never lived up to that moment ever again. Like, but it doesn't change the fact that you went into an offseason, you lost Jake LaRavia, and you still didn't go get another 6'8", 6'9" wing. You didn't. I mean, you brought in Neek as a rookie. That's fine. But like, where is that other player? And you can't go through multiple seasons where there's like one glaring weakness and you can't address it. Keegan Murray is starting at the power forward position because they have no one else who can start at the power forward position.
I mentioned this yesterday. How many people and I'm not saying they're on the same level. I'm just using an example. How many people in OKC's starting lineup is 6'8" and above?
They got some dogs, though.
That's what you need. Dogs.
Yeah.
Yes. It's not about being 6'8", 6'7", it's just by itself. Lou Dort 6'5".
Sure.
Caruso 6'4", 6'5".
I think let's just say
like
6.
You need,
I think people say 6'7", 6'8", just as a.
What was that? What was the height?
6'7".
6'7".
Hey.
James? Huh? 6'7", huh?
All right.
Any young people? No?
I don't.
Okay.
You got me.
No, it's fine. It's got all of us.
But that's what you need. And I kind of feel like that's what Doug and Scott Perry might have been looking at. And I don't mean to keep bringing a guy up, but with Schroeder, we just need some people that are physical, that are intense.
Totally.
And that
totally. And that's what I said.
Out.
If Dennis Schroeder, forget the wins. If Dennis Schroeder can just instill that and is the tip of the spear for that, of the spear.
This is good.
If he can just bring that, great. Like that's valuable to me. But like, are you going to turn Zach LaVine into that? No, it's not. It's not going to be how Zach LaVine plays. Are you going to turn DeMar DeRozan into that? Like, no, that's not how DeMar DeRozan is going to play.
No, they even joke around about it at practice. We even got Zach LaVine and DeMar to pick up 94 feet on a couple of plays. It was like, oh.
Like it's just that's also
yeah.
So
coaching
comes into play.
Yeah, five guys aren't going to do that.
Yeah.
What?
Ooh. 5 guys aren't going to pick up 94 feet.
No, run it back. I missed it. Run it back.
Wow.
Pull it together, pal.
Here we go. All right, I'm back. So that's where it's like, okay, I understand what you're saying, but I think his potential impact is very limited because of what the rest of the roster looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I think like Dennis Schroeder is a stabilizing force.
Yeah, they needed a point guard. He's a point guard. Salute.
I also think Zach LaVine not playing defense. Hammer, you said this, and when you saw him, is a little overblown. You had one thought of Zach LaVine before he got to Sacramento, and you said a number of different times. He's not Gary Payton, but he plays better defense, especially on ball, than maybe you thought before he got here.
Yeah, it's the mental lapses though.
That's fair, but he's looked at as a chair on defense, and he's not that.
Yeah, but he's not good. He's not league average. And
well,
I
that's
mean,
also
he has the athleticism to be league average. He just hasn't ever really tried on that end.
Let's also be aware of what we're talking about. If this roster is a 36-win roster, Keegan Murray sucks. Like he's awful. He's a bust of a 4th overall pick.
Scott Perry might think so.
Doug is terrible. Doug's time's limited.
Yep.
Like if this roster is a 36-win roster, it can't be all because of DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine and all of the players that you guys conveniently hate. It's going to be because Keegan stinks and Doug is an awful head coach.
We've spent the entire day talking about how Keegan Murray might not be that guy.
Yeah, but
like
what's that guy mean? Like that guy
like
is in what?
Like they're not going to pay him 5 years and $125 million.
I think that is already established.
122 or whatever it is. The Jabari's.
Don't think that's happening.
I'd also say, like, look, it's possible that all of the pieces are still quality NBA players coming out of the season, but you understand that you just had ingredients that didn't mix in the pot, and that like look like 8 individual players at all times. And that's why you just don't function and don't win.
I want to take exception with what you said. It's not hating a player. They're the highest paid guys. Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine. I don't think it's out of the question or I don't think it's out of pocket to expect more from them and to expect them to be your best guys.
Are they not?
They should be. And when
I'm asking you, are they not? You're saying they should be. Are they not? Is Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, are those not the 3 best players on the team?
You say we conveniently hate them. It's like, no, it has nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
I'll say.
It has nothing to do with
No. I didn't say you conveniently hate them. I said you can't blame it all on the guys you conveniently hate.
Because the highest paid player never gets mentioned. Not by you. But the highest paid player on the team does not get mentioned.
The highest paid player on the team is Zach LaVine.
No, Domas makes more than him.
No, he doesn't.
No, I think Domas is 40.
No,
Zach is like 48.
No, he doesn't make the same.
He goes right in there with that group.
I think he's
for sure.
I thought Zach was.
Zach is like 48.
He's 47 this year and 49 next year.
You got Domas too. Domas is 40 something, right?
I think
he's 42. I think he's 42 this year.
I think it goes 45, 47,
42.3,
That sounds right.
45.5 next year, and 48.6.
Zach
Zach is at 47.5 and 49.
But still, they need to be your best dudes. Like, we can talk about Keegan Murray. We could talk about Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder and Nate Clifford. Like, yeah, all of those guys need to have their roles and be impactful. But it's going to come down to Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine.
Absolutely. 100%.
Without question.
Absolutely.
Well, that and being the best guys and actually being players that impact winning are sometimes 2 totally different things. Like, I don't care what your stats are. Show me that you can impact winning, because that's where I'm
what
at.
does that even mean?
But that also goes across the board.
Well, that
like
means
it goes across the board. It's not just those 2. It goes across the board. Domas is 20 and 14. That's great. Are you impacting winning?
What does that mean?
What
does impact winning mean?
Well, what I don't care if
stats
you
be damned.
20 points per game, 22 points per game. I just care about whether the team wins the game, and if you were part of the reason why they won the game. Like, and to me, like, you have to. That's like the value of Keegan Murray as a guy who averaging 12 points, but is your best defensive player by so far. Like, he's equal to or greater than the value of Zach LaVine, than DeMar DeRozan, and probably even Domas on this group. He is, because he impacts winning as much or more than them, because he plays both sides of the ball when no one else does.
DeMar DeRozan single-handedly beat the Dallas Mavericks last year.
Did he?
And there's context of, because Keegan is allowed. We talk about this a lot with Eddie. Keegan is allowed to average 12 points per game because Zach and DeMar are there. If they're not there and we need his defense and to average 25, he can't do it.
We have to test that, though.
I don't want to test that. I don't want to test Keegan. I need you to average 25. I want him to be able to average 12 to 15 and continue to play defense. That's what I want from him. And he's allowed to shoot 9 times in a game and score 12 points, because there's 50 other points coming from 2 other people. And another 20 from Domas.
If Keegan scored 25 and DeMar scored 12,
they would light DeMar up. They would destroy DeMar if he scored.
Well, I would think differently, because that would put Keegan in the Kawhi Leonard like realm, and it would, it would make DeMar just like probably at that point like a bench score.
Would it matter though if the Kings won 30 games? If Keegan was that impacting winning? If he's doing that,
okay. Well, I'll give you. Games. What if that happened, and you only won 30 in year 1, but it led to winning 45, 50 down the road? Because that's I think where the key is when it comes to Keegan. Like, if Keegan can take the next step, like whether he can or can't, but if he can take the next step, that's your only way forward at this point. until you get another draft pick in the top 10 that has potential to take you to another level. Or unless you magically are able to pull off a crazy trade to go get the player that you need. Or if you're magically able to sign somebody when you haven't ever been able to, that could be that type of player.
We're never getting Beam Team vibes again. This is so goddamn contentious.
Yeah, no chance.
It's never happening.
No
again.
chance.
When Kenny said, "Enjoy this, you're never going to feel this way," God bless it. Were you right?
Damn.
It's just never happening again. We're going to argue. This team going to wind up in the first round of the playoffs for whatever. Oh, so and so got hurt. This happened. It wasn't even real. It doesn't count. What about next year?
Yeah.
All right, man. Like,
That
just
is
say this all the time.
I want you to know.
Live your life in misery, dog, because I just can't.
I will continue to do so. Thank you. Because if the Kings got bounced in the first round, it'd be like, cool, for what?
That would be for sure.
Take.
No,
that
would be the running sentiment for what? Because and again, I have been emphatic with. I don't blame anyone who doesn't feel good about next year, or the year after, but this version of this thing, it just can't be that bad to me. And like, if this is a 36-win team, I do not understand professional basketball.
Okay,
I'll be your intern on the comeback and just do my KSFM show and go on about my business, because this just can't be a 36-win basketball team.
Good to know, because we're hiring.
Oh, good. That shows the quickest expanding show in the Odyssey history.
Let me ask you this question then. If you get bounced in the first round this year, but Keegan takes that step that you're talking about and becomes that player, versus if you get bounced in the first round this year, but it's all Zach and DeMar and Domas, which would you feel better about?
I'd probably feel a little bit better about Zach and Domas, because at least I know they're going to be around. If Keegan is good and they get bounced in the first round, that probably means Domas wasn't that good. Like, you're still going to be searching. You're going to be searching for two more people. DeMar going to be gone, so you're going to be searching for his replacement. LaVine
has one more year.
We'll talk about this. I think Zach LaVine, when you talk about winning, if you don't care about this team winning or don't want them to win, it's a different conversation. When you talk about winning, I think Zach LaVine is the most important person on this team.
I'm going to say that might not be a good thing then.
Maybe not, but I think that's the position that they're in. If you're trying to win.
Yeah, but historically speaking, just looking at LaVine's career path, that would be, if he really is the most important person, that would be tough.
Important in what way?
Important in the way that if you're going to win, you need somebody that can carry the load offensively and be somebody that you can't necessarily game plan against.
Can he and DeMar DeRozan coexist?
They can.
In that way?
They can. But I just think, especially at this point in their careers, Zach LaVine has the highest ceiling of anybody on this roster.
I don't disagree with that. I think Zach LaVine could average 30 a game.
Yeah, he can do things that nobody on this roster can do right now. And if you're going to be good, I think you need him to kind of like scrape the sky of that, scrape the ceiling at least. He don't have to do everything to an A+ level, but if you're going to, once again, it's a different conversation if you don't want them to be good or even the future. I'm talking about this team this year. If you want them to be good and you want to win, you need Zach LaVine to have one of the best years he's had.
Can he do that in year 12? I don't think he can.
Well, not only that, but can he do it in year 12 with a guy that he wasn't able to do it with the last 4.5 years?
That's not accurate, and that's not fair. One of the years he got hurt. They played together, what, 2 years?
Was that
DeMar and Zach?
That was it?
I think they played together 2 years. I think. Could be wrong. But the 1 year, they were really good. The second
3
year,
years.
3 years.
What years were that?
They played together 21, 22 through 23, 24.
The first year, they were really good. The second year.
And they played a half season last year in Sacramento. So 3.5 years.
The second year,
And one of those years,
I
Zach,
think Zach got hurt. I think that was the second.
That was
year
the
when
third
Zach
year.
got hurt. The third.
67 games, 77 games, and 25.
Yeah. And then he bounced right back and played 77 last year. 78.
Is
74.
If Zach LaVine can go 25 a night, 24, 25 a night on the shooting splits that he has, I think he can do that. I think he can do that this year.
I think he can do that. I don't have any questions whether Zach LaVine can average 25 or even 27, maybe even 30 a game. I don't have any questions. But this is where it gets like our discussions always change. If Cam Johnson was playing the small forward spot and Keegan Murray's your power forward, I think Zach can do that. I don't think Zach can do it with DeMar next to him. I think he can get to 22 and a half. He can get to 24, but I don't think he can be that other guy. And that's, again, and if they do, like, I don't know if you're winning games.
What?
I just every time I think I don't know basketball, I glance at the chat and see someone write, "Yeah, Zach LaVine's a bum." He shot 51. He shot
not bad at basketball.
51% last year.
He shot 46.6% from three.
Zach LaVine is good as
like
hell.
the idea, like 51% and 46 from three.
What's I say this all the time.
I'm gonna ride with the YouTube user who thinks Zach LaVine is a bum.
I say it all the time. We've lost the plot of sports.
44.6.
We've lost the plot. We even got too damn smart sometimes.
Man, this is the craziest thing ever. In 74 games, he averaged 44.6 from three and 51.1% from the field. In 42 games with the Bulls, he shot those exact numbers. And in 32 games with the Kings, he shot those exact same numbers.
He should be a better free throw shooter. I know we got to go, Kyle.
But I had a great transition.
And you still never asked him what you wanted to ask him.
Yeah, no, that's fine. All right. And I was going to do a fun transition about what's coming up on D'Lo and KC, but we're hella late. So drink water and be nice to people. All right, guys. See ya.
Good. We got you.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey, we got Kings basketball tonight.
Kings are back. The Kings are back.
And the conversation is contentious as ever. I can't lie. Kyle's tone was pissing me off through most of the handoff. He's like, I'm going to take exception to what you say. Like, we were 5 seconds away from, you want to take this outside?
Hey, my man, you want to go outside?
Oh, man, this is going to be an interesting season. And today's game don't even count. This is a preseason game. We welcome you in.
Don't even count.
To the preseason opener. It is. Uh-oh. Did I label this wrong? What day is today? It's Wednesday,
8th.
October 8th.
Yes.
Yeah, I did label our rundown wrong here. I'm Damian Boyling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Yeah, he's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
Chester Jackson says, the season is already in the worst slums of Sacramento.
Oh, man. And I think that's how Kings fans feel.
Whatever. The thing that I say, and I think you feel the same way, and I think Kyle and James feel the same way. I just the probability of it, I think, ranges is, I think we're just saying the Kings have a real shot to be better than everybody's giving them credit for. Like, I would not be surprised.
People think this team sucks.
I think they're terrible. And I'm like, I don't see a terrible team.
It's just one of those things where it's like, okay, I'm the crazy one. I'm the only one, but like, we're a small group of people that doesn't think this team is awful.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we can have discussions about the future and cap and draft picks and tanking and all of that. That's perfectly fine.
And not to interrupt you, but I think that's where.
Well, you did.
But that is the antithesis.
What? No, come on, man. You got it.
No.
Come on.
Nope. Antithesis.
Allow me to expose my colon once again. The ramification inflicted on the incision placed within the fallopian cavities serves to be holistic.
That's good.
Taken from the Latin word jalapeno.
Very good.
That's
a tough word. Antithesis.
Antithesis. That's the almonds that I just had too. That didn't help. But
I'll blame it on the almonds.
Well, I love me the almonds.
Well, Lord knows.
Moses.
It was the almonds, Reese. Leave me alone.
Antithesis.
There it is.
Antithesis.
You got it.
Of the issue. I think people are projecting the future when they talk about this team. Because Kyle and everybody else will be like, yeah, they might win 40, but like, what does that do? That's not the conversation me and you are having.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about the future. We probably agree on the future. Like, I don't know where that gets. I don't have an answer for you that if they win 41 games, 42 games, and get bounced in the first round, what that means for the future. I do not have an answer for that. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this team right here. This team for this season. And I think a lot of people, more than they realize, think, yeah, they for sure could win 42 games. I see that. But that's where we just need to stop. Well, it doesn't need to stop. I'm just saying for our argument, what we're saying, yeah, just stop right there. Don't ask me what that means for the future.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about this year. But people can't not intertwine the two, it feels like.
Yeah, I get it. I think there's a number of things at play. One, everyone believes that they know how a roster should be constructed, like the best way to construct a roster. And they look at a team like the Oklahoma City Thunder, and you see a team that is set for eternity. It feels like, certainly in basketball years, they're set for eternity.
Right. They'll never be bad
again. And it's certainly what it feels like. And what people look like, well, that's how you do it. Tanking is the model. Like, that's how you do it. Completely ignoring how the Paul George, like, there's context to all of this. Mm-hmm. Like, when you talk about just losing basketball games, that's it. Nothing else. That is like you tanking, purposely losing basketball games. That is the Philadelphia 76ers, who were bad for what, five years? 4 or 5 years? Was it 6? I don't feel like it was that long. Okay, 4 or 5 years. Yeah. But they're awful before they return to the playoffs. And ultimately, all of that tanking, the miss number one, all of it landed you Joel Embiid. It landed you Ben Simmons, who was once a really good basketball player, but it led to nothing. It ultimately got you back to the exact place you were before. It's like saying the Sacramento Kings should tank. They should tank. You're right. Let's tank. And for the next 4 years, the Sacramento Kings stink. And finally, the moment they get out of the tanking, they go back to the first round of the playoffs and lose. Probably to the Warriors. That is what has been. The Philadelphia 76ers have never gotten any further post-tanking than they did pre-tanking. Oh, but the Thunder won the title. The Thunder didn't tank. The Thunder used the opportunity to trade Paul George as one of the greatest heists in the history of professional basketball. They hit on every single draft pick. They traded 2 Hall of Fame players, and Paul George went to Russell Westbrook, said, hey, we're hitting a different phase. What do you want to do? Russ said, all right, I love y'all. Let's do something. Trade him off. I think that was the Houston trade, if I remember correctly. And then, you turn Chris Paul into something like you didn't play meaningless basketball for very long. Mm-hmm. Like, you even landed in the playoffs once.
Right.
The other team that tanked, and I want you to think long and hard about this, pro tank crowd, is the Utah Jazz. The Utah Jazz, who were begging to land that Cooper Flag gold at the end of the rainbow, couldn't have landed in a worse draft spot. Mathematically, could not have landed in a worse draft spot than they did. Anybody think Utah going to be good this year?
No.
Next year? No. Anytime in the foreseeable future is Utah going to be good, because they're tanking. They have sold off parts. They have sat players. They are the description of organizationally tanking, putting out a product without the intent of winning. There is no end in sight for them. So who do you trust this organization to be? Sam Presti and the Oklahoma City Thunder, or Danny Ainge and the Utah Jazz? Who do you trust them to be? Because I'm a pretty optimistic guy when it comes to this team. I'm a believer in Scott Perry. I'm a huge believer in Doug Christie. Ask me if I trust them to tank this. And if you do, you're foolish. You haven't been paying attention. They're going to abandon the tank in 2 years and try to do something else. And then you're just going to end up in a spiral of awful basketball. And let me, real quick, because Scout asked this, then what's the end game? It's a great question. They're going to have to figure that out. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know if they have one right now. The end game for this year is to be competitive and win basketball games this year. Next year, I don't think they know. And it's not their job to know. I mean, you want it to be. Mm-hmm. You very much want them to have some foresight. But they've got to focus on this season right now, because a lot of things that can happen that can put them in a better spot next year, there are things that could happen that could put them in a worse spot this year.
The other thing about the Oklahoma City Thunder, we've talked about this before. Once I will reiterate, if you want to tank, that's fine. I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you not to. Fine, just do. I'm just trying to show the context of what Oklahoma City did, and we'll talk about Houston, what they were able to do. You guys tell me. You tank because you want like a top 5, top 3, maybe number 1 pick, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How many top 5 picks are on Oklahoma City's roster?
That they drafted them. I don't. Chet.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
They acquired SGA.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Williams was
hit
anywhere between 12 to 16. I can't remember. 12 to 16. He wasn't even top 10. And they hit. Lou Dort was undrafted.
12th.
Jalen was 12th.
Yeah,
Jalen was
not Lou Dort.
Lou Dort was undrafted. You went and got Hartenstein.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where he was drafted. It wasn't top 5, top 10, or lottery. You got Caruso. Once again, maybe second round. I can't remember. Maybe undrafted himself. Hell, your
Hartenstein, 43rd overall.
Your MVP wasn't even a top 5 pick.
Nope.
They made the right moves. It wasn't about tanking necessarily.
Did not miss.
It was about hitting on the picks, on the free agent acquisitions, on the trades.
And
that's something anybody can do. You don't have to be terrible to do that.
Let's flip the script and go to Philadelphia for a second. Drafted Ben Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
Drafted Joel Embiid. Ben Simmons was number 1. Joe was 3.
Joel was 3.
Mm-hmm. They had another number 1 pick. Who
was it? Nerlens Noel?
Nerlens Noel. How'd that go?
Not good.
Oh, okay. In the end, they didn't hit on very many draft picks. Joel was.
Did you say the other number 1 they got? Did you say Markelle?
I didn't say Markelle Fultz. Nope.
So now we have what 3 number 1 picks? 4?
That's 3 number 1 picks and a number 3 overall pick.
Who ended up being your best player?
Who sat out the first 2 seasons of his career.
Yeah.
And I think is going to sit out the next 2 seasons of his career too. That's not funny. I'm sorry.
It's
Joe.
the truth, though.
I'm sorry.
We're not laughing at him.
No. You got Okafor in there. If you're Philadelphia missed on every turn, but they drafted Joel and they got enough from Ben Simmons to get them right back where they were, but not to get over the top, to not win a championship. And the worst thing they've ever done is put out this idea that this is what you do in the league, that you lose basketball games to win more basketball games later. Oh, the process is over. Is it? You just got eliminated in the second round. That's where you got eliminated before. How is the process over? You're supposed to be hosting trophies. Kawhi Leonard had the greatest shot in the history of the playoffs. That wasn't to get to the finals. That was to get to the semi. It's an absolute waste and has created an absurd NBA conversation because people think that works. And there is no evidence, no history, not a single team you can point to and say they were successful doing this.
Let's go to Philadelphia. We named all those players. In this whole process era, who's the second best player they ever acquired through the draft?
AI?
No, just the process.
The process.
He on the team right now. He on the team right now.
Tyrese.
You know what number he was drafted?
Ooh, 23?
21st. Good call. 21st. Once again, it's about knowing what you're doing. It's about hitting on all your decisions, or most of them. That's what it's about. I'm not going to dispute, like, yeah, if you're top 5 7 years in a row, like, you have the best chance of landing a franchise player. Sure, I get that. That's fine. How many top 3 picks did we just name for Philadelphia? And they really, I can't even really say Ben
we
Simmons.
named number 1 picks.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying is, and when
3 number 1s, one Okafor was 2.
Okafor was 2,
and Joe was 3.
Joe was 3. So this is what I would say for, like, what's Scout talks about, what's the end game. Make good decisions. That's the end game. that's the name of the game. I don't want to, like, necessarily say it doesn't matter where you're picking or what you're doing. Because, yeah, I want a top 5 pick too. I love Peterson. I love Devonstead. Like, I think those guys are the truth. But make the right decisions. No matter what you do, no matter where you're at. There is talent. You can find talent all through the league, all through the draft, if you know what you're doing. That's the end game. Make good decisions. That's what's going to get you where you need to go. Simple as that. That's why I think you maybe feel the same way. That's why I'm not tripping on this year. I don't need to tank. I don't need to win 20 games and then get a top. I don't need that. I just need them to make the right decision. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter the setup. Make the right decision. That's the end game.
Tyler asks, where's Tyler? What if the right decision got drafted ahead of your pick? Like, that's the draft. Every other. So and it's an interesting question from Tyler, but like you brought up Tyrese a second ago. Tyrese Maxey. At 21, was Tyrese Maxey their number 1 choice on the draft? I have no idea. But the idea that let's use Oklahoma City as an example rather than the Philadelphia 76ers. The idea that everyone that the Oklahoma City Thunder drafted in this process was the top player on their draft board. Every time. It's probably never happened in the history of the draft, but they landed that. No, teams adjust. They're like, hey, if this player is not available, we're going to go with this player. If this player is not available, we're going to go with this player. We got to have contingencies playing. We heard so-and-so was looking at this. Like, those, the reason you see those so-called war rooms with those 50 phones is because they're calling everybody, hey, what are you thinking at 24? What are you thinking at 25? Have you heard about anything about people moving up? We heard so-and-so's agent called us and said, this team is trying to move. That's what all of that is. So the idea that you don't have to adjust the moment you're on the clock is crazy. You have to draft right. If James were here, I'd bet your fortune that
ain't a lot.
That he would bring up Thomas Robinson and Dame Lillard. The Kings made an unnecessary adjustment because Thomas Robinson, their number 1 pick, was on their board, was right there. And they decided no.
Yep.
You adjust for good, then you adjust for bad.
Sometimes you over adjust.
Yeah.
Peyton in the chat said, so it's luck. Yeah, kind of. That plays
There's
a role.
A lot of luck in it.
That plays a large role in what's going on. Because I'll tell you like this: what if you get the number 1 pick and you draft Derrick Rose? You make the right pick. You have no say so on whether or not his knees are going to be able to hold up. Hell, what if you get the number 3 pick and you pick Joel Embiid? You made the right decision, but you got no say so in how his body responds to NBA life or just what God has planned for this person. Yeah, you need fortune. Absolutely, you need fortune. The Bucks didn't go into their draft where they drafted Giannis saying, if we get the number 1 pick, we're taking Giannis. No. The Nuggets, we get the number 1 pick, we taking Jokic. They might have passed on him twice. You know what I'm saying? Like, it worked out. It happened for them. Hell yeah, you need luck. Absolutely. You need luck in trades. You need luck in free agency. You know what I mean? There's the story, the folk tale of the Warriors offering the Bucks Monte and Steph and take your pick. And the Bucks said, we'll take Monte. That's luck. You had them both on the trading block.
I've never believed that story, but
I believe it.
I don't.
I believe it.
I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting.
Monte,
I mean, that's where, I mean, it's crazy. Like, if you didn't live through it, like Steph wasn't that.
Right. And Monte was. Monte, like, especially just kind of living in that area and following the Warriors, Monte was like the next AI, they thought.
Unless my timeline is off, the only reason I don't believe it is Jerry West. I believe Jerry would have seen it. Like, if Jerry saw Clay, I believe he would have seen Steph.
I don't know if Jerry was there yet.
So, and that's why I'm unclear about
because they trade Monte, and they that was the famous booing of Lake Up.
Yeah, with Chris.
And
Mullin.
I don't think West was there yet.
Okay.
I don't think West was there. And Rick Barry said, "Come on, people."
He's one of the crankiest human beings. Rick Barry would be a great Kings fan. He's one of the crankiest human beings that ever played a professional sport. Him and George Karl would have been a dream together.
Oh my gosh. I need that reality show.
Yeah, the show would be. We made our living in basketball, but we hate it. What was George's book? George's book was like, "Are you mad, or why are you so mad all the time?" Or something like that.
His? I could be wrong, but I doubt it.
Oh no, I don't.
That?
That sounds like a Stephen A. Smith book. George Karl book.
Furious George.
Furious George.
That's
what
right.
it was.
That's a great name.
That's exactly what it was.
That's a really good name.
Furious George. But there, let me see what the standby, because there's my 40 years surviving NBA divas, clueless GMs, and poor shot selection.
Oh my gosh.
That is his I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Oh, that's a t-shirt.
Yeah, the book that I had, I ain't never read that book. I don't know what that's about.
Is
It's like a Jesus book?
Oh, wow, what do you have against Jesus?
No, I think it's just trying to dispel Jesus.
What?
You know, I ain't read that book.
Okay, Kyrie, settle down. What are you tweeting out here? I could be wrong, but I doubt it. Why Jesus is your greatest hope on earth and in eternity.
Oh, okay. I got off that page quick when I saw it with that book. What that book was like, no, don't be talking about my God. Don't be talking about my God crazy.
It's got 4.9 stars.
That's good.
Imagine being the person who didn't rate Jesus 5 stars. Boy, that's
yeah,
ballsy.
I don't need that person in my life.
That's ballsy.
I don't need that person in my life. George.
I did think that was like a Charles Barkley book or Stephen A. Smith book or something. So you got me with that one.
What was Charles book's name that he said he got misquoted in?
Oh, that was legendary.
That's exactly what it is. That's where I got it from. I may be wrong, but I doubt it.
I may be wrong. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Not I could be wrong. I may be wrong. Very important distinction.
I said I know
I could is Jesus. I may is Charles. Very different. Very different books.
Yeah, man. You know, one of the great books.
Poor Charles trying to figure out what he's doing on ESPN still. Every day, some media site, something pops up. Charles Barkley doesn't know if they're going to go 45 minutes or not. Like, Charles, just show up to work, bro.
You also have time to figure it out because we're not going to see you for a while.
Just show up to work, Chuck. You'll be fine.
One of the, as a teenager, one of the great basketball books I read was, ironically, by Jason Williams. Not our Jason Williams, but Jason with a Y.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. It was a great book.
Was this before or after?
It was before.
How I Did It? Oh, wait, what was it?
I ain't gonna say it.
You ain't gonna say the name of Jason Williams' book?
No, not on this show, bro.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll be the adult.
This show.
No, I'll look. I didn't know Jason Williams wrote a book. Oh,
it's a good book too.
But, no, okay. Well, Kenny's favorite book is called Loose Balls.
There it is.
Kenny,
there it is.
That's what it's called.
Yeah.
I didn't say.
I said, look, you just said you loved the book.
I did.
Loose Balls. Easy money, hard fouls, Cheap laughs and true love in the NBA. Boy. From Jason Williams, Jay with a Y. We'll come back. It's going to be an eventful day. Kings play basketball tonight, man. We're here to talk about it. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Forward by Dwight Howard. Marcus, you're on timeout. Sit down, Marcus. Marcus, sit down. Yeah, sure. No, man, whatever you got time for and can do would be great. Okay, good.
I need my chocolate cold. I like my chocolate cold. I think, who else? I think it's Mike Bibby likes it like that as well. Don't be give me no like melted Twix or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's trash.
Put that in the refrigerator.
You doing this thing on Friday night? Mike, Madness.
Oh, I'm not. I don't have anything to do with it. Although, my nephew is actually supposed to be there.
Who do we have? Eddie. Eddie's Fridays. Yeah. Eddie.
Chatty House, how we doing, guys? I'm back again. I'm gonna be here tomorrow as well, and then I'm gonna do, I believe, next week as well.
Working. All right, man. We got Kings basketball tonight. I would say vibes are up. They're not. Everybody's a little anxious and antsy. It's a preseason game, and everyone's a little anxious. That's all right. That's all right. We got basketball tonight, and I have no clue what we're gonna, see. Like I all I can do is draw back to last year. I mean, obviously that was a different coach, but I think Doug is going to operate in a similar fashion. I think he did note we were going to see, the starters out there and run, and Jason Anderson pressed him a little bit, and hey, Jason, what you doing? So we kind of fell back there, but I do imagine we'll see some things that we've seen in other playoff games, a ramp up in minutes as games progress. Obviously, the Kings' first one. There's been a handful of games across the league. There are teams that have already played multiple preseason games, so I imagine we're gonna see the big dogs start things out tonight.
I think so too.
I'm most excited to see Reyno. I want to see what he brings to the table more. I liked what I saw from the small sample size that we had. I think he's going to be a big proponent to the team this year. Maybe a little bit bigger than people think.
Okay. All right, Joe. I see you. I feel like he can be. I think he could be the backup center from day one. Now, people have talked me off the ledge on that a little bit. You see Jersey Gate at some of the training camp, and doesn't look like he's in that position on the depth chart.
Yeah.
So maybe that won't be the case to start off, but I think he can be. The one thing that concerns me about him, especially if you're talking about starting off your NBA career, It's being able to stand up to the physicality of the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Keep saying in that summer league, I wanted to see him attack the boards a little bit more than what he did. That's a little bit of a sign of physicality for me.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't. He was a little soft around the boards. So that might be the one thing that holds him back from being able to play consistently right away.
Let's get Leezy in here. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. What's up, Leezy?
Yo, D-Lo, Casey, Joe, my three brothers. What's popping with y'all today?
What's up, Leezy?
Man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, so two things. First, I want to say, Joe, you got to let me cook. And two,
I got you.
And two, D-Lo, you guys are talking about the Kings and 76ers, the process and all that. Hey, I just want to throw a disclaimer. I'm not in the tank crowd. I know tanking don't work. But here's the thing, D-Lo, I'm being a 76ers apologist. Hey, during the process, since they got Joel Embiid, they've been to the playoffs 7 times. They've had 3 All-Stars. And even if people say, hey, the process don't work and all this and that, they still got Jared McCain, who was almost Rookie of the Year, VJ Edgecombe, or whatever his name is. And so they still got some pieces going forward. So,
no, that's fine.
I don't think the 76ers are in a bad place.
No, well, we can argue what type of place they're in when they're paying Joel Embiid $69 million in 3 years. But let me ask you this, Leezy. One, you're obviously aware they haven't won any championships, which is fine. Yep. There's a lot of organizations that haven't. But you do realize in terms of their success, they were successful before they started tanking. They were a playoff team. They were a playoff team the year before they shut things down.
They reached the same heights.
Yeah,
the same exact heights.
But who's their best player? What, Evan Turner? Like, I don't remember that team. Like
that doesn't. I don't think that really matters. They reached the same exact heights. Like they
were getting to the second round of the playoffs.
Yeah, they lost the Game 7 in Boston with maybe Evan Turner and Iggy, Andre Iguodala. Like they got to the same place. That's all we're saying.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree that they have not been as successful as they could be. But I'm just saying they still got an MVP player. We all know Joel hasn't stayed healthy, but when he is one, it's great. I'm just saying the Kings so far haven't had those types of players where we even had that type of potential yet. And even I'm saying the new guys they have too is Jared McCain. Like, I wish we had Jared McCain, you know? I wish we had those types of players.
Yeah, they could have drafted Jared McCain with their pick.
Yeah.
Like they didn't have to take. We
like
appreciate
16.
you, Leezy. We appreciate you, Leezy. They could have drafted Jared McCain. They chose not to. That's not about tanking. Hell, that a good Philadelphia 76ers team drafted that. You could get what is that dude's name who was behind what's that guy's name? The GM who was behind Hinkie? Was it Sam Hinkie?
Yeah.
You could sit him in front of me for 2 hours and I'd look him dead in his face and say it didn't work. You could explain it to me. You could, draft picks and salary, and you could use all this nerd talk you want to. It didn't work. That idea does not work. It doesn't. No other professional sport utilizes this idea except professional basketball. And there are teams that have perhaps lost more games at the end of a season with hopes of increasing their odds at landing a top pick. Dallas didn't. Dallas beat your favorite basketball team in a play-in game on their home floor and still landed with the number 1. Got their ass beat in the second one and still landed with the number 1 overall pick. It's not. Someone said earlier, so you're saying it's luck. Yeah, man. Yes,
of it is luck.
There is a lot of luck involved in all of this.
I'll ask another question. Since I don't agree with this, but some people might. After you hear the breakdown and after I ask the question, some people might. Since let's just go DeMarcus Cousins. Who's the best player the Kings have drafted?
Since DeMarcus Cousins, De'Aaron Fox.
That's probably what I would say. But what do you think other people might say?
Oh, you know what I'm going to say, right?
Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
Was he a top 5 pick? Was he a tanking type pick?
No.
It's like 11 or 12. That's the best player you've drafted, according to some people. I agree with you. I think it's De'Aaron Fox.
No, I mean, Tyrese is up there.
It's arguable. But that's the guy. and he was 11 or 12.
Mhm.
How many top 5 picks have they had in that time? At the top of my head, at least 3. Marvin, Fox, and Keegan.
Keegan was 4. Yep.
You've had top 5 picks there, and it's resulted in nothing.
And you could make an argument that none of them are better than Tyrese.
Mhm.
Oh,
I think the De'Aaron argument is tough, but you could.
yeah. And just to your point, like there's a little bit of luck involved. Like Tyrese, he didn't have people weren't when he went into the draft, people weren't saying he's going to be the biggest all-star, the next big thing, lead a team. Like, no, that wasn't there.
Mhm.
It's a big luck.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I'll even say, I'll stall him out a little bit. I think there's luck involved in a bad way with Marvin Bagley and his injury history. I think if Marvin Bagley is durable, at least you're talking about a starting or a rotational bit, like Brandon Clark at the worst case scenario. Brandon Clark is like somebody that is
But as a
valuable to
number,
Memphis.
but the problem is it's not always where you're drafted; it's who's drafted around
Mhm.
you.
Mhm.
And Luka was in that draft, but so was Jaren Jackson Jr.
Mhm.
Trey was in that draft.
Mhm.
Like I know people hate him. I think DeAndre Ayton's a good basketball player. Like, and DeAndre Ayton might actually be the comp for Marvin Bagley if
I was
Marvin
just about to
Bagley was
say,
healthy.
if he could stay healthy,
He'd
he could have
probably
that
be
type of
that.
career.
Like,
Yeah.
which is fine, but it's not. Like DeAndre Ayton, I think, is judged more because he was a number 1 overall pick. I think people think the way that they do about DeAndre Ayton because he was a number 1 overall pick. If DeAndre Ayton was drafted 17th and had played for Portland, Phoenix, the different teams that he's with now, LA, no one would. No, it's whatever. Just another player on the move, and oh no, it's a good addition by the Lakers. Oh, that guy could have had Luka, could have had Trey. Like, they don't catch the same exact smoke that Sacramento catches, but yeah, they miss too.
Yep.
Their player's not there anymore.
Yep.
I guess Luka's. I guess Trey and Jaren Jackson win. I guess Memphis and Atlanta win because the guys that they drafted are still there.
Right.
We'll check in with Atlanta later, but
Yeah. But to your point, Scooter in the chat, but they picked Bagley over Luka. Once again, make the right decisions. That's what matters first and foremost. Not how many wins you had the year before, not necessarily where your draft position is. Make the right decisions, whether that's in the draft, whether that's in free agency, and whether that's in trades, and the people that you decide to move on for and from, and the people that you decide to acquire in those type of trades. You have to make the right decisions. And once again, if you think tanking is the way to go, I'm not here to tell you you're wrong. I'm here to tell you that you just got to get it right. That's not the only way. No matter where you're at, no matter where you're picking or anything else like that, you have to get it right. And my mentality with that is why I'm not tripping off 41 wins in a first round playoff exit. I will enjoy that. And I will go into the next offseason and I will say, all right, Scott, make all the right decisions. Simple as that. I won't be mad because they have the 16th pick. You got the 16th pick. All right, let's find you one.
We were talking about the 76ers earlier, and this has nothing to do with the process, but few people have spoken in a way that will convince me to buy their book like Allen Iverson has. Allen Iverson is making the rounds promoting his new book, Misunderstood, wearing a bad black Gucci suit. But my goodness, I want to read this book.
Yeah.
Or listen to it. I'm an Audible book guy. Like, I want to listen to this book.
That's my guy. Anything he put out, I'm tapped in. I think he's got a doc coming out later this month too.
He does.
Hulu.
I think it's Hulu. Yeah. Oh well. You see, Hulu wanted out of a certain documentary.
Oh man, it just keeps getting worse for good old Bill.
Oh, it's literally keeps getting worse. We'll talk about that. I do want to touch on some baseball stuff. Obviously, we got a game on right now. Aaron Judge had himself a little.
All rise.
We got Jake Gayden coming up at 1:47. James Ham, the final of the show. Kings basketball. We got We got power rankings, and there's going to be some controversy.
Oh.
But I can explain.
Yeah, you got some explaining to do.
I promise.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I can explain.
I think I know what you're talking about, too.
I know you
got
do.
some explaining to
so
do.
you're going to have to go first. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Matt needs to move early tomorrow. Let's get Matt. Let's do 1:15.
Ooh, I got the game. I got the Mariners game on in 4K. Are we paying extra for the?
It's pretty amazing the shit we pay for, isn't it?
Because I've never seen the 4K option. I watch a lot of sports on YouTube TV.
Is this 4K?
It is. Doesn't it look exactly the same?
It doesn't look any different.
It's a smidge. You know, the funny thing is, it's a smidge darker.
Yeah.
Every time I click on that button at home, Ohio State, Texas was in 4K. I'm like, let's go. I'm like, okay, all right, man.
Wow. In all honesty, I wanted Michael Porter Jr. That's who I wanted him to pick.
I wanted Luka. Is a true story. There's probably evidence of it somewhere. I had talked myself into Jaren Jackson Jr.
Oh, that's who I didn't want.
I really liked Jaren Jackson Jr. and thought, man, he could be exactly what the Kings are looking for. But Luka, that was like conversation stuff. Luka was mine.
I was
though I wouldn't have hated Jaren Jackson to be completely honest, where I was at that time.
I was good with all three. Well, for me, I was good with Michael Porter, and I was good with Luka or Bagley. I didn't
understand what was going on with Michael Porter, so I kind of left that one.
Yeah, I didn't want, and it wasn't going to be an option, but I said I didn't understand Ayton. Like, I thought Ayton was cool. Like, I could see why people were hyped, but I just didn't see it. I was a big Trae Young guy. Look back at the tweets.
Not me.
The big Trae Young guy. And, those were the guys that I really wanted.
I did not understand DeAndre Ayton at all.
Shout out my guy, DJ Mustard. Shout out to my boy. You see the pictures of him in the tunnel last Thursday? You know what I mean? Shout out that boy, DJ Mustard, Niner gang, stand up.
I don't think I saw that.
Yeah, he was Ninered out. And he took pictures with Kyle Shanahan after the win and Fred Warner. Shout out Mustard, baby.
You think Kyle knew who he was?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I think Kyle knew who he was.
Kyle told her that it was an invite from Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't know that.
Oh, it checks out for me. Like I believe Kyle would know.
Yeah, but DJ Mustard, a big Niners fan. You see who else was in SoFi on Thursday?
I don't know what to believe anymore. I saw Tupac at a Warriors game yesterday, so I'm not really. I don't know.
I saw him at a Niners game too.
Well,
I saw him at a Niners game.
I don't know anything anymore.
But in one of the suites, one of the D'Lo suites at SoFi. We knew this guy. This isn't news to me, but James Harden in the building in that black 49ers jersey.
I don't think I knew he was a 49ers guy.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple times the last few years.
I don't think I knew that. Yeah. Right on. So that's your boy.
We share the same taste in football teams.
That game was in LA. I keep thinking back to, that game was in LA. Yeah. Despite the videos and noise that we heard, that was Los Angeles.
Our guy Jay Stahl was at the game. He Rams fan.
Oh, word.
He tried to say it's being overblown.
Okay.
I was like, what, you think all this is Photoshop? Yes. What are you talking?
Well, like I said, I saw Tupac in a Warriors game, so maybe Vontae Hill AI'd all of those 49er fans making that noise in SoFi Stadium. Maybe that's what happened. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line here, 916-909-1320. TC, what's good?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC?
TC almost sound happy today.
I know, man.
Hey, look, hey, I'm happy every day, bro. It's just the things that we talk about, man. It's, it sounds like I'm down, man, but I'm never down, man. I'm always up with the homies, man.
That's
Okay.
what's up. That's
Okay.
what's up.
Hey, listen, so check it out. It's the Kings day. I'm fired up. I'm ready to see the boys. I don't know if it's up to y'all. I'm ready to see the boys for 3 quarters, at least a half, at least.
Oh, sweetie, I don't think that's happening.
You don't think they're playing half?
You know what?
A half? I don't think they're playing 3 quarters.
No, I don't think.
I'd be surprised if they played a half.
Okay, I get it. I just the togetherness, and getting the boys on the court. And Kenny, I'm leaning towards you. I'm with you too. I was saying that if it was a 40+ win team and we went to the first round and got knocked out, I'm taking that as a successful season. I'm not looking down at Doug, the team, or nothing. And if we get the 16th pick, the 20th pick, I trust Scott Perry and B.J. Armstrong, bro, right now to make that draft pick. But that's a successful season, Kings fans, bro. We got to quit overlooking, thinking that we finna go to the finals, and if it's not, it's a bust. Bro, we taking steps, and Doug is trying to get this team together, and that's where we at right now, Kings fans. We got to understand that.
Okay. To be fair, TC, to Kings fans, I haven't heard a single one say, if we don't go to the finals, it's a bust. Now, maybe TC's circle is a little bit different. But as someone who spends 4 hours a day with Kings fans, I haven't seen that.
I haven't.
I haven't seen that.
Shout out TC, man. That's my boy.
Always.
I do. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but I think they're going to play a half today. I think you're going to see a substitution rotation, right? So the starters play, you get the subs in, and then I think the starters will go back in for another 6 to 7 minute spell. That will be in the second quarter sometime.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you.
The way Doug was talking,
I can see that.
I think we played it yesterday. He was like, just the importance of the preseason.
Yeah.
I think he'll look at least in this game, is like, let's try to establish a rotation or how we want to set the tone for how we want to play offensively and defensively.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. We'll get some run there in the second quarter.
Sorry, I got sidetracked. Look at what just happened in this Tigers-Mariners game. Unless he thought the ball was caught. Ball gets hit to first. Runner on first base for the Tigers.
My Mariners are up 2-0.
They are. They're looking tough. Ball gets hit to first base with a runner on first. The guy on first decides not to run. Yeah, that's clearly on the ground. You have to go, buddy. He tries to go back to first. He's out, and the runner on first is out. Double play.
Yeah, that's tough.
You got to at least force a tag or force a throw to second.
I'm assuming, did he think the ball was in the air?
That's the only thing I could think of.
He thinks he caught it. Yeah, he thinks he caught it.
It was on the ground pretty early, though.
Yeah,
no, it wasn't early. I mean, he could have been blocked, though.
Yeah, from where his angle.
I'm not trying to stall him out. It was that was kind of a bizarre play that you don't see very often. He might have, I think he held up because he thought the ball was in the air, and whether like here it is. Nope, that's not it. Okay.
Well, see, he saw it, and then you'll see, he sees it.
So I think
he retreats back.
So my guess is my man knew he was cooked. There was nowhere for him to go.
It's a split-second decision, split-second process. But once you knew you were cooked, at least try to go. You got to at least force him to tag you away from the bag or force the throw to second.
Yeah, you
can't go back to first base though.
You get to set your baseline. So if you're the runner, he could technically run sideways. He's allowed to do that.
Well,
okay. Well, he didn't run sideways.
He did not.
He just went back to the
Detroit Tiger player. Get ready to learn Chinese, buddy.
Oh man, that's not fair.
It's him and the whole team though. This one looking like it's over.
Well,
Mariners
only
2-0. No, it's the momentum. The Mariners.
Well,
the Mariners look locked in right now.
Yeah, they do. They do. My Mariners, that is.
That is your Mariners.
They looked great since
Look at them. Look. What are you doing?
That's tough. That's tough.
If I was a Tiger fan, I'd be incensed.
We joked a second ago about the Allen Iverson. I think he's got a series coming up on Hulu. And Hulu needs the sports series because apparently they dumped the Bill Belichick one. Or maybe Hulu didn't dump it. Maybe Bill Belichick dumped the Bill Belichick Carolina Hulu doc. But whatever, there is no documentary. There is no Hard Knocks. There is nothing chronicling Bill Belichick's disastrous first year as the head coach of North Carolina football.
Did you
the
see
33rd NFL team, as their people referred to them as?
Did you see? Oh man, I'm gonna try and find this, and maybe you did. I want, just in case you didn't, I'm not gonna say what the clip was because I just want to see if maybe what your general reaction is. But they broadcast the game on ESPN. It was UNC versus Clemson on Saturday. And did you see like ESPN going to commercial break talk to a student about Bill Belichick being there and like just the excitement or lack thereof? Did you see
I don't think I did.
Okay. I tagged you. If you can, pull it up.
Okay.
And just play. I thought this was hilarious. It was hilarious because they actually broadcast this. You didn't have to broadcast this. But everything I don't want to oversell this, but I got a nice little chuckle out of this moment on the broadcast of Clemson, North Carolina, as I think at the time Clemson was beating the crap out of UNC in the second quarter.
Okay.
And they talked to a student at UNC.
All right, here we go. It's not going well for those who are
early in the second
early
quarter.
in the second.
It's 28.
Very. And when Kenny says early, there's 12:50 left in the second quarter.
It's 28-3 Clemson.
Clemson making moves.
TCU was. I went to that game, and that was one of the saddest feelings I've had in university so far. And I've failed midterms before, so that's saying something.
Clemson making moves.
Why did they hear that? Oh, they must hate Bill Belichick. That is this girl said I failed midterms before.
He said it's one of the saddest moments I've ever felt.
That is absolutely hilarious.
Well, why did they air that? Why did they?
Well, maybe they hate Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick out here destroying these kids' college life. Like, man,
Oh man, damn! And now he ain't got the Hulu doc.
She said, "I failed midterms before. I failed midterms,
And it almost didn't compare to going to that TCU game.
No, it's sad.
I think. Well,
at least it won't be chronicled by Hulu.
Well, I
or
want to see at least one of
else.
those episodes because I think in that game against Clemson, I think they were leaving in the second quarter.
Yeah, it was 28-3 with 12 minutes left. I would have just gone back to the tailgate I left. Like, why I come in here and watch this sorry ass game for?
Back to the tailgate.
Go get me
and watch the rest of college football.
Go get some carne asada and some burgers, hamburgers. Let me go do anything except watch this crap.
Yeah, man, it's going bad for Bill. It's going bad for him.
You want to say sorry to Aaron Judge? We don't need to say sorry to Bill Belichick.
Who?
You.
I ain't saying nothing bad about Aaron Judge.
Well, you kind of make some underhanded jokes about how he's not exactly performing in the playoffs.
Number one, that's Jesse. And number two,
you haven't co-signed any of them?
But I say it in a somber tone.
Okay.
I say it in a somber tone. Like, come on, Aaron.
Okay, got you.
Oh, man. But that was a nice little moment last night.
Oh, that was a hell of a moment.
That was a nice little moment last night.
That the pop and then the delay because you didn't know where the ball was going to go.
Yeah.
Oh, that was theater.
Yeah,
that was masterful.
Fantastic. And then, all right, Aaron Judge hits the home run, hits the foul pole, and then turns to the bench. I'm here. This is it. All right, just get around the bench.
Yeah, okay. Also, It wasn't like the fourth inning. The game's tied. Like, settle down.
Just get around the base, sir. We've seen your whole playoff performance.
Yeah, like, okay, you didn't get eliminated today. Just go. Well, and to be fair, he had a hell of a game
He
yesterday.
did. What was he, 3 for
4?
4?
Yeah.
Couple runs scored, maybe 3 runs scored, I think. And they look DOA.
Yes, they all came on that one hit, but still 3 runs fine.
They look DOA, the Yankees did. It was 6-1 Blue Jays.
Yeah.
And Vlad Guerrero Jr., who had another home run, was sending these guys to the off season. And they found a way to bounce back. And now we got some theater. We got some theater because if I'm the Yankees, don't let us win this one. Don't let us win this one. I don't care if we got to go back to Toronto. Don't let us win this one. No, I said if I'm the Yankees. The Yankees aren't us. The Yankees aren't us, not for me.
Yankee supporter.
I'm a supporter. That's all it is. Of course. But if I'm the Yankees, what's the name? Nick Turturro? Is that who the big Yankee fan is?
The actor?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's like huge on Twitter with his Yankee reactions.
Okay.
Like
I think Nick Turturro was the NYPD.
I think that's
guy?
yeah. He's probably now more famous for his Yankee reactions.
I think Nick Turturro was at WrestleMania 10.
I think 11.
Oh, was it 11?
Yeah, that's
11,
right.
yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, that's your era right there. That WrestleMania 11 in Hartford, Connecticut. Yeah, that's Casey's era for sure. Is that NYPD Blue?
Yeah, he was part of that one.
Is.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
But yeah, if I'm Nick Turturro,
he was also a Boston cop in Malcolm X. Oh, he's done some Spike Lee movies.
Yeah, I think he is a Spike Lee.
He's
guy.
in Mo Better Blues, Jungle Fever.
Yeah,
Malcolm X
sounds about
right.
right.
I absolutely remember he's in Do the Right Thing.
Yep.
I remember him in The Longest Yard. Oh yeah, he is a Spike. Oh, he's in Paul Blart Mall Cop 2 also.
2? What?
Apparently
What?
he's a big Kevin James guy too, because he's in a movie called Here Comes the Boom, starring Kevin James.
Oh my God, I'm still tripping off Paul
Blart
Mall
Cop 2.
I had no idea. Jeez.
Interesting career Nicholas Turturro has had.
I want to
and
take
there
it back.
Turturro is an avid New York Yankees fan and is known for his passionate videos on social media.
Yeah, he be going like we can't even play some of the videos.
I believe it.
He be going off. He be going off on the Yankees. But if I'm him, I'm saying don't let us get this one. Don't let us get this one. So we'll see.
I'm glad I saw that because I had that game on the kitchen TV and was ready to I don't need to watch
I turned
this
it
anymore.
Did you? Yeah, I turned it. I had it on. I was doing some stuff at my desk and it was 6-1. I turned it. I had to go to the store real quick. And I think they got to 6-3, but they got out that inning. They got to 6-3. Like they ended the inning. I was like, it's probably done. Like I'll watch it when I come back. And I maybe 20 minutes into my time outside the house, I turned on the radio and they said 6-6. And then I was listening on the radio and the guy was like, after Aaron Judge ties it up. I said, oh no, let me go to Twitter. I got to go see this. I got to see what this looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And it was movie status.
Nah, it was. I was the opposite. I saw 6-1. I didn't see 6-3. I had walked away and got back to the kitchen and literally stood there and looked at the TV and was like, as soon as this inning ends, I'm out. I'll put the iPad up and just have it.
Yeah.
And then he hit that home run. I was like, oh.
That was a moment.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. I'm in.
It would be.
Don't lose this.
Don't
lose this game after hitting that home run.
Whoever the umpire is, they need to know it's best for business if the Yankees pitcher has a wide strike zone today. It's best for business. Give him that Levon Hernandez with the Marlins strike
listen to
zone.
you. I'm sure someone said game 6, like, no, it'd be great for the Lakers to get to the foul line a bunch in the fourth quarter. Oh, but it's okay. This is the type of stuff that Kenny's rooting on. Wow. Where were you? Where were you in 2001, by the way?
I was with the Kings.
No evidence of
I
that.
should have been at McClatchy High School where they were showing the game. They were showing it at McClatchy. But yeah, today is the last day of the year. There will be 4 baseball games on. And they all could be winner. They could be clinchers. So there's actually two things with today's date.
This is best of 5. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Today is the last
This is
day
the BS, yeah.
for 4 baseball games on.
Okay.
There will never for the rest of the year there won't be more than 3 baseball games on all year. And today, I forgot the matchup. I thought I had it here saved. But today marks there it is. With Missouri State playing at Middle Tennessee today on ESPN2 and Liberty playing UTEP. It's the start of 49 consecutive days of football.
Okay.
So do we even have 49? Yeah, we got more than 49 days left in the year, but it'll be pretty close to the end of the year. Every day is going to have a football game on.
Okay. Well, I'm not tapping into either one of those. So you
Liberty and UTEP, you ain't tapping into that.
No.
You ain't sports, bro.
There's 4 baseball games, 4 playoff baseball games, 1 WNBA finals game.
That's facts.
And a Sacramento Kings game.
Bro.
You can let me know how the let me know how the Liberty UTEP game goes.
You throw the records out the window.
We'll cover it tomorrow during the 13th round when I'm going to get my green juice.
Yeah, man. That last baseball game probably gonna be trash, bro. It's probably gonna be trash.
What's the 4th game?
It's Dodgers Phillies. And sorry ass Phillies ain't doing nothing.
I don't know why I asked. That's my bad.
Sorry Phillies ain't doing nothing. Get the brooms out for these bums and get them out the way so the Brew Crew can really get in there and try and take care of business.
Jake Gayden's going to join us. I'm sure he'll be excited to talk about the Yankees game last night. Jake Gayden will be with us coming up at 1:47, as that was just a polite reminder to me that Jesse's not here and I need to send him the link so he can join the show in 10 minutes. You want to do, because obviously we got a lot of Kings basketball to talk about. I do. So I got to follow up on the Giannis Antetokounmpo conversation.
Oh,
and I don't know how, but it's gone from bad to worse. In fact, no, I do know how. It has gone from bad to worse, and we'll share that with you. But before we do, obviously, new week in the NFL gets underway tomorrow. I want to do a couple of overreactions here.
Sure, absolutely.
Let's start with one that's going to sting you a little bit, and we do have power rankings coming up later. James Ham will be with us ahead of tonight's game. The Baltimore Ravens season is over.
That is not an overreaction.
That's sad, man.
Yeah.
That's tough. They stink. Their defense is flirting with historically bad.
If they were healthy, I might hold on for one more week. But I don't even know what that defense is looking like as far as the guys that didn't play last week coming back. Roquan Smith was out. Marlon Humphreys was out. Hamilton was out. I don't know what those guys are coming back. They were already a suspect defense at that time. But you lose your best players on the defensive end? Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't think it's going to happen for my Ravens.
What about this one? I don't.
And
either.
Lamar, obviously. Like, that's D1.
Yeah, I mean.
He's not on defense, but hell, basically is. him having the ball is a form of defense.
It absolutely, right now, him having the ball is their best form of defense. And perhaps the worst thing about that is he can't have the ball right now. This, I don't know where this one's going to go. I'm curious the chat's response as well. Shout out Cheryl in Baltimore. She's a fan. She says
they're back this weekend.
Back this week. Let's go.
Well, I hope they are. They play the Rams.
Oh,
go get them.
Cheryl, I love you. Good luck with that. Pete Carroll will be gone at the end of the season.
That's an overreaction. The only reason I say that is I do not believe Mark Davis will go Jed York and fire 2 coaches after only having them there for 1 year. Jed did it with Tom Sula and Chip Kelly. I don't think that's where Mark will.
It feels like an eternity ago. Chip was before Kyle, like the one right before Kyle.
Yep.
So let me ask you, he did it, but he got it right.
Yeah.
No chance Mark Davis does that.
The only reason it gives me pause is maybe Tom gets in his ear and says, this isn't going to work.
Mm.
And
So-
Tom, he can respect Tom to a level and say, all right, I'm going to listen to you.
Am I wrong? Oh, man. They didn't hire Spytek second, right? That's so funny that that's his name. Every time I say it, I feel like I'm saying it wrong.
I think he was hired first.
He was hired
I
first.
think so.
All right. I mean, that's a good point that I hadn't thought about. Ultimately, Tom Brady will probably have a strong.
I think he'll be, no disrespect to Spytek, but I think
No.
Tom Brady will be the decision maker.
Yeah, I mean that's not. Yeah, I think you're correct in that.
Yeah, he calls the plays.
I don't. Well, that's what I've heard. That's Kyle's bit. I can't steal it. I don't think it's an overreaction, but you could convince me I'm wrong. I just don't know where you're going. I don't know where you're going if you're the Raiders. How about this? The AFC South is getting 2 playoff teams.
That is not an overreaction.
Yeah, it's not at all an overreaction.
Yeah, I think the Colts and the Jags are going to make them playoffs.
Well,
They might mess around and get 3.
As a reminder, we got power rankings later, and there's some controversy.
Well, just, yeah. I'm going
I can explain it. I can explain it.
I'm going to need you to answer this. And mind you, I'm not happy about it.
Oh, I know you're not. I almost
I'm actually pissed
so
off.
so to be clear, I changed one of the teams 3 different times, and then finally took one of the teams out and put a question mark, and then decided no, my gut was right, and I was deciding between the Colts, the Jaguars, and the 49ers. We'll talk about
The
it.
disrespect.
We'll talk about it.
The absolute disrespect.
Baker Mayfield will be in the MVP mix at the end of this season.
Not an overreaction. I think he will.
10 touchdowns, 1 interception so far. His team is playing fantastic. They win basketball games at a stunning rate when he doesn't turn the ball over. That was the case last year. He went through a stretch where I think he turned the ball over multiple times a game for like 3 straight games. And that was his biggest chunk of like interceptions that happened during the season. When he doesn't turn the ball over, the Bucs win, and he is not turning the ball over, and the Bucs are winning. And the guys, Burrow's out. Josh Allen certainly isn't. And I don't think Patrick Mahomes is in this conversation for the first time in maybe 4 years. Lamar Jackson isn't going to be in the conversation, or it doesn't appear he's going to be in the conversation. So yeah, we're talking the likes of Baker Mayfield, and
absolutely.
How about this one? The New England Patriots are going to make the playoffs
Today, that's an overreaction, but I see the vision. I see the schedule as well.
Yeah.
In the way that they play. I think it can happen. I'm gonna wait another week though. I'm gonna wait another week. I'm gonna say right now it's an overreaction.
Okay.
I got one for you. My bad that I didn't put in there.
I think it's an overreaction. I can't quite pinpoint what they are yet. But
I think they're tough, well coached.
They're playing for Mike Vrabel, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Drake May.
And Drake May might be good.
Might be pretty good.
Drake May might be good.
This is my bad. No, I got one that I didn't put in here.
Okay.
Overreaction, yes or no? Jonathan Gannon will be fired at the end of the season.
No, I don't think that's an overreaction.
I think
I don't think that's an overreaction. I think when you lose games the way that they're losing, that's tough. You're not Andy Reid. Hell, you're not Sean Payton. You're not Jim Harbaugh. Like that's tough. And then the fine that he got yesterday, the interaction with DeMarcado, like you're the head coach of this football team, man.
He might not make it through the year. Like if
I'd be surprised if that happened. I'd be surprised if he got fired during the season.
I didn't realize he'd been there as long as he's been there.
How long has it been?
This is his 3rd season. So
it's funny that we think that's long.
If you have that moment that you had on Sunday and you lose like 3, you already lost 3 in a row, but you lose 4 the next 5, yeah, you might not make
Let's
it.
get this one. Let's get this one in because you actually teased it yesterday. Overreaction. The Chiefs will not make the playoffs.
Not an overreaction.
It's an overreaction. I still think they're getting in.
It's close.
There's
It's
still
close.
enough. I still think they're getting in. Jake Gayden, he's got some news for us, and he's going to join us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Jake. What's up, Jake?
What up, fam? How are we? Do you like the Yankee jersey? I think you do. Thanks,
Put the
guys.
Yankee jersey on.
How are you all doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I was sweating last night. Sweating.
It was looking bleak, man. It was looking like
looking bad. You could look at my tweets from last night. All right. My tweets went from I think around like 6 o'clock. I said the Yankees are cooked, and then like 3 hours later, it was like, oh no, we're good. Oh,
How do you feel? How do you feel? You think it's gonna happen?
Game 5, baby, tonight. It's gonna force Game 5. We're gonna be good. All will be good. Not worried at all. Not worried one bit. I'm gonna tweet this thing out to you guys real quick.
These commercial breaks are pissing me off.
I also realized I had my email open last time, so I'm gonna close that so you don't hear any pings in the background because I'm gonna, we're in radio, so we got to make sure it sounds good, right?
Yeah, you be leaving windows open while you're working too often.
Oh, way too often. Way too often. You guys see the stray I caught from Tony Lopez last night?
I did see.
I did. That's funny. It's a good little callback.
I sat there and I was like, oh, that's great.
That's great. That Fenty stuff is fire. That's a good look.
I think we need to have like a show at one time if we want to. A segment of a tell-all segment of what exactly happened that day.
Well, it doesn't bother us. Like I'd make sure it was all right with.
We should do it like the anniversary. We should do the anniversary. So like start of next year when it actually happened. 1 year to the date.
Hang on, Jake. We're coming back right here. I think that's a great idea. All right, man. We are back here. We got Kings basketball tonight. We're certainly going to talk about that with our man Jake Gayden, CBS 13. He's here with us every single Wednesday, right around this time at 1:45. We got much more basketball talk ahead. We got power rankings ahead, and James Ham will return here as we get ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Toronto Raptors tonight at the Golden One Center. Jake, we want to talk about that with you, but I think you got a little news for us that we're going to break here on the show.
Yeah, let's rock with it. Okay, so I'm not sure if everyone heard about this earlier last week. Dr. Luke Wood, Sacramento State president, went on a Montana Grizz podcast. Yeah, don't really know the affiliation they have with Montana football, but you went on a podcast with them. And
Locked on Montana, I believe it was called.
Locked on Grizz.
Locked on Grizz.
Well, yes. All right. And basically said that he would that it's guaranteed basically that Sac State is going to be in a FBS conference next year or is very close to it. Well, he said it, and I made some calls, and according to multiple sources, there is no conference currently right now looking to add Sacramento State. And when I say no conference, I mean no Power 4 conference, no Mountain West, Pac-12, Conference USA, I made calls on basically every conference you can think of around the country, and no one's looking to add Sacramento State. Now, all these conferences and the sources that I talk with around the NCAA said that, none of these conferences are saying no, like we're not looking to add anybody. They're always going to be opportunistic. When it comes to Sacramento State and having something by the end of the season, November, December, that doesn't look like that's going to be the case with any conference affiliation right now. So I think you're more and more leaning towards Sac State going to an FBS independent next year and playing an FCS schedule. But if you think that they're going to be joining a conference by the end of the year, and Luke Wood's telling us that, I have a hard time believing it right now. And Dr. Wood, I know he's a friend of the program. He's part of the homie circle, and I love what he's doing for the Hornets over there and trying to grow the school. I just think some of this is him trying to speak it into existence and doesn't know exactly what is going on the upper levels of this, because everyone's calling me and everyone who's telling me all this stuff makes it seem like I have no idea what I'm talking about.
What so when they got denied the waiver in the FBS, didn't they hire like a law firm after that to try and antitrust law firm? Has there been any news on that? And try to get in the FBS that way, saying that they're unjustly being denied the waiver? Has there been any type of movement on that?
Like you said, that they did hire a law firm, that is confirmed, and that they were looking at that avenue. I think they just don't want to take that avenue because I think that costs a lot of money that I don't think they have currently right now. So with that, I think that avenue is a possibility, but I don't think that is an avenue they want to go down. I think they would rather go as an independent and move that way. But I think the feedback that they got, plainly put, is that they need to be part of a conference and not introduced, but invited to join a conference for them to move to the FBS ranks. Just doesn't sound like that's happening anytime soon. So maybe they take that avenue now, KC, and they start looking at that, because Dr. Luke Wood is adamant, and same with Brennan Marion, adamant that they're moving to the FBS. Like, it is going to happen next year. And maybe I'm not fully part of that picture and not getting, privy to all the conversations, but from everything I've been able to gather, I have not been able to see that actually happening and coming to fruition.
Well, it's going to be a busy year because they're building a $171 million facility at Cal Expo, and that's going to happen before next season.
It's October 8th.
Like, I like Dr. Wood in our whole crew there. I am fascinated how all of this is going to take place. Not saying it's not. I'm just fascinated how it's going to happen. Right. I got that Cal Expo alert. I think it was over the weekend. It was like, okay, what they say it was like 400 million, 500 million, something for the stadium. Yeah, but at Cal Expo, it's only going to be 171 million. Cool. Is that Kenny's money? Where is this money? Like, okay, so you got 171 million to the Cal. I get the footprint is there, but we're talking about a football stadium.
Right. Okay. And it's grant money. Apparently, it's going to come state funded money. And like my question is this, like they're saying, quote unquote, we're saving money with this. Okay, that's great. We're saving money. But wasn't the first thing you said when you wanted to do this is what you wanted to build a state-of-the-art facility to attract people? Wouldn't that cost money? Wouldn't you want to put as much money as you possibly can into this thing? This is shouldn't be a cost-cutting measure. This should be something that is you're strategically doing this in the correct ways. And I think it's rushed. I think, Dame, you put it perfectly. I think it's rushed, and there's no reason to rush this, because at the end of the day, every reason you're doing this makes sense. It's validated. It's good. It's supported. But you got to do it at the right pace. You can't force things to happen. You can't rush things to happen. It has to be checks and balances. It has to happen in a certain progression for this to happen. And I just don't know if they understand that over at Sac State.
I feel the same way, man. I love the ambition. I love the vision of everything Dr. Luke Wood and AD Mark Orr have for Sac State. I would just say, like, it doesn't all have to happen tomorrow. Like, it doesn't have to. You just want it to be right. Like, that's it. You just want it to be right, sustainable, and something that's going to last and you can grow with. And if that means you go to Cal Expo in 3 years because you want to build, like, not modular seating, but like a real stadium over there, that's fine. Do it and have it there in 3 years. Like, it's okay. It doesn't have to happen in 2026. Like, it really doesn't. So that would be my thing, just like you said, Jake, is it doesn't have to be a rush. We just want to get this right. I think Cal Expo, obviously you want something on campus, but I think Cal Expo is a great idea. I think for a lot of different reasons, whether you talk about space, whether you talk about being able to actually get the money, it's probably easier going through Cal Expo than it is trying to get it privately funded. Like, it all makes sense in that respect. Cool. Just make sure you're handling it the right way and you're getting it taken care of where you don't have to go back and add another $150 million in 10 years because now you want to build something differently. Like, just take your time. It's okay.
Are we building, like, the Republican Sac State can never play on the same day, right?
No, and that was explored. I think that
they'll be gone from Cal Expo in
not next year.
No. Yeah, I don't know how next year.
You're gonna have to. Okay, you guys get this Saturday, and this Saturday. We get this one, and this one.
Well,
otherwise you're gonna have to park at Macy's.
I can't be real with you. That field at Cal Expo, Heart Health Park. I don't know if you guys weren't out. KC, you were out there on Saturday.
Dame was there too. He was right
there.
there.
Dame didn't put it on social media then. And
no, I was there, and I think you were there, right? Because I'm pretty sure Katie said, "Hey, there's Jake," but you were walking up the stairs.
I see how it is. You don't say what's good to your homeboy. Okay, no text.
Well, I don't like
no nonsense.
Hey, Jake, me, Jake. Oh, and then what?
That's the East Coast thing to do, Dave. Okay, the East Coast thing to do. No, I just don't think that field could take any more than it already has. It's not in great shape. It's just not great shape. You play football on there and play soccer on there. Good luck.
All right. Moving on. The Golden One Center is a beautiful facility, and it is fully equipped to play professional basketball, and that begins tonight, even in preseason form. How do you feel? You've been around this team for a week and a half now through media day and training camp. How are you feeling about tonight's game against the Raptors?
I'm just excited and kind of intrigued. I think there's two things I'm looking at. First, Dennis Schroeder, he has been raved about. I mean, raved about in the first week and a half. And just the presence he brings to the offense, the command, the leadership, the accountability. I'm excited to see what a true point guard looks like with this team. And when I say with this team, I mean not with prior to when De'Aaron was here. I mean with Debo, with Zach, with the new form Kings. That was the second half of last year where you didn't have a point guard. I am intrigued to see what it looks like with a true point guard and see how it looks coming all together, because everything they've said is like, man, this is the piece that we were missing, the professional that we were missing. He's the floor general, the quarterback, whatever you want to call it, that is going to be a key to how this offense runs. And honestly, the head of the snake when it comes to the defensive side of the ball and picking up 94 feet. The other thing I'm looking at is how advanced is Maxime Reynaud when it comes to the backup center. I am extremely impressed by his skill set. I am intrigued to see how much he can deal with the physicality of the NBA, because if he has everything that I think he does and can withstand the physicality, like, I think he's the backup center, not only of the future, but of this year. Like, I think Drew Eubanks is great, don't get me wrong, but those are the two things I am looking at to see if Reynaud can stay and physically play with the big boys of the NBA, or if he's going to be punked around. Because if not, he has every skill set on the offensive end to be filthy and just be a plug-and-play player for when Domas is out. Has the better shot. His passing ability is there. He can rebound, and his finessing around the basket has been on display for us for the past couple of days. So I am very intrigued on those two fronts heading into the night. But curiosity, that's the key for everything. I'm just very curious of how it all comes together.
And look, I know it's important. I get it. I remember the discussions we had about Mason Plumlee.
Oh, God.
Right?
Our Lord and Savior.
Yes. Yeah. And I saw what JV did when he came to the Kings last year, aka the Nasty Boy.
Wasn't gonna say that.
The old Nasty Boy, because we got a new Nasty Boy with Dennis Schroeder.
Please stop.
I like that backup center that they get. That's valuable. I still say, why not give Maxine the opportunity?
Mm-hmm.
Why not? Like, it's not the biggest thing in the world if for his 4 minutes he's not up to par right away. Like, why not? See what you got.
He's going to be better than Alex Len. He will be better than Alex Len. I'm sorry, Alex.
Yeah, why not? And there are concerns that I have about his game. We talk about it, Dame, where his physicality. Can he stand up to the physicality of the league? I want to see him rebound better for being 7'2". So there are questions that I absolutely have when it comes to him, but why not? Like, yeah, give him those opportunities at backup center and see if he can get adjusted by actually playing in the games. Jake agrees.
Nick, he does agree. Yeah. He absolutely does agree. What's the biggest, if there is one, what's the biggest change you've seen so far in training camp from not necessarily last year during the chaotic stretch of Doug Christie's tenure with the De'Aaron Fox trade and all of that, but specifically maybe just in covering the team at the end of last year and the way this group has been for the last 10 days or so, 11 days?
Twofold again. One, I think they found their joy of basketball again. Like,
hearing Keegan Murray say that the other day was hysterical when he was talking about having joy playing basketball. I don't know if Jimmy Butler was the one who made that a thing last year, but hearing Keegan say it in that deadpan voice with that deadpan look was absolutely hilarious.
But it's the truth, though. There's joy there. They're having fun, and I think they are bought into what Doug Christie is preaching. And basketball, as DC puts it, is supposed to be fun. It's a kid's game. It's a child's game, and that they're doing it on the professional level at the highest stakes. So you can see that with the way they play, the way they interact. The other fold that I'm intrigued by is the fact that Scott Perry is there every single practice, and after every single practice, they break the huddle. The guys do their free throws. Doug Christie, directly to Scott Perry, hey, what's your feedback? What's your notes? What you got for me? They have a 10 to 15 minute discussion. They laugh. They make fun of players. They joke with players. And but it's hey, this is what I see. This is what I'm seeing. This is what I like. This is what I don't like. Very, very good relationship. And I think that's something you did not see at all last year. The amount of times I saw Monty McNair at a practice where I can count on one hand. You saw Wes Wilcox more than you saw Monty on a consistent basis. That's why, seeing Scott, seeing BJ there, like, refreshing. You can tell that from top to bottom, from GM to towel boy, everyone's on the same page. Everyone's pulling in the same direction. No alter egos. No other agendas other than the 6 pillars that Scott Perry has for this team and that everyone's buying into.
So we've talked about it a number of different times on the show, but I want to get your thoughts, Jake. How much stock do you put in something like that? Obviously, that cohesion and that positive energy and the positive vibes that are going through training camp isn't going to necessarily or literally win you games, but it does. I think it does matter, and especially after what everybody talked about last year was to be able to have a training camp and have a group of guys and have the level of cohesion that they seem to have right now has to just make it better to come to work and try to work on your craft. How much of an impact do you think that could have on this Kings team?
And I think it's going to have a massive impact because I think it has a massive impact on a regular mill individual that shows up to their job every single day. Imagine if you guys were beefing with your boss and and Jesse was pulling in a different direction than you, and James didn't want to show up to do only one segment instead of 4, like, not saying any of that's true, but but I'm just saying, I think it can correlate to any other person's job. Like if you're not in a setting that makes you thrive and want to be there, you are not going to thrive, and it's going to be hard to show up to work every single day. I think the same could be said at the professional NBA level. Like, if these guys don't want to show up and do the extra work and get in the extra shots and go over film and lift weights, like, there's going to be a certain level of professionalism to everything, but it's going the extra mile. And I think that's what makes good teams great, right? That's what makes good jobs or organizations great to work for. Being able to have a healthy, cohesive, not lifestyle, but like
just work life.
Yeah, like,
no one wants to come to work when you don't like the people around you.
Bingo.
Be it your bosses, your coworkers, whatever. Like, it's a miserable experience. Are you, as just a quick temperature check, Jake, before we let you go? I know you're a broadcast journalist, you're a news guy, you deliver the news, but like, are you in or out on this team? Like, it feels like people are either positive, optimistic, like maybe to a fault, but also to a level. Like, 44 wins, optimistic. I feel like I'm pretty optimistic in that range. And then there are people who are like, well, 35 wins, this team stinks, there's no future. Like, where do you fall on that spectrum?
Cautiously pessimistic.
Cautiously pessimistic.
Do you not
walk me through the meaning of that again?
Are you nervous about thinking they're going to stink?
I would say I am setting myself up for failure, thinking that that they're not going to do well. But if they do well, it'll be very surprising to me. So, like, I would say that I don't have high expectations for the team, because I see what they have and how hard the Western Conference is. And if they do well, I am going to be very excited and happy for them. But if they don't do well, I'm not going to sit here and say, dang, they really missed out on this. What an opportunity they missed. I think I'm saving myself, thinking that this year is going to be a year where if they do get under 40 wins, I'm not going to be surprised. And if they get over 40 wins, well, hot damn. I love being told I'm wrong.
Hot damn.
How many more white phrases can I come up with?
No, that's a good one. I was going to say hot damn. That's a phrase you don't hear on this show very often, but there we go. We appreciate you, Jake. Thank you, my brother.
Go Yankees, by the way. Hey, can you guys say the pitcher's name for this evening?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not going to say it.
Dame, come on.
I don't know who the pitcher is tonight.
It's close, man. It's close. It could get. You say it, Jake. You say it.
No, why would I say it?
Well, because it's your team.
Jake, you're a newsman. You need to deliver the news to us. What is the pitcher's name tonight?
Cam Schlittler.
That was close.
Yeah, that's close.
It's close.
He's going to throw gas tonight. 7 innings, no hit ball. Get ready for Game 5 in Toronto on Friday, baby.
More or less 9.5 strikeouts from him tonight.
9.5. I would say
12 in his last outing against the.
I would say less. I think the line is at 8 right now, and I was going to go 8.5, 9. So if it goes 8.5, I would pick the over. I think it's closer to 8 and 9 tonight. It's a good line though.
I'm hoping to see a Game 5. That's good drama right there. I need that.
And if the Dodgers sweep tonight,
over is tied now.
Well, it is.
What's the Mariners score right now?
It's 3-3.
3-3.
Sixth inning.
If the Dodgers sweep tonight, kill me with the LA fans. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with the LA fans. They just think they're gonna roll through the playoffs again, and they have a terrible bullpen.
You tell them, Jake.
Well, they are up. Okay, never mind. I don't want to start a conversation about the Dodgers again. It always goes poorly in this studio.
Speaking of the resident Dodger fan, all right?
Yeah, baby, you know we're going to end the series tonight, basically. 3-0.
End the call.
3-0 on the way.
End the call. Okay, end the call.
The man, Brendan Benitez, right there. Jake, we appreciate you. Brendan, we appreciate you, brother. We'll see you guys on Sunday.
End the call. End the call.
That's great stuff from our crew over there at CBS 13. Jake Gaden and Brendan Benitez.
Well,
Dodger fan and Yankee fan.
Tigers just took the lead.
Yes, they did. What sort of reverse voodoo are you doing on my Mariners with this?
My bad, man.
Oh, it's over.
Well, when the guy decided not to run to second base, what you expect me to think?
Riley Green, his first home run, his first postseason home run.
That was a bomb. 454 to right center field.
That God was so smart, as Kenny's book showed us earlier. If I would have been a baseball player, you brought this up. I would have Bryce Harpered every home run. I would have ran so fast around the bases.
Get to the Brodies.
Every time. Every single time.
Or you could have been like Joe, who was my man, Encarnacion, who had the parrot on his arm as he ran across around the bases.
There's a lot of weird different things guys do as they're after they hit a home run.
Joe, you may be too young to know about this, but Jeffrey Leonard with the flap down. Do you know about that?
No, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, he ran around the base with I think it was his. It don't matter which arm, but one arm was just didn't move.
Oh, that's okay. That's pretty cool.
And it pissed off the Cardinals.
That's pretty cool. I remember
absolutely pissed them off.
To this day, I'm still scarred by that Prince Fielder home run against the Giants where he jumped on the plate and everyone fell down.
Yeah, that was pretty random, Joe. That was like in August of 2007.
That was a bad dude. I still think about that.
It was like August 11th.
Dog days of summer home run really gets to Joe. He just can't.
I still think about that.
Just can't get
I
over
remember it too, though. I do remember it. Walk off from Prince.
Joe wakes up from a bad dream. He just
the Giants fell to they fell to 64 and 67.
Oh my God. Goodness gracious. You said 9.5. Is that the real number?
It is not the real number on Prize Picks for Cam. I'm just gonna say Cam because I don't want to mess this up. Strikeouts tonight against the Blue Jays is 5. I'm taking the more on that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I might just mess around and have a Yankees Blue Jays lineup.
Okay.
For this game to be going down tonight. This game 4. I also probably want to get maybe a separate lineup for game 3 of the WNBA Finals. You know what I mean? I want to have a lineup for that. So if you're trying to have a lineup, go down to Prize Picks and handle your business there. Download the app, put in the promo code KIFM. You get $50 towards your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 towards your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Russ Dog. I think Russ Dog has a good little. Oh, yeah. Russ Dog he's pulling up on securing the Bagley. He's now at 8 on the season. We're almost at the All-Star break.
Oh, God. I was about to ask when this god-awful season is over.
No, All-Star break is the week before NBA starts.
Oh, that's next week.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we don't have to do this next week.
No, we do.
No, we do Prize Picks. We don't have to do this ridiculous.
No, we do. Yeah, that'll be the All-Star. That'll be like the dunk contest.
Yeah, the All-Star game MVP, right? Like there's still rewards to be given out.
Don't choose the wrong side of this, Joe.
And now the Tigers just can't stop hitting. Double.
Man. There's no outs in this inning.
Oh man.
Oh goodness gracious.
Well,
all right.
You know, game 5, get ready.
Oh, there was the guy who ran back to first base. He's celebrating now. Goodness gracious. We'll come back. We've got Kings basketball to talk about. I have a few more. This Giannis thing, it's over. I don't know how it got worse from the time our show ended to this morning, but it did. And it continues to get worse, but we'll dive into that. We also got power rankings coming up. There's going to be some controversy in power rankings. And James Ham will join us, and we'll get ready for Kings Raptors tonight at the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
Steeler 1 KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Breaks are so damn short. I don't even have time to eat my pretzels.
Can't go nowhere.
It's my real break, though. So,
is this? Yeah, I guess this is official. You see that Bill Belichick tweet?
Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Oh
God. Wow. Shout out to Kieran the Bagley. I see you. No 13th round today. No, the RBI single. Tigers go up 5-3. No out still. This is tough too, because they got Screwball ready to go in Game 5. Yeah, Leezy, you know we got. Come on, man, Leezy, you know we got work to do, big dog. You know we got work to do, big dog.
I've been playing a lot of the Culture albums lately again. Like I used to love the Migos. I kind of fell off of them, but like they got some really good records.
They are. I don't want to put a number on it. I'm just gonna say they are one of the best groups in hip hop history.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with that. Definitely.
They are one of the top groups in the history of hip hop. They are the best group of an era. And unfortunately, everything changed when Takeoff was passed away.
Yeah, that was heartbreaking stuff.
I mean, after you can't have the Migos no more. Like you can't do it no more. Well, the Tigers take a 5-3 lead here in the bottom of the 6th. As what do you say, Joe? About 25 minutes ago, declared it over. Maybe 40 minutes ago.
Yeah.
No, it's over. It's
about.
It's a wrap. Now they're up 5-3, no outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. And if they win this game, Skewball's ready to go. He's ready to go for a game.
And he's the real deal too. So, I mean, yeah, it could get real interesting if they take this game for sure.
Yeah, sorry, it's 5-3 now. Although good news is somebody just got picked off. The guy got picked off at first.
Well, good. That's nice. They got an out.
And it may be challenged, and he feels like he got back in time. So maybe there isn't an out. We'll find out in a second. Got to do that's what they do when they challenge. We got to do that. So
I hate this show.
Real quick. Are you guys excited for the automatic ball system coming in? The ABS.
What?
ABS.
I'm sorry. What do you think this is, Joe?
Wait a minute. What
do you think this is,
what
Joe?
I should have called it the
with you?
ABS. I should have called it the ABS.
Yeah. What is wrong with you?
Hey,
where
in honor of our brother, take a lap.
It's by you. I'll
take a lap. Here we go.
There you go. Goes off taking a lap.
Yo, that was crazy.
I don't know about your system.
Hey,
pal.
look, the rookie needs to pay his dues in this league before he starts just talking.
That was bad.
Automatic
ball strike challenge system. That's better, right?
I actually hate that too, by the way.
You don't like it?
I hated it.
Tell me why.
It was. I saw it in the All-Star game. I was like, this is stupid. No, you know me though. I appreciate the human element of sports, and I don't need them to get every pitch correct. There's going to be ones that cost my team the game that I hate, that I get wrong. But
I feel like it's part
sports.
of the game.
Yeah, that's sports, man. I hate it. I hate it.
Galen says it sounds painful.
I mean, I agree, but
You can get a hot tub and some Mountain Dew. It'll be fine. That's a good callback for anyone who's been listening for 2 hours. I was just getting ready to say, is you're talking about the automatic ball system, how much I hate this show. Well, because I have a tab. I have a tab pulled up, and all that's visible on the tab is loose balls.
There we go. Is it because I'm
This
here?
damn book from Jason Williams.
Am I supposed to be like trying to, like, you know?
Yeah,
Or-
you're not. But you're. Yeah, no. And yes, you're supposed to throw the flag. You're out here committing technical fouls.
Yeah, I'm on the field.
You're a
That's
corrupt
not-
ref. That's
You're Joe Donahue right now. That's who you are. Goodness gracious.
this.
I don't want
Do you know who Tim Donahue is?
Oh, good question.
I've heard the name, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know exactly.
So you don't know who that is? Like if tell me first of all, Joe, how old are you?
Thank you for starting with that question.
Yep.
I'm 24.
Okay, so Joe
That was
is
sneaky a while ago.
Joe is younger than Jesse.
Yes.
By
Yes.
Jesse did he just turn
20.
He didn't turn 30.
No, 29, I think.
I think he turned 29.
Okay, so that's like a whole high school.
And
Like,
not
we wouldn't have gone to high school together.
the story of Tim Donahue is actually sneaky long. Like what you
No,
said,
it
that's
was a
probably
long
like
time
15
ago.
years ago now.
15.
He references the Kings game. That was 2002.
No, for sure. Yeah.
But that happened. The story came
No,
out maybe 5 or 6 years later, right?
Oh,
Yeah, so
no,
that's-
okay.
That's 20 years
Okay.
ago.
Oh, yeah, we're in
Okay,
2020.
yeah.
Because it's 2026.
I mean,
20 years ago.
I'm looking at it like, yes, I do know
The corrupt
about all of,
referee.
yes, I know
Okay.
about all of this. I guess I just didn't know the name of the exact ref off the top of my head. But if I do know about all this, yes.
Well, that's
We're
who
gonna
you are.
drop some references during our time together over the next 2 weeks that you are just not familiar with.
Oh, I know. I'm and you know, I'm gonna just have to go with it.
Do you
Yeah,
know
but
who the
I'm not-
Giant Gonzalez is?
Good question.
See, okay, here's the thing though. One thing I'm not gonna do is pretend like I know what I'm saying if I don't. I will own it.
Yeah,
so
who does that?
okay, so what was the question?
Bro, that's half of this business.
No, I'm talking about me in the office.
No. He's talking about me in hockey. He asked you if you know who Giant Gonzalez is.
Giant Gonzalez. See, like the names off
that-
the top of my
that's too
head.
obscure. Do you know who Andre the Giant is?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
that's
okay,
that's
okay.
a staple.
It's like a
in-
George Washington. Maybe you don't know who the 8th president
who-
is, but you know who the first one is.
Do you know who the Godfather is?
Mm.
Like the movie?
Mm.
No.
No, man, pimping ain't easy. That's what
Nah,
he's talking
yeah,
about.
see,
He's talking about.
this is exactly what
He's-
I was scared of. Is
Oh,
you guys
Lord,
like asking
sorry,
me if I
sorry,
knew things, and
Oh,
I just don't.
Bro, stop! Oh my God!
Bobby Baez just sitting one into Lake Michigan.
Suddenly, Seattle is getting their ass kicked. It's 7-3.
Oh man, Javi Baez.
Holy crap! It was 3-0 5 minutes ago.
It only went 238 feet though.
How is that possible?
No, it's man, it's
What
so
the
messed
hell
up.
does that mean?
That's the stat I get when I hit a softball 230, 85 miles an hour.
230 feet.
I think it meant to say 2,380 feet. 'Cause that was a bomb by Javi Baez.
No, what I think it meant to say was 2,000 miles an hour because it couldn't have left the ball. Oh yeah, just sit there and chew your gum like nothing's wrong.
No, you might have to live stream game 5. I might need you to
What
live
is this?
stream.
He's just sitting here. He's sitting here chewing his gum like that. They're beating your ass this entire inning. Oh my God.
Oh man. Well,
Oh, what an
game
inning.
5.
Well, thank God they got 2 outs at this point. I wasn't even sure they had that.
Damn.
All after you got picked off at first.
That's tough too for the Mariners because it started off with I think 2 runs being scored in the inning and nobody out. You pick the guy off, you strike him out, and you're like, okay, we gave up 2, but it's like we'll get out of this unscathed, like only with the 2 runs, and then Javi Baez turns it up.
Goodness gracious! It is all of a sudden 7-3. Seattle is still not out of the inning. It's the bottom of the 6th, and they're staring at a winner-take-all Game 5 as they finally just got out of the inning. Hey, show the pitcher chewing his gum again.
Oh man, you know, the
gracious.
people in Seattle, like they really want this. They really want to win. It's been quarter century since they had a winning baseball team advanced. I don't think they won a playoff round in 25 years or something like that. If they were to lose, it'd be pretty heartbreaking. Do you know the worst loss I've ever seen in sports is that Rangers loss in the World Series against the Cardinals?
Oh, okay.
The one where Game 6, they were a strike away. They were up, I think 1 or 2. They were a strike away.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, about 10 years. It might have been 2015.
Okay.
It might have been 20.
Is that 10 years ago?
Well, no, it might have been 2013 because it was after they lost to the Giants.
Okay.
And they went like the next year. It was 2011, actually. It was 2011. They went back the next year, played the Cardinals, a strike away. They give up a triple to tie it in the 9th. They take the lead on Josh Hamilton's home run. Nolan Ryan is there.
I was going to say,
happy.
You know what I remember
made.
the most about is they kept showing Nolan Ryan.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again, they kept showing him.
They were out away again in the 10th and lost, I think, a strike away again in the 10th. Gave up the tying run, and then David Freese hits the home run to walk it off in 11. That was, to this day, that is still the worst. I mean, we're talking about winning a championship. You're 2 times you're a strike away from winning a championship. And not only do you lose that game, you go on to lose the series in 7. Yikes.
We got Kings basketball tonight. I saw some people in the chat asking. I believe this is a Kings.com game.
I think it is too.
So
I think next Wednesday is on California. I think one of them is on
Friday's on California. No,
what? Yeah, I think that is too. I think one of the home games is. I think California. I know.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right. It's Wednesday. Yeah. Sorry. Wednesday and Friday are.
Oh no.
Okay. Okay. I'll make sure you have the password. Because we can't. How are we going to go back and watch on Friday? We got to go celebrate Jesse. How are we going to go back and watch that game on Friday?
Well, I would love the password.
Yeah, but I forgot. You've got.
I don't have nothing. I don't know. I don't know. I'm like Adam Silver said. I'm just watching YouTube.
Yep. All right. Kenny's YouTube account.
Watching YouTube. I don't know.
So yeah, Wednesday and Friday, unless you got Kenny's hookup, is Kings.
Everybody got YouTube.com.
Kings.com/live, I believe it is.
Yeah, everybody got YouTube.com. That's where they watch it, D-Lo and KC. Did you catch any of the game yesterday? Cavs Bulls on Peacock.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, it was. I saw the first quarter.
How was it?
It was cool. Noah Eagle and Reggie Miller were on the call.
Did you read the thing? And I don't know if this is live yet. I have to imagine it's not, about YouTube TV and Peacock.
No.
So if I have this right, YouTube TV is going to start carrying Peacock sporting events, except NFL games.
Oh, okay.
So it literally says not the NFL. So I assume that includes the NBA.
Which means also, when you say that, you're really just talking about that exclusive wild card game.
In terms of the NFL.
Yeah. that they
I don't think they have another one
because they obviously show Sunday Night Football and
that's NBC. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what it said, I'd assume it's the NBA as well.
Monday. I'm trying to see. Let's see. Otherwood seem to
now Monday night
referring to the new
is
NBC
supposed to
Sports
be
Network.
the exclusive Peacock game for the NBA. That's the one that's on Peacock only. Tuesday is the one that's supposed to be on NBC. If I have that correct.
It's very confusing. So they're launching something on YouTube TV that includes sporting events, but it's not being specific with the sporting events that it's showing, other than that wild card game will not be a part of it. And they're theorizing that it's some sort of new NBC sports network, but it's really just their
streaming
Peacock.
Yeah,
it's the stuff that's on Peacock.
They I think they have games that are exclusively on, or excuse me, they have college basketball games that are exclusively on Peacock. So that would be on TV now or on your YouTube TV.
Yeah. I wonder how many of those types of deals we start seeing moving forward. Does Netflix ever strike a deal for their live content to be aired on a particular app, be it YouTube,
Hulu, or
something? I assume all of the Disney channels, who shout out to Disney, they just sent an email that said their prices are going up again. I assume the Disney channels will stay married to each other. The Hulus, Disney, and ESPN will all be married to each other in some way, shape, or form.
Do you feel like Netflix doesn't necessarily have the same problems that a Peacock or a Hulu has? I trust me, I'm not saying that everybody has, but it feels like,
in what regard?
It feels like Netflix is almost like regular TV in that everybody seems to have it. I know literally not everybody has it, but
it's not often referenced in the names of the HBO or Max or whatever it's called.
Like it could get sporadic when you talk about who has Peacock or Max or
Disney
Hulu,
Plus,
Disney Plus, but it feels like everybody has Netflix, like almost like how not everybody does, but it feels like everybody has cable. It feels like Netflix is in that tier. And maybe I only say that to say maybe they wouldn't necessarily need to.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know that Netflix, were they the first? They couldn't have been the first OTT service, right? I mean, maybe they were. Yeah. Like I remember like Netflix was once a DVD delivering.
Joe, do you remember that? Joe's not listening.
Joe's not listening to. I don't blame him. No, you're fine, Joe. You woke Joe over there.
I'm listening to both versions actually right now.
Do you remember when Netflix was a DVD?
I do actually. Yeah. I do.
Did you used to get them at like Rayleigh's?
Yeah,
like a
CVS.
like a red box.
You can get them.
Well, what is a red box
mailed to you as well?
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
I never did.
Then you have to mail it back, and then you
have
get a
to
new
mail
one?
it back. Yeah. I still remember the little pamphlet it came in. It was like wax envelope.
Wait, how did they get back
I was
up?
about to say, how are they already batting again?
How is Detroit batting again?
It's now 8-3 Tigers. Oh, at least nobody was on base.
No,
quick inning. Yeah, quick inning.
What, in 3 pitches?
Pretty much. Yeah.
I never looked up and saw them at bat.
I didn't see that. I did
Julio
not see them
Rodriguez
bat.
was up at one point. Yeah, it was a quick inning. 8-3
What
Tigers.
a circus. I'm blaming you. I'm blaming you for this.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm your you to how you are for me and the Giants.
Yeah, it might be.
I'll turn it right now. I'll turn to the Cubs game.
Yeah, put Netflix on, pal. Goodness.
I think they might have been the first though.
And I don't know. Maybe people had Netflix for so long, as Zabel says, D'Lo can't watch No baseball games without a team crumbling. That's terrible. Not inaccurate, but terrible. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I thought it was interesting. So the presentation was good last night.
It was cool. It's I didn't watch it live, so that was the interesting about it.
Okay.
I didn't watch it live, and at least for all right, I'm glad I caught myself. For the subscription that I have to
The
Peacock.
premium Peacock is what you're referring to.
Because look, I'll say
You got like a premium Peacock.
I'll say it. This is just juvenile, but I was gonna say I don't know, but for the Peacock that I have,
I get a lot of mileage out of my Peacock, so there's a lot of I got a lot of options with it. I don't know.
For the service that I have, the tier that I have commercials.
Okay.
So I watched it on replay, and every time there was a break in the action, I had to watch a minute commercial break. I couldn't fast forward through it.
I see. Okay.
So I don't know if maybe if you have the premium Peacock subscription.
Oh, I do. I do, pal.
Maybe you don't have to deal with that. It's like watching it on replay. You just have to. You can watch it however you want to. But the presentation, was great. Reggie, it was
okay.
Cool. Yeah,
Good.
they were on there. I didn't know the sideline reporter. I wasn't familiar who that was. They had one little gripe is they spoke to Kenny Atkinson before the game in the dressing room for way too long. It was like 5 minutes, and he was like. He wasn't very engaging. Like he was speaking in low tones, and I said, "All right, let's get this kink out of the way."
Yeah, let's stop talking to coaches. Like they don't want to talk to you. They offer nothing. I've never watched a coach's interview where I went, "Oh, that was great." Boy, did I learn something in that 2-question segment. Stop doing this. It adds nothing to the broadcast. It's hard for the coaches. It's really hard for the reporters. Stop doing this.
Ironically, you know who I think you could have that type of you take away?
Doug. Yeah. Doug gave us a couple.
I think Doug
might
be like instantly the best in those moments. But I get what you're saying.
But still, I mean, Steve Kerr understands the value of media. He tries to offer something in his time. Like he doesn't do anything to embarrass the reporter or anything like that. He understands, like he did it. Like I think Doug did it.
Right.
Steve did it. Like I think they understand the value in that, but also that's 2 of 30.
Right.
Like it's a lot of games because they do it for their home teams too.
What do you think,
or their home network, excuse me.
What do you think about the players? Like
I don't think any in the game.
Yeah,
none.
You see they
do that.
They do that heavy in the WNBA.
I don't like that. Oh yeah.
And I seen it.
Well, still better than what they did with Becky.
Did you see the other day? Huh? Did you see the other day? Who was it? Oh, I was watching the game and they were talking to the guy and he started arguing the call. Like he was answering the question and it was like,
it was a W game?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Oh, who was it? Who's left that's
Nate Tibbet?
Who's left that's a male
Mercury.
coach? Yeah. Yeah, it was the Mercury. It was against the Liberty. And
the Liberty was coached by Sandy.
And they were talking to him and he goes, we just got to do better at rebounding. Hey, no, you saw that the first time. Stop it. You saw it, right? No, it was, I'm sorry.
What was the question?
But they routinely do that in the
I think
WNBA.
Nate Tibbet's the highest paid coach in the WNBA. Yeah, Matt Ishbia was throwing money around when
I remember that story now that you
yeah. Off-air story.
Yeah, now that you mention it. But
apparently that deal was good for anyone.
That the presentation was cool. Okay. I don't know if there's going to be I'm sure actually there's going to be a difference between a Peacock broadcast and an NBC broadcast, but I thought it was good. It was cool. Cavs look good.
Well, I think they're going to look great during the regular season.
Oh, don't do that to them.
No, I'm not doing anything.
Don't do that to them, Damian Tapia.
I don't think. Well, gotta get our Cleveland jokes in while our brother's not here. Oh, it's nice. Seattle got out of the inning with only giving up 1 run. There've been like 7 home runs hit in the last 25 minutes. No, I think Cleveland's going to be great during the regular season, but it's not like nothing's going to matter.
Yeah. Only thing that
they're
matters
going to have
is
to
their
be in the
playoffs.
Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, is that success?
Yes.
It doesn't have to be the NBA Finals. It doesn't have to be a championship.
It has
But
to be
you
the
got to
Eastern
get to the
Conference
conference final.
You got to be one of the last 4 teams.
And I was watching that game last night, and I was like, they kind of they're gonna get the rap as, for some people, it's like just a good regular season team, and they got a raw deal because they were injured in that Pacers series. I think Mobley missed the game.
Yeah, absolutely. They had like
Donovan missed the
5
game, or he played. I know he
No,
played.
Donovan.
Hurt.
Yeah, he played hurt. Donovan rolled his ankle and played.
Yeah, Garland
played
was
really
out.
well too.
Garland was out in that series. Did Jared Allen miss a game?
I can't remember, but I know they had like 3 or 4 guys missing, including or excluding Donovan's injury that he played through.
Matter of fact, Garland, Stephen A was calling him out. Garland came back for game 3 and they won, but he had missed the first 2 games of that series.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. So speaking of the East, we talked at length about this situation with Giannis. The Shams article. Shams said I don't think this was in his article. I think this was on a TV hit. Shams said that Giannis and his agent have been working to figure out which teams can acquire him if he asks out before the trade deadline.
What?
Like, I don't know if Milwaukee, like, if their executives are sitting in their offices going, yeah, everything's great. What do you mean? This is awful.
Mm-hmm.
There was another report. This is independent of Shams. This was, I think, on the ground. OKC, they're not interested. They don't want to get involved in this. Obviously, they're very happy with what they have,
they're
but
gonna be good forever.
Yeah, they are. Prove me wrong. I dare you. Prove me wrong. But not that Oklahoma City was the only suitor. That's ridiculous. But there's a lot of different things at play when it comes to Giannis Antetokounmpo. Part of it is his family being overseas, which he addressed on. I think I think it was after practice yesterday, and he said he chose. To sum it up, he chose this life. Like, he understands that part of what comes with what he does is being famous and being in the public spotlight. His kids didn't. His kids have a right to privacy. His children have the right to privacy, and they'll get privacy in Greece. They won't get it here. This is not good for Milwaukee. It was bad yesterday.
Yeah.
It was way worse when I heard that Shams Charania TV hit.
It's over, man. It's over. It's over, Milwaukee. And I'm not saying you got to trade him today, but
it wouldn't hurt.
Start planning for around the trade deadline. Start putting the fillers out there and quietly letting teams know if you're looking to catapult yourself at the deadline, howl at us.
And this is where, like, you do this now independent of Giannis and his desires.
Yeah, well, he's moving independently.
Yeah, it sure feels like it.
He's moving to set himself up best for what he needs to do. So now Milwaukee's got to do the same thing. And hopefully they align. Okay, you want to get out of here, we can find a deal that works for you and for us. Hopefully that's the case.
But you land in that tricky Anthony Davis position, Pelicans position, where it's like, he's here for a year and a half. So if you want to pay whatever it's going to cost to land a guy who's been top 3 in MVP for like the last 6 years, yeah, like, cool, go ahead. But we're not guaranteeing we're signing anywhere.
Yeah.
And if he has a preferred destination, then it sounds like it's New York. No one, that term was not used in Sham's reporting yesterday. It was that's the only team that the Bucks have talked to. And it wasn't at the request of Giannis. It was at the, well, if you're going to talk to somebody, talk to New York line. And
did you see that little tidbit that I put in the notes? Had you heard about that?
I had heard about it. Go ahead. Tell it. I had heard about it. I think I read it somewhere. I might have read it on Twitter of all places.
There's only one airport in the country that has year-round direct flights to Athens, Greece, and it's the Newark Airport.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is Giannis flying commercial?
I don't know if he is, but his family might be.
His family might be. Good call. Yeah. Athens.
His family might be the ones going back. I don't think Giannis.
Well, that's
is
if
leaving
anyone
during
can
the season.
fly. Like, I don't know if anyone can actually fly right now.
That's the other issue.
Shout out to anybody who's actually been able to get on a plane and get off it in a different city, because it doesn't seem like that's happening very often. All right, we have what will certainly be the most controversial power rankings of the season, at least to date.
The disrespect.
Plus, James Ham joins us as we get ready for Kings basketball tonight. It's the Kings and the Raptors at the Golden One Center. It's D'Lo and KC right here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, Tyler. Well, glad you make it. Glad you made it.
Dude, I've got really bad news. The Tigers are already about to hit again.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. They hit into a double play.
As far as I know, this is the same commercial break they just went to.
Yeah.
God, they withered away quick.
I know. That's actually crazy. That's 2, 3 up, 3 down.
So we're in the 9th now?
I think so. I just watched.
It might have been the 6th, 7th.
I just watched the Mariners hit. They just hit into a double play, and now the Tigers are hitting again.
Wow. John Poles flying to Vegas Saturday. Okay. Flying to Dallas this weekend. Right on, Steven. All right, Katrina, settle down. Settle down, Tasha. Oh, Leezy already in his feelings over something that hasn't even happened yet. Settle down, Leezy. Take a breath. Take a breather. Well, at least we get a game 5. At least we get a game 5. And I can struggle to get Kings.com live to work all night. Oh, man. Germs, LA Marathon, right on, baby. That's good stuff, man. That's great. Checking out high school football this weekend. Russ, dog, I am not. I got Jesse's wedding on Friday, and Katie's cousin's getting married on Saturday. So it's hashtag wedding season, Sunday football. So no high school football for me. Will we ever get a Deuce and Mo segment on D'Lo and KC? Probably not. I'm sure we'll do. I'm sure during the season, we time it right for those guys. We could probably get Deuce or Mo, but the days of sitting down with both of them for 20, 28 minutes it's probably behind us, unfortunately. We'll always try, though. We'll always try. More hip hop talk from Joe. Chester's going to be at McClatchy. Okay.
I know hip hop. I do.
Soren, depending on which one you're talking about, one's in Auburn, one's in Placerville, ? Forgot. One's definitely further away than the other, though. I know that for sure.
Hip hop, real quick. Isaiah Rashad's my favorite rapper. Here we go.
Yes, indeed. Here's James Ham's going to join us right around the top of the hour as we get ready for Kings basketball. It's the Kings and the Raptors. We might even hear from Neat Clifford here in just a minute. But before we do, let's go ahead. Let's get this out of the way.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
We got power rankings, baby. I'm going to need you to go first, though.
Yeah. Power rankings with integrity, with respect for teams that accomplish something.
I just want to remind everyone, this man had the Baltimore Ravens in his power rankings like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, they were
That
like
was
1
2
and
weeks
it was
ago.
like- they were like 1 and 3.
Last week I had the Eagles at number 1, the Bills at
They
number
lost.
2.
They lost.
Yes, jeez. The Lions at 3, the Bucks at 4, and the Chargers at 5. Well, as I look at this, I was about to say, if 4 of my top 5 teams lose, it was just 3. Some changes. And number 1, I'll start there.
Okay.
Number 1, I have the Detroit Lions, a team that
All right.
after week 1, I said was not going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And after week 3, I said, let me take that all the way back. I was wrong. They're making the playoffs. And now here we are after 5 weeks. They're number 1 in the power rankings. So I've got the Lions at 1. I've got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 2. The Bucks at 2. Baker Mayfield, MVP candidate. Man, that's a good team.
That's a good team. It's a good team. Absolutely.
Number 3, only moving back 1 spot.
4 game-winning drives in the final minute from Baker Mayfield this year. No one's ever done that before.
Clutch. Number 3, only moving back 1 spot. I got the Buffalo Bills. That was a tough loss on Sunday Night Football.
Steep fall.
From 1 to 4. I got the Eagles at 4. I've just kind of been waiting for a reason. I haven't liked what I've seen from them this year.
I know you have.
So I've been waiting for an opportunity. And at number 5, making their first entry into KC's top 5, their debut for the season. Oh, boy. Y'all knew it. Y'all knew it. The Jacksonville Jaguars. Because I have integrity and I show respect.
Okay.
And that was number 5 for me.
So let me start with 5, because I at one point had 3 different teams in this position. It was down to the Colts, the Jaguars, and the 49ers. And here's what I looked at. I'm going BCS style here, which was a disaster. The BCS never worked for anybody. But I looked at strength of schedule and thought, okay, I love everything they're doing. I'm all in. I'm gonna take the Colts out of the conversation for right now. They're tied for 6th. Then it became Jaguars 49ers. And it was like, okay,
simple. The
Jaguars beat the 49ers.
Yeah,
so I wrote the Jags in.
Yeah.
But then I looked at one little thing and it's like, well, the 49ers lost to the Jaguars.
Yeah.
It's a great loss. Who did the Jaguars lose to? They lost to the Bengals in the game that Joe Burrow got hurt. And remember, Joe Burrow got hurt early.
Yeah.
Like Browning played a lot in that game. Browning was just replaced by Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco's playing Sunday against the Packers for the 2nd time this year. You hear what I said? He's playing the Packers for the 2nd time in 5 weeks. And determined that of the 2 1 losses, the Jaguars' loss was worse. So at number 5, I put the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? This is ridiculous.
I put the San Francisco 49ers at number 5. And in my head, the math works. My BCS system of breaking down the quality of losses has got Jacksonville and Indianapolis right outside the top 5 with the San Francisco 49ers at number 5.
So, and I'll let you finish the rest, but I just want to make sure. So, like if Alabama and LSU had the same 12-1 record, but Alabama beat LSU, you would put LSU in there.
If Alabama beat LSU, well, who was LSU? Who was Alabama's loss to?
Vanderbilt.
Yeah, that's a tough look for me.
They beat LSU.
I understand the problem in my system. Believe me, I get it. But this is just still where I landed.
First of all,
where I landed.
I thought about it too, but I did say, look,
I really wanted to put the Colts there. That's who I really wanted to.
Well, you should have. You should have put anybody but the 49ers in there. As a matter of fact, the 49ers are probably 9th, 10th somewhere. And I don't know what they're going to do this
doesn't
Sunday.
work. Like, why do you think that this works? Is this like the voodoo thing that you just put on the Seattle Mariners and you said it was over?
No outs, 2 runners on for Detroit.
This is the first game in baseball history where I look up at the TV every 2 minutes and have only seen one team bat for the last 45 minutes. I have yet to see the Seattle Mariners at bat. These have to be the quickest 3 innings in the history of professional baseball.
And every time I look up, there's no outs and runners on for the Tigers.
Just get this game over with.
But the Niners, honestly, they should be somewhere around 9 or 10. I think it's all smoke and mirrors. And I don't know what's going to happen this Sunday because you're going up against this juggernaut who I put at number 2. This is clearly the number 2 team in football. And, poor old Niners got to go up against them. I don't know what's going to happen. Matter of fact, I probably do know what's going to happen. That juggernaut that is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because they are number 2 on my power rankings, the number 2 team in the league going up against the lowly 49ers, it's probably going to be a beatdown.
No one buys anything you're doing right now. No one. No one buys that stupid look you have on your face either. Got the 49ers at 5. Got the Bills at 2. I got the Bucks at 3. Last week, by the way, I had the Eagles at 1, Bills at 2, Rams at 3, Lions at 4, Bucks at 5. So the Bucks move up 2 spots.
I just realized something.
Huh.
I have my own BCS situation. The Bucks are ahead of the Eagles on my top 5. The
Bucks' one loss is the Eagles.
The Eagles beat the Bucks.
Now, tell me more about your little system of power rankings here.
Just realized that.
I forgot that's who the Bucks lost was the Eagles.
Man, because I was listening to yours and I'm like, well, yeah, I guess you can't put the Bucks ahead of the Eagles because the Eagles did beat them. And I said, wait a minute, I put the Bucks ahead of the Eagles.
Put the Bucks at 2. I have the Bucks at 3. I have the Eagles at 2. And the Lions. All of a sudden, think the Lions opening week loss to the Packers, right?
Yeah.
And they have had the top offense in the league since then.
Man, they have looked fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah. And that offense.
I wasn't sure that they would either.
I wasn't either. I doubted it. The offense is humming. You see all the best parts of that offense. Jared Goff's accuracy, the speed that they have between the receivers and the running backs. The speed is just crazy.
Detroit scored again.
Another run for the Tigers. 9-2 Tigers, 9-2 here in the bottom of the 8th.
9-3, but
9-3, excuse me.
Doesn't matter at this point. Like Seattle hasn't been to bat in an hour.
But the other aspect of the Lions team that I always respected and always feared from the outside seems to be back at it, and that's that offensive line. I thought for the last 2 years with Penei Sewell and those guys, they had the best offensive line in football. And they back at it. They are back at it. That's going to be a tough out. That's going to be a tough out. And they're going to, Dan Campbell and those guys, they're going to be hunting for kneecaps on Sunday night. They want to put the Chiefs in the dirt.
And you're
So I can't
talking
wait to
about
see
biting them, not, taking them out. John Poles asked Dan Campbell, top 5 coach in the league. He's got to be up there. I mean, like immediately I'm thinking about McVay and Shanahan. I'm thinking about LaFleur. I still think Andy Reid is a top coach in the league. That's 4 right out the gate in no particular order.
I think it comes down. It's
Dan Campbell next.
Dan. I got to give Dan the nod
Over your boy?
Liam.
Oh yeah, I'm not ready to put Liam Cohen up there. The Harbaugh.
Yeah, well, that one's tough. I forgot about Jim. He's better than John.
I was actually referring to John,
No, he's
but
better than John.
I said Harbaugh is out of respect for both of them.
Today, he's better than John.
Oh.
Maybe not historically. I don't want to disrespect John historically, but today, Dan Campbell's better than John. Jim, it's kind of tight. But I was thinking, what's my man in Indianapolis? Should get some
Shane Steichen.
Yeah, Steichen. He should get some love.
Okay.
Todd Bowles should get some love.
When Todd Bowles is probably one who gets overlooked way too much, because when we talk about best coaches in the league, I'm not talking about this second. I'm talking about who are the best coaches in the league. Like Kyle Shanahan is one of the best coaches in the league. Like period. Sean McVay, all those guys we named, Andy Reid. Like Matt LaFleur's track record is absurd.
Yeah. Sirianni.
I mean, Sirianni should get some love. Like
he should.
He absolutely should. Dan Campbell is up there. Nick, I wouldn't put Nick Sirianni that high on the list. I don't think I'd put Sirianni above. I don't think I'd put him above. I wouldn't put him above John Harbaugh for sure.
I don't think Sirianni is. Well, I got to be a little fair though, because off the top of my head, I would not put him as a top 10 coach in the league.
Really, top 10?
I wouldn't, but I got to be fair and got to be respectful. He has gotten to 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah,
and
he won one of them.
Yeah. But my first thought, all the guys that we named, I would pick ahead of Sirianni. But maybe that's not fair or respectful.
Didn't even say Mike Tomlin.
Is he a top 10 coach in the game right now?
I don't
might
know.
be the AFC North champion though.
I don't know. I think he is. Like I can't put Liam Cohen in there yet. Like I can't put those guys in there. Like I think Shane Steichen.
I got Kevin O'Connell in there too. I'm a big believer in him.
Okay. I mean a lot of.
It's only a year and a half though, so it's not a large sample size.
That's an interesting conversation. I don't know where Dan Campbell goes in the conversation. He's like it's almost like you have to have like era rankings, right? As we bring in our man James Ham here from the Insiders, where we're probably just going to continue arguing with each other like we were earlier. It's almost like you got to have like the Tomlin, Andy Reid, John Harbaugh tier, like of those veteran coaches, because then you get into like you start. I mean, Kyle Shanahan's now getting some years underneath him. So is LaFleur and McVay. But then you get to like Liam Cohen, Shane Steichen. All of these guys they're new. Yeah, it's the new hotness. Even Dan Campbell hasn't been a coach that long.
The new guys, I can't put in any top 5. I definitely can't put them in top 5.
Sure.
I'd be hard pressed to put them top 10. And I'm talking about the Liam Cohns. I think Kevin O'Connell is right on the cusp, because it's only been a year, not even a year and a half with him. So I'm not sure if he's qualified to get in that top 10.
Mm-hmm.
But it almost feels like, for me personally, you got to have 3+ years under your belt of high level coaching to get that top 5, top 10 criteria for me.
We need Kyle here so he can tier him for us.
That is excellent. You're 100% correct.
That's a good point. Kyle Matson's coaching tiers coming to the Insider soon here on ESPN 1320. And what's coming to ESPN 1320, the Insiders, Andy Lowe and KC, for the first time in a long time. I don't know this for a fact. It's probably not true. It absolutely feels like this was the longest offseason in the history of professional basketball. And while it's not opening night, we do get a Sacramento Kings basketball game tonight.
Yeah, I mean, everyone should be excited. We get to see what they actually look like on the court playing 5-on-5 against somebody other than themselves. I think this is a good test. It's a good opening night matchup against a pretty physical, long, athletic team. So no, this is good. This is the beginning of it all, right?
Yeah.
So we've seen a lot of practice time this week, but realistically, combined, we might have seen 5 or 6 minutes of scrimmages. So we have no idea what this group is going to look like, and I think it's a really good test for Doug to throw the players out there, see what you've got, see if the work that you're putting in is actually translating to the court, and then kind of go from there.
The last time you were in Golden One Center, not for practice, was the play-in game. Is that accurate?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I mean, I've been in there for they did food tasting for the media last week, but we were up in a little lounge area that we could see the court, but not on the court. Yeah, so it's been a little while.
That was an interesting little cake pop that you gave the girls. It was it was shaped like a lollipop. They've been into it. It was a piece of cake.
I've seen those
okay.
before. Yeah, I've seen those before.
Seemed to be good.
Yes. Those are good.
They were happy
those
with
are
that.
Really
the
good.
King's cookie that you gave them.
Come on.
Stuff.
Oh yeah.
That was a terrible night though. That Dallas night.
Oh, that was awful.
I know James was there the whole time. I think you left at halftime.
I couldn't have left fast enough. This is a debacle.
I was there I was there seemingly when Alvin got the news. Alvin, we were talking to Alvin, me and a couple people, and we were just talking. And he said, I got to go over here. He goes towards the visitors' locker room, towards that tunnel. 5 minutes later, I see Alvin walking out of that area, and I thought he was coming back to come talk to us. And he's on the phone. He's like, hold on, I gotta go. 5 minutes later, I see James's tweet about Monty McNair being fired. I'm like, all this happened within an hour of that game. That was an awful night.
I'm pretty sure it happened long before that hour after the game.
It was wild, actually. We were in the locker room, and that's where Jake Gayden goes, oh my gosh, they fired Monty McNair. And I'm like, what? He goes, Sam Amick just tweeted they fired Monty McNair. I'm like, you know what? Hang on one sec. Because I knew where Sam was. I'm like, I walked right outside, confirmed it, came back in. Well, yeah, he's gone. And then we're seeing the players are looking around like, what in the world? Domas and Valanciunas are sitting next to each other. Seriously? This just
really? You guys didn't know?
They didn't. And then security.
Seriously? We knew before the game started.
Well, yeah. Security came in and hey, players out. Let's go. We got to go. We have a meeting right now. And it was way after the game. So that very, very unconventional way to find out. But
it's the most Jake Gayden story
ever. Shout out.
They fired Monty McNair.
God bless Jake Gayden.
Because I think I'd be the one in the locker room looking at the phone, elbowing Kenny. Kenny.
Yeah,
what?
That's what I would have been.
Yeah.
What, bro? What?
Or not Jake. Jake.
No.
Hey, they fired your general manager, Domas.
What in the world?
It's crazy. What do you think? What do you think?
I wish I was there.
I'm a really big fan of talking to you guys, so keep it moving.
Yeah.
So there's so much talk when you guys get into practice, Hammer, about who's wearing what jersey, and everybody's trying to figure out who's slotted where. Do you think we'll get an idea of Doug's thinking in terms of players tonight?
Yeah, I think we'll see the 10-man rotation. There's been a lot of talk the last couple of days that the preseason used to be 8 games and now it's 4, and you really have to ramp up. So I expect players to play 18 to 20 minutes tonight. I do. I think the rotational players, the starters, will play the first and the second quarters, and the second team will come in and play alongside them in the first and second quarters. I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw, the players play the main rotational guys open the third quarter, maybe have an abbreviated third quarter. But I wouldn't be surprised because there's so much talk about, what they're trying to do here and trying to build chemistry on the court and all that stuff. You don't want anyone getting hurt, but it's kind of like you're looking around like, okay, are you like a gentleman's agreement between the two coaches? Yeah, we're going to go till like mid third. And so then that way, if you're going to bring in some of the guys that are inexperienced, it's without the starters on the court for the other team.
A lot of that is so you don't get your starters killed.
Yeah.
About a kid trying to earn a G League contract. No shot. Like that's what you're supposed to do. But
yeah, totally.
Do you feel that Doug is putting an emphasis on these preseason games, not wins and losses or nothing like that, but as far as minutes and working on rotations and working on combinations of guys playing together? Do you think he's really looking at these games as a way to test that out?
Yeah, because right now all you have is like you've seen it in practice. You've seen them develop some stuff like throughout, the end of summer here, where a lot of the guys were, in Sacramento the week or two before. But even Doug said like he was going to add some new stuff in today before the game. And so it was really fresh and new and like, hey, we're going to do this tonight. I need you guys to figure it out. I think this is like you're trying to build on knowledge and you're trying to turn sort of basketball abstract into and see what it looks like. See what it looks like on the court and your vision of what you want to see, and if that vision translates to good basketball or if it doesn't. And I think that there's always a way in which a coach can have like a magical idea, at least initially, that changes the direction of a team in the first month of the season, where they're just way better than everyone thought or way worse than everyone thought. So I think this is where you're kind of testing out everything, and this is your proving ground for what it is, the work that you've put in so far, and whether or not you need to make a bunch of tweaks. Now, I'll also say like Mike Woodson, Mike Miller are longtime NBA assistant coaches. Same with Bobby Jackson. Same at this point with Leandro Barbosa. And then you have veterans that have been there forever. No one has stood up and said, hey, we're doing some weird stuff here that we've never seen before, and this is awkward, and I don't know if this is going to work. We haven't heard that yet. It's not like, Doug's out there doing some Jerry Glanville, run and shoot offense that may or may not work. This is just, it's basketball. And I think that it's going to take a little while for them to build chemistry. But I also think we're going to get a good idea of not only Doug's rotations, but Doug's, the group that's going to be out there and sort of the style of play.
Do you think that Doug knows exactly what he's looking for?
Yeah, because I mean, he's been around the game for so long, not just as a player, but as a television person, as a radio person.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are things that you're always looking for, like the aha moments with a player. With I think they've already seen a little bit of it. I asked him yesterday about what kind of stood out so far. Was there anything that had surprised him positively or negatively about whether it was an individual or it was whether the group? And, he kind of went off for a little bit about, the different players who have stepped up or maybe doing things that you didn't know they could do, maybe are a little bit more advanced in the system than you thought they would be. Specifically, he said Neat Clifford is someone who just like, there's a bunch of things that he just gets on the court. And that's good to see. Anytime you have a rookie who comes in and can instantly start running the pick and roll, and you just realize that he has an advanced understanding of the pick and roll game, that's really good. Mm-hmm. And so you're willing to give him more and more and more because you don't have to strip down things when he's on the court. So whether he's playing the 1, the 2, the 3, I don't know what we're going to see from him, where he's going to play, but I'm kind of intrigued because I think he's part of the rotation coming out of camp. And there's going to be a lot of those little pieces like that.
You know what's interesting now that I just kind of thought about this? We haven't heard much about or from Neat Clifford. in this beginning of training camp. At least I haven't. Like, we've heard, man, Dennis, what he brings to the table, and Malik and all these guys look ready to they're picking up 94 feet. And I wonder, I want to see what Nick Clifford looks like out there, especially after the summer that he had and the way he played in summer league. I want to see him out here with the NBA guys and under the tutelage of Doug Christie. I wonder what he looks like tonight.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is whether or not he stands out for the negative, right? If he just looks like a basketball player and looks like he gets it like he did in summer league, it's going to be like a really, really nice find, with the 24th pick. And it's also going to be one of those moments where you're like, okay, another rotational player. That's big. Like, we can't just assume that Neek is going to, especially in year one, be a rotational player that plays, all 82 games or 75 games and is getting between 12 and 18 minutes a night. There's nothing that says that that's going to be the case, especially for a guy taken in the 20s in a draft.
Well, we were talking about that earlier, Hammers. The tanking conversation always, brings itself up when we talk about, we're talking about different teams like Oklahoma City and Philadelphia in particular, and how, particularly with Oklahoma City, like, you have to hit, like you talk about Nick, being drafted 24, you have to hit on your 24th pick. Like, it's not about tanking and landing the number one pick or whatever that is. You have the 24th pick or the 17th pick or the 7th pick or the 2nd pick. You have to hit on it. You have to draft right. So Neek becoming a solid rotational player is one of those situations where it's like, yo, okay, this is a good start because the Kings hit on the 24th pick, and that's what you need to happen.
Yeah, well, and you're just trying to build something, right? And we don't know if Neek is going to be a starter one day. We don't know if he's going to be even a rotational player. Like, you don't know until you get him on the court. But I do think that the Kings over the last couple of years, they've really taken that extra step to, when you're a good team, you usually go with veteran college players in the draft because you want them to be NBA ready as soon as possible. I think the Kings have taken that to like a different degree. And again, I don't care if it's Monty and Wes or if it's Scott Perry. I mean, Scott Perry just drafted two guys with a combined 9 years of college, between Maxime Reynaud and Nick Clifford. And you go back to
it's more like Monty McNair than we realized.
Well, I mean, Monty, the only player that he took that wasn't a sophomore or junior, senior, the only one was Jemias Ramsey. That's the only player he drafted under the age of 20.
Oh, no wonder.
And all the time he was here. And, and he had an extra second-round pick in that draft and just kind of took a flyer. So, like, look, I think that there is a way in which, Neek has a much bigger role on this team, but we won't know until you see it on the court. Like, guys forever have looked amazing in training camp, and the bright lights turn on, and it's like, oh boy. So yeah, you're just hoping that that's not the case, and that he just continues to get better and become a rotational guy.
Dim lights can be an issue for some people. All right, Hammer, we'll do this again. Tell me why Maxime Reynaud cannot. I shouldn't say that. You don't think he would get the backup center minutes? I know he's a rookie. I know he's a second-round guy. And there are concerns that I have about his physicality and being able to hold up physically to some of the play in the paint. But my thought is it's the backup center spot, man. Like, let him go out there and take his lumps. Like, tell me why that might not be the best strategy and the direction the Kings might go.
Well, like, look, if he goes out there and in not only training camp but in preseason and earns a job, then give it to him. Like, there's no reason not to. Like, we've talked about this forever about like Drew Eubanks. One of the beauties to bring in a player like that is that he does give you something different, right? And on top of that, he's a guy that has been a second string, a third string, a fourth string center on a roster. He understands that they signed him to a 1-year deal, and that Maxime Reynaud is eventually going to be the guy if he figures it out. I'm kind of the opinion that, like, hey, why not just run him out there? But I also get that that's not typical for NBA teams to do. And you also have to look at the other players that you might just run it out there with. So, like if you're going to play Neat Clifford, it probably does impact whether Maxime Reynaud plays or not. And it's not because those two don't have chemistry or anything else. It's because you want to support Neat Clifford the right way, and that is to have experience around him. So having a guy like, Drew Eubanks step in, who is going to be in position more often than not, and not be like leaving a guy hung out to dry. That's one reason. But I'd also say the same thing about Isaac Jones. Like, I want to see Isaac Jones play. Like, I think every time I've seen Isaac Jones play, he shows me something. Like, he's a ball player and a guy who does all the dirty work and doesn't, you don't need to run plays for him or anything else. He's probably like the best back to the basket guy they have on the team. And so, like, the guy can score in a variety of ways. He brings energy. He doesn't mind playing defense. Like, there's so much to him. But again, if you're going to play Reynaud, you probably want to go with a more veteran, stable person next to him. If you're going to play Neat Clifford, I don't see a way in which they open the season with Neek, with Isaac Jones, and with Maxime all playing at the same time. Because that's just a recipe for disaster with young players who aren't established yet and don't quite know all of the ins and outs of the league.
So do you think Max is the odd man out, or do you think Max and Isaac are the odd men out, and really this is Neek with the veterans, so to speak?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance that it is veterans. I also think there's a good chance that you're not going to run a bunch of different looks at the four. Like,
sure,
I think you could go Maxime and then, take DeMar when you pull Keegan, move DeMar over to the four and add another player there. So that's where I think you could put Neat Clifford in. Like, I don't know, like Doug's talked about a 10-man rotation, but most head coaches, once it really gets down to it, and when things go sideways, and when you're trying to build chemistry early, it's usually easier to start with a smaller group and a group that understands the game really well, and then start filtering players in that maybe don't know the system as well and don't have the experience. So I wouldn't doubt that Neek is the guy who they first start to filter minutes to, and then we start to see it grow from there. Maybe Isaac, because he played last year a little bit, but I also point to like the fact when Doug took over for Mike Brown, like it was very, very quickly that Isaac Jones just didn't exist anymore. And he went to the G League and played a bunch of games and looked like a superstar at the G League level. But yeah, I would be surprised if you see all three young players play early on. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they've done enough in camp to earn that from Doug and the coaching staff.
I wonder if maybe you put you talk about surprise, the young guys playing together, probably put Devin Carter in that group as well. I'd be surprised if two of those four people were playing. Maybe. Well, no, because I think Neek and Max could play. But yeah, I think between the four of them, those two, Isaac Jones and Devin Carter, yeah, I just don't see the minutes where three of those four guys are playing.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really tough. Like, I don't know what the rotation's going to be, but I wouldn't be shocked to see like Keon, Malik, and Neek come in together, and then they stagger minutes after that for a guy like Zach LaVine coming in to play the two, and then pulling Debo initially, but then bringing Debo back in and having him go spell Keegan Murray, pulling Keegan Murray off, and then coming back with Isaac Jones moving DeMar back to the small, and then having Keegan swap out for DeMar, and then all of a sudden you've got Keegan playing a little bit more three. I think you can sit here and move pieces around quite a bit, but at the end of the day, what you're looking for is these little 2-man groups, 3-man groups that worked really well together, and then you're trying to manipulate everything else to get pieces that support those groups. And like you could have a really nice offensive 1, 2, 3 that you like on one side, but then you realize that either you're bad defensively or you're not getting any rebounds. So now you got to start mixing and matching who the other two guys are on the court with those guys to try to support. So it's a puzzle, and I'm hoping that, they're a little bit further along with the puzzle than we think they are.
And whatever the rotation is tonight, of course, we're going to pick it apart and dissect it tomorrow because that's what we do.
Yeah.
We don't have to panic about it either. If you're if the young guy that you want to see play, or if there's a particular part of the rotation, like Doug told us yesterday, yeah, we have to do this all in real live action. We have to do this against like an opponent. We have to do this against somebody who is trying to beat us in a game. And so how we do things in here in practice may not exactly look like what we're going to do on Wednesday, meaning today. What they do today may not look exactly like what he does 2 weeks from today.
Oh, yeah.
They play Phoenix, and that game is for real.
Well, that, and I think you have a game today, you have a day off tomorrow, you have a game on Friday, then you have a day or two off, then you play your final 2 preseason games, and then you have a week.
Yeah.
So you're going to get film on yourself playing against other teams. It's one thing to have film from the practice facility, which they do. I mean, that's, I think when.
Yeah, Doug referenced it the other day. He was like, when I went back and watched the film of practice, he's like, we actually did more well, because he talked about the day after. I can't remember what day it was. I think it was Monday. Maybe they had gotten Sunday off.
Yeah.
And he, was a little critical of the energy that they had on Monday.
That's typical.
And then Tuesday, he told you, he was like, energy was much better. He was like, actually, yesterday wasn't that bad. Like, I went back and looked at the film from practice, and we did a lot of things well in that practice.
Well, that, and I think in your first training camp, you're going to be hypercritical. And when you come back from a day off and you don't see the same pop, like it stands out to you, and you get frustrated because, like, I gave you guys a day off and this is how you're going to repay me. And then you take a step back and you realize that this is the way camp always goes. Like, it's like clockwork. Like, someone always has ice bags on the third day. Right. And then you get to like the day off. It's always this way. There's always like a big lag in them getting back on the court. And like, these guys have lives. They've got families.
Well, I think when you're training, like as hard as these guys are training, you're in as tired as you might be, you are in a rhythm. You're in a rhythm of a routine of, waking up, eating, doing certain things at a certain time, practicing at a certain time, doing all of these different things. And as much as the body and the mind might need that day of recovery, getting back into the groove is really hard.
Oh, yeah, I think so. And, a lot of these guys, they don't want to take days off at this point. Some guys are looking forward to it big time, but other guys are like, no, I'll be in the gym all day tomorrow lifting and getting my shots up and everything else, like this is a team of workers. Like, and that's what I've noticed like throughout camp. Like, everyone is in great shape. It feels like everybody went and did the work that they were supposed to do during the off season. Now, whether that translates to wins or not, who knows? Like, we just don't know. But I think they are on at least the right path, and we just have to see what they look like when again the lights are on. And like, I played high school football. Like, how many times we ran the same exact play again and again and again, and the offense is, like, they keep messing up. And at the same time, the defense knows the play we're running. Right. Mm-hmm. So it's like, hey, like, don't play hero ball. That's what they always say. But there's always that guy who decides he's going to go run right through the middle of the drill and hit the guy when he knows the play's coming. He knows exactly what's coming at them, and he just decides to blow it up every time. You're like, okay, this is frustrating. So when you're at a camp and you're all sitting there getting yelled at about the same exact thing and going through the same exact drills, and what's coming at you. It's just whether you're going to be able to, like, actually stay in your lane, but still make a play. And so, like, hopefully that's what's so good about playing against opposition, about getting these preseason games in.
Stay in your lane.
You mentioned something there about the shape that the team is in. I want to ask you about that, but it's going to require a lengthy answer. So what we'll do is we'll step out, we'll come back. and we'll talk more with James Ham as we get ready for Kings basketball tonight. It's the Kings and the Raptors at the Golden One Center. Much more ahead here with D'Lo and KC and James Ham on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. So it looks like our out is 58. So if it looks like we're going longer than normal, that's why. Aftershock is over and no one's buying ads right now. The hell?
Been quiet?
Yeah, our commercial breaks have been short.
That's weird.
So after, I think it was Saturday night when I laid down to go to bed after Aftershock, I could still hear like the crowd noises. So like, it was crazy, man. It was crazy. We had a great time out there.
You worked it last year though, didn't you?
Oh yeah, this is my third year. This is
Okay,
my third year. It's like a tradition for me and my family now too. Like we look forward to it every year.
That's awesome. Hopefully you can add Disneyland to those traditions.
I think we might be. Yeah, I think we might be.
Good stuff.
People keep asking, or they were asking earlier, the game is on kings.com tonight. I think that's the only way to watch it. Or just get a ticket and show up and go check out the new
streaming service.
Sacramento Kings. Or an illegal yeah.
No, we're not saying you should do that. Just, if you have one, you can use that.
Yeah. Something
Obviously,
like that.
I don't. I'll be watching on kings.com and being annoyed that I have to refresh it every 5 minutes.
This is hilarious. I'll be as fast as I can. Eddie Hearn, boxing promoter, doing a interview today, and he says the UFC guys are fighting without any understanding of how much revenue is in the pot. And somebody else who knows this kind of stuff says the info is out there, so fighters shouldn't be in the dark. The problem, based on my experience, is that many fighters just don't believe the numbers for boxers, even when they're confirmed. They find it inconceivable. What? These guys are telling you, I made $12 million. I don't believe you.
Pay me one.
I don't believe you. That's just not, it's not real.
That's
what are
crazy.
you talking about, guys? Come on, guys. Come on, UFC guys.
No one wants to step to Dana because they essentially have, I think you said this the other day, they essentially have a monopoly.
They do. Yeah.
All right, we are back here with Kings basketball tonight at the Golden One Center. James Ham of the Insiders is with us. James, you were talking a few minutes ago as we were you were talking about, Doug, you were talking about the way that the team looks, the shape that they're in during camp. We've speculated, we've posed the question that Doug obviously had a specific way that he wanted to play. We have heard every player, coach, anyone who has had a microphone put in front of them reference 94 feet at one point or another.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if anyone has asked Doug this, or we're of the belief Doug had a talk with these guys like, hey, don't use training camp as a time to get in shape. I'm going to need you to get in shape now, because we're hitting the ground running, when I mean that in the most literal sense, when we have our first practice.
No, I think he telegraphed that very much so. Like, hey, everybody get in shape. We're running. Because and like I'll post videos like you miss you run. And there's these people out there, oh my gosh, that's not running. It's like, man, it's in a practice. They've been working for hours. Like, stop analyzing.
Also, you're on the couch on Twitter. Get out of my face.
Yeah.
Cheetos in your hand.
Yeah, that dude out there, whoever you are, that you go by Fierce, like whatever. Yeah, you're a keyboard warrior. Like I don't even know what to make of that. Like they're doing it's not like they're doing full wind sprints. But they are working after the game. And like, look, I think Doug has been very clear. His idea of getting in the greatest shape is to play as much scrimmage time as possible. So we talked to Devin Carter this weekend, and I think that's one of the ones that stood out. Like, he's just in much better shape than he was last year. And, again, we heard little things about, his work ethic or his dietary issues and stuff like that. He's figured all that out. Like he's figured out that, like, if I'm going to be in the league, this is what I have to do. And he looks like he's in great shape. And, again, like these guys running up and down the court, like it's not the same as just playing out on the blacktop. Like, these guys are in incredible condition. And I just like that they're out there playing, and they're doing more than what we typically see. And I'll say this too, like once you break camp, if you didn't ramp up your team to play like an up-tempo style, there is no way to do it during the season. It's not like, hey, we need everyone to come back next Tuesday in phenomenal shape. We need you to run on a treadmill all weekend until, to make sure that you're ready. Now, either you're a running team or you're not. And if you don't set it up before the season starts, it's nearly impossible once all the games start hitting to like change the identity of how quickly you're going to, the pace at which you play it. So like, I expect them to be a pretty fast up and down, like high tempo offense.
James, who's the one player just for tonight that you want to see out there on the floor? Like, who are you looking forward to seeing?
I think it always comes back to like the two dudes. I really want to see where they move Domas, because they're talking about this all camp. The Domas is going to attack from different angles, and he's going to be used in a totally different way than he has been in the past. And if it's the same exact thing that we've seen for the last couple of years, that's fine. I just, I want to see that. And then the other thing, I don't know if you guys saw the video at shoot around this morning, I guess. Zach Levine interrupted Keegan Murray's like chat with the media and said, like, how many shots you gonna take tonight? And Keegan responded, well, hopefully more than you. It is a little bit, it's kind of like put up or shut up time for Keegan. Like, hey, go out there and carve out your niche, man. Like, this is your team as much as it is anyone else's. You're the one guy that we all think is going to be here, for the next 5 seasons, let alone, going to be like counted on to do big things this year. But like, you're the guy with the future here. Like, go out and sort of take what is yours. And if he can do that, then great. But I need to see it more than the preseason, and I need to see it more than game 1. Because even last year, I think game 1, he was excellent. And then he went through an entire like 3-month stretch where he couldn't get 20.
Yeah, it feels like you said put up or shut up. It's kind of at this point with Keegan where it can't be everybody else's fault. Like, everyone has made it clear. No, this is what they want you to do. They want you to be aggressive. They want you to do this. They want you to do that. It cannot be anybody else's fault at this point. Like, this is, I don't want to say that Doug hasn't given the controls of the Sacramento Kings to Keegan Murray, but man, it feels like he's given him a lot of control. And Keegan's got to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
And I'm of the belief he can.
I think so too. I mean, I think a little bit of it is about expectations, and a little bit of it is about, sort of opportunity. But at the end of the day, like, you do have to go out and do it. You've got to show that you're the guy, so they will rely on you more and more. I don't think anyone is thinking that Keegan is going to jump to, 25 points per game.
That'd be great, though.
Well, I think it would be great, because if you look around and if you have all that other offensive firepower and Keegan's able to do that, that probably means you're pretty good. Or at least you're really bad defensively and everyone's scoring in bunches. and everyone scores, everyone has a good time type deal. But like I do, I'll keep saying I think he is the pathway for this team to have a brighter future than what we currently think they do. Like he's the pathway forward until you find someone else that's 19, 20, 21, 22 years old that you've brought in that potentially has that pathway to make you to be way better than they are today.
I want to see, if Keegan is added to his game, added to his repertoire or not, because that's, outside of consistency and, just shooting a higher percentage or getting back to this 3-point percentage from his rookie year. I want to see if he's added to his game, man, because if he's able to do that, much like you've talked about, James, that'll just help everybody involved. That'll help the Kings. That'll help him, in a quote unquote contract year. But if he shows he's more than just a catch and shoot guy and can score from other places on the floor outside of, just the 3-point area or cutting to the basket, I think that's a game changer for everybody involved, man. So I want to see, and I know he's been working, so I want to see what he's been adding to his game.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the biggest issue that I have is that Keegan last season for the Kings, starting 76 games, playing, 2,600 minutes, he had a usage rate of 15%. And that's just not enough for you to show anything. It's not enough for you to show what your off the dribble game looks like. It's not for you to show whether you can pass, and like you can look at him and go, oh, well, how bad is it? I can tell you, like, that was 14th on the Sacramento Kings last year. So when Isaac Jones has a higher usage rate than you, that's a problem. When Doug McDermott and Kevin Huerter and Devin Carter and even Orlando Robinson and Markelle Fultz and Mason Jones have higher usage than you, that's a problem. Even like if he could get up to Jonas Valanciunas' usage rate of 20.9, I'm not saying just be a ball hog and go crazy, but if you can get him up to that type of usage rate, he'll answer all of the questions that people have. Like he will take more shots, he will create more for others. But if he's not got the ball and if he is just like, go stand in the corner and wait for your three, it's going to be another long season where, I think you'll come out of it again, still wondering who he is. Is he, again, like a Shane Battier, or is he, a Trevor Ariza, or is he, a guy that you're building around offensively as well? And that's going to be the tough thing for him to show.
There's room for all of those guys in the league too. Like if Keegan's not the 20, if he's not that scorer, if he's not Kawhi Leonard, if he's not Paul, Trevor Ariza had a very long career. Made a stop in Sacramento. Like those guys that you just mentioned had long careers. They could be productive. I think sometimes, and this is the difficulty of one, he was drafted 4th overall. That's going to weigh. But it's also the difficulty in not getting out of the spot that you were drafted in, that the expectations for Keegan might always be a little skewed. It might always be, oh, he had that incredible rookie season. He shot, 40% from 3. It's dropped since then. I mean, we talk about all of these different growth potential, the potential growth in Keegan Murray. Just get me back to the 40% or at least near 40% 3-point shooter. And I think immediately the Kings are in a better position if that's happening.
No, I totally agree. And, we bring up, I brought up Trevor Ariza as like a comp, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we could do pocket watch. You guys take a gander. What do you think Trevor Ariza made for his career?
I mean, we can.
Don't look it up. Okay, come on, James, play the game. How many years was he in the league?
I believe it is 19, 20.
Okay, this is rookie host over here. All
2000,
right, James.
2004-5 to 2021-22. So he came in the league at 19. He left at 36. We're talking 17 years.
Oh, yeah.
17 seasons.
17 seasons.
What pick was he?
He
Late
was.
first rounder, I believe, maybe even a second round.
No, he wasn't late. No. Oh, no, you're right. He was the 14th pick in the second round.
So the Knicks, right?
This is real sketchy hosting.
Of the 2004 NBA
Thank you.
draft.
Very good. Okay, last thing we need. What's the most amount of money he earned in a single season?
The most amount of money that Trevor Ariza made in any single season in the NBA is $15 million.
15 million. Got him at 17 seasons. Okay. Trevor Ariza. Okay.
What do we got?
Man,
this is intense.
it is. I'm gonna.
I'll just tell you that
Okay.
15 million is not even close to an average for him.
Yeah, I figured. I'm gonna. Okay. Ah, that's wrong. God damn it, James.
Boy.
All right, I'm ready. I need to write this here. I've never played. I've only hosted.
This rook.
Wow.
Okay, no, I'm
This
ready.
noob.
You're not even ready yet. What are you talking about?
What do we got?
You're not even ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Numbers up.
Oof.
KC won 168 million. I won 135 million.
The answer is Kieran Bagley nails it. $119 million.
Kieran Bagley isn't playing. I won. What is this?
You win.
We're not crowdsourcing this.
You win, Damian.
Now, here's where Kieran Bagley is right. D-Lo won.
That's right.
119
for all of us.
119
What you
million.
talking about? This is a one-off. I'm the champion.
That's right.
Tell Jesse when he get back, he's just out. He's out. So your point being is
My point
you can
being
have
is
a
that
very lucrative career.
you can, but I'm also going to point out that Keegan Murray could make that much money in his rookie scale extension. And so like you've got to be able to see upside in him.
Yeah.
Like if he's going to get that kind of money, like Trevor Ariza was a great pro and, won a championship, played until the 21-22 season. So we're not talking about like ancient history here, but if that's how much money you're going to get paid, you like in one contract, not in a 17-year career, then you better be good. Like you better start showing that you can do that, the rest of this stuff. Because as of right now, like you can look at their career stats, like they're looking pretty similar as far as players. And I'm not trying to disparage like Keegan or Trevor Ariza here, but like if that's the type of player you are, you don't make 130, you don't make 150 million, you don't make 30 million a year, you make 18 to 20.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I think it's interesting.
All right. Let's see what we wind up with.
That is interesting. I think
Keegan's going to take the first 5 shots tonight. It's going to be like Kobe that night in his last game.
Just keep shooting.
Zach LaVine's going to get booed as the first player besides Keegan Murray to shoot the ball.
Keep shooting,
Yeah.
Keegan. That's what they're going to be saying in there.
Mhm. Yeah, they absolutely will.
Snoop is going to be there telling them to keep
It's going
shooting.
crazy. Well, I did see Tupac at a Warriors game, so
this is facts.
seeing Snoop at a Kings
Did
game.
you see
would
that,
be
James?
crazy.
You see Tupac was at a Warriors game?
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Yeah.
No.
Also, Martin Luther King turned heel in a professional wrestling ring, but
Oh no.
that's the age of the internet that we live in. It's a hell of a promo from Dr. King. Still really, really uncomfortable to see the direction the internet has gone.
Unhinged is
Yeah.
what the internet is.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see what's the biggest contract Trevor ever had. Looks like 5 years, $33 million.
He got 2-year 25
Oh.
like on his way out the door with the Kings. And they
Yeah.
traded him a couple of months into that. Again, like
4-year, $32 million a year.
Who
Trevor
was the
had
general manager of that team. Was it Vlade?
it was.
Trevor Ariza?
But he had a lot of personal stuff going on. He was in the middle of a court case with a custody case. It was like he was in and out of like
This
he
is a
wasn't
wild
around all that much.
situation. This is a wild situation. I only bring that up to say I like Trevor a lot. I think and I know this isn't what anybody was saying, but today I do think Keegan Murray's a better player than Trevor ever was. Today.
You hope so. I mean, again,
Trevor was really good with the Lakers.
He was really good. I think Keegan
He's better.
Yeah.
Well, he had a
Okay.
stretch as a 24-year-old. I bet you his 24-year-old season looks almost identical, where he averaged
Ariza?
14.9 points.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
As a 28-year-old with Washington, he averaged 14.4, 15th in Defensive Player of the Year. Like his
He was a
3-point
good. He
shoot.
was a good NBA player.
He was a good NBA player. Well, and again, if that's the floor for Keegan, you still have a player who could start on a championship team, right? But what you don't have is the guy who stars as number 2 or number 3 option for a championship team. And this is a year where I really believe that if he's gonna be able to take a step, he at least puts the bar really high where you think that if you lost one of your other 2 big time scorers, that he could ascend into one of those positions. If he's averaging 12 points a game coming out of the season, we're like, okay, like you are who you are, and you might be able to cap out like 15 points per game at some other point. Maybe you'll get to 18 on a really bad team at some point, but we're not going to expect anything like huge offensively from you. But if you can get up to 16, 17 points a game and like, oh, okay. Like that's where you could see somebody else taking a step back or not being there the next year, and Keegan jumping up to 18 to 20 points per game, and like, all right, he's going to fulfill some of that promise.
And see, talking about Trevor, because that's the guy we're talking about right now, or comparing him to Trevor Ariza. That's the type of athlete and defender I think people think Keegan is, and I don't think that's who he is. Trevor Ariza just had much better footwork. You talk about the hips. He was just a much more fluid athlete to be able to guard, for real guard, like 2 through 4. I don't think Keegan has that ability. I think he's more of a guard 3 and 4 type of guy.
I think coming into the league, he was exactly what you're describing, but year 2, year 3, I don't know. I mean, he defended everybody under the sun. I mean, he's the guy you had defending Steph Curry. He's the guy you have
That's
defending
the one
Luka.
point guard that he did good on. Anthony Edwards it's Anthony Edwards, but he destroys Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
He can't guard those guys. He can guard them on a switch or on a switch, and you're not going to lose anything. But as your matchup, I think you're doing him a disservice. Like, I think you're putting him in a bad spot to be like, yeah, Keegan, you can guard 2s. Nah, like, keep him do right by him and have him at 3 and 4s. And that's kind of what you talk about a lot of the times with getting another athletic wing that can defend out there. So Keegan doesn't have to go all the way down to guard 2s.
Well, and we also have to remember that he's bulked up because he knows he's playing the 4 because they haven't gone out and got a 4. Like, he could trim down, he could lose 5 pounds, not be as bulky upper body, and, kind of reinvent his body one more time here. That wouldn't be a problem at all for him.
Talking about Keegan?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize Keegan bulked up. I thought he looked really like cut and lean.
Oh no, he looks cut and lean, but he's a big dude.
Bigger. Okay.
Yeah, he's a big guy, and he knows he's going to have to play 4 sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
He's not someone that they've done like slid him over to play the 5 on occasion. That's not happened. But like, he certainly is built to play the 4 now, and I think he could easily trim down just a little bit to be more of a 2-3-4, not a 3-4 like what you're talking about, or a 4-3 as they've had to use him. Like, everyone there knows he's not a power forward. They talk about it like, yeah, I mean, well, we've got to ask Keegan to play the 4 all the time because we don't have someone else.
I completely understand why we have so many conversations about Keegan Murray. But what about Keon Ellis? Keon had a odd start to last season, found his place. The whole season wound up kind of being a mess. No fault to him at all. But what does this season look like for Keon Ellis?
I don't know.
Who it almost seems a certainty is going to be a big part of Doug Christie's rotation.
Yeah, you would think so. He's also a player that, number one, the way he shoots the 3, and when you don't have a bunch of 3-point shooters, you got to find ways to get him on the court. I just don't know that him and Zach LaVine can play alongside each other unless it's a 2-3. I don't think they can be a 1-2 together. And that's a problem. So, if you're going to play Zach at the 3 a little bit, that's fine, but that probably means less Neat Clifford. maybe a little bit less DeMar DeRozan, but like I think that probably is going to be like my biggest question this season is how does Doug deal with that? Because there's a big difference between the identity that you want to play with and the players on your team that are like identity pieces that fit who you want to be. And that's clearly Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis. Like those are the guys, and even Dennis Schroeder, guys who play the style that Doug wants. But how are you going to deal with that versus a reality that your, 3 of your 4 best offensive players are not known at all for their defense in Malik and Zach and DeMar. Like you're gonna at some point have to make tough decisions. And you could say the same thing about Domas, but like I don't think there's a decision there because there's no one else who can play his spot for major minutes. Like Maxime Moreno isn't going to just all of a sudden start stealing part of Domantas Sabonis's 35 minutes in a game, and neither is
that would be
neither is Drew Eubanks.
Wow,
like
that would be an entirely different story.
Yeah, I mean that. So, but I can see a way in which Nick Clifford can start stealing minutes because he's becoming one of those Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis guys that play defense and then have enough offense to get by. And if you can, like at what point do you go, okay, look, if you're not going to play defense at the level I'm asking, you're just not going to play very much. And that's going to be, I think, the toughest thing for Doug because he is a former player. He is a guy that knows the hierarchy of a team and understands that, it doesn't matter how good Doug Christie was on the Sacramento Kings in the early 2000s. That was Chris Webber's team. And you can get down far, you look in the rafters, Page's jersey's up there. Chris Webber's jersey's up there. Vlade's jersey's up there. Like guys who do the dirty work, they don't get their name in the rafters. And
I think you can get that out of a lot of these guys. And I also think the way Doug communicates, relates, and maybe the defensive scheme that he has may be better for these guys on the team. Maybe better. I keep going back to one of the things he said, and it's not I don't think he was taking it as a diss, but he's like, no, we're not doing all this. Oh, we'll shade you to the baseline and all that. That leaves a lot of interpretation for miscommunication and failure when you do stuff like that. When you keep it simple and say you close out and you keep this guy in front of you, that's your job. It's cut and dry. It's cut and dry. And I think he's going to instill that into these guys. And while they're not going to turn into a team full of Ron Harpers and Jordans and Pippins, I think they're going to bring that effort. They're going to bring that attention to detail on the defensive end in a lot of ways because that's what Doug is able to get out of them.
I agree. I just think that I'm kind of interested to see what happens if what you just said doesn't happen. If someone's averaging 23 points a game versus someone averaging 8, and you have to make a tough decision on who's going to play and who's not. You take everything else into consideration. Like if one guy's playing your way, your style, and the other one's not, are you going to have the personality as a head coach to walk in that room and say, I'm sorry, you've lost your job. I don't care how much money you make, and I don't care how long you've been in the league, and I don't care how many points per game you score. You're losing your job because you're not holding up your end on the defensive side of the ball. Because like saying like whether it's going to happen or not, like we know it's going to happen. We know that these guys, like there is a ceiling to how good they're going to be defensively. And that ceiling is really like there are a couple of players on this team that can bring down the ceiling considerably. So
is it weird that he hasn't watched Doug Christie film yet?
Keon?
Yeah. And I don't mean that with like, isn't it kind of weird that it keeps coming up and he's like, no, I haven't.
Well, it
done
keeps coming up because I keep messing with him because it started, we were standing on the sidelines and he was talking about steals and then I think they were playing Philly or something. And Bobby was there and like saying something about, Doug had a bunch of steals and Keon's like, oh, I don't really know that. It's like, yeah, bro, he was like you way before you were you. Like defensively, like Doug Christie was an all defensive team multiple times. He averaged over 2 steals a game multiple seasons in his career. Like he was a phenomenal defender. You probably should watch him, especially like if you want to get better at the game of basketball, you should be watching players that kind of fit your mold. You know, like
well, I feel like if that was my coach, I'd be like, oh, for real? Can someone pull film for me?
Yeah.
Like I can go to YouTube, but can someone get real film for me so I could see it? I don't know. That's just me. I find it. I mean, it's whatever. It's not a big deal.
It's not.
Just like watch it. Like that's your coach. Like when your coach is telling you to do something, and you recognize and like, oh no, he's done that. Like I don't know. It just seems to me it'd be worth a few minutes of Keon's time. But I love Keon, and I love everything about Keon.
Defense, in some ways, I feel like I don't need to watch defense, especially if I'm already a good defender.
No, but for sure. But I don't mean even to study. I mean,
Yeah,
okay, I get it. I get why Bobby's saying that, or I get why James won't shut up about it. Like, oh, I understand. Congratulations to our guy, Dusty Baker. He's going into the Negro League Baseball Hall of Fame. It's only a matter of time before he goes into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. And he's a Hall of Famer at managing baseball. He's going to be a Hall of Famer at making wine.
Yeah, man.
All you got to do is look for that wine bottle with the baseball stitch and that Baker Family Wines logo on it at the Nugget in Granite Bay, Elk Grove. You can check your Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations. They carry Baker Family Wines. You could head over to the tasting room in West Sacramento. It's right there on Industrial Boulevard, man. We have a lot of big plans for our relationship with Dusty Baker and Baker Family Wines. One of the best human beings you'll ever meet and some of the best wine that you'll ever have. Head over to bakerfamilywines.com. Join Dusty's Clubhouse while you're over there. You find out about exclusive releases and tasting room specials. And again, congratulations to our man, Dusty Baker.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Vamos Kings. Light the beam.
Good. Nice job, Joe.
Did it. We made it through.
All right, man. Let's go to kings.com/live and watch basketball.
/live.
Fucking Jesus, man.
I'll be there live. I'll be there live.
And James will be there. And we'll cover it all tomorrow, man. We appreciate you guys. We got a lot of work to do. So we're going to shut down and see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m., man. Hit the thumbs up before you go. And see you guys tomorrow.